Bonjour Paris! There you go, that was my French for the day. Welcome, we're in the second half of the day here in the lower bracket from the MDL Disneyland Paris Major. We got two series for you with eliminations on the line. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to go through. And for that, I'm joined by two gentlemen. I have with me Kyle and Grant. Gentlemen, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah?
Loving life, yeah.
Good to
Doing
hear.
fantastic. You know, we haven't seen, we kind of saw what we expected to see earlier. You know, I was looking for like, come on, let's see one game upset, but unfortunately, exactly what we expected.
Yeah.
I must say, I thought the series was going to be a lot more one-sided with VP Mineski. I thought Mineski put up a decent fight.
Yeah, they certainly had a lot to play for.
Yeah.
If they'd won that series,
yeah.
they would have had a shot at moving into contention for an invite to TI, but
Yeah.
VP's just a better squad.
Also, I think it looked like they were forced to pick Drow, and then you put it on Moon, who's like, this guy's your in-lane dominator who plays middle, and you put him on Drow twice. It weirded me out.
Yeah. I think Mineski and Fnatic have similar issues where they don't have a core player that seems not willing, but you know that's often sacrificed. Whereas you watch squads like VP, you watch the Chinese teams, and you're in a scenario where, yeah, if it's possible, all three cores are going to have a great game. But otherwise, you can always have that player that's willing to make space, play the hard areas of the map, maybe have a couple extra deaths, but buy a ton of space and golden for his team.
Didn't think I was gonna hear forced to pick draw here as a bad thing in this
it is
current
strange.
state of the Dota 2 game. Let's talk about our upcoming matchup though, because Pain Gaming, they made it through the matchup between Chaos and themselves, the South American showdown. And they're here in the best of threes against Team Liquid. Now, let's first start with Pain Gaming because they are the way more unknown team, especially compared to TI Champions Team Liquid. Grant, what can you tell us about Pain Gaming?
I mean, I think Laposa is a top three, like, South American player just overall, like, better than a lot of the guys on Chaos pretty much everywhere. He's their captain as well. He's doing it all. He's an absolute beast. And you saw their most picked heroes were Jug, Razor, and Doom. And that's honestly what you're going to get from them. Liquid's going to do these crazy picks. You know what Pain's going to play, and if they play correctly, they always have a chance. The problem is, I think Liquid knows that as well.
Yeah. Laposa's Lelis now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Both. You know, he's one of those guys, if you ask him,
Yeah.
he's like, I don't care. Like, he's not like, you better call me ADR, not 40R.
Yeah,
but
that's also why I like changed my name in the first place. Because I
Yeah.
kept bouncing back and like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with what my parents said from jump. All right, it works, and this way it'll hopefully never change. Although I was considering changing my name to Todd.
Why? What?
Why not?
There's already an esports Todd.
Yeah, and he's
Really?
one of the best French Warcraft 3 players of all
Yes.
time.
Yeah.
Todd's a boss.
That's a
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Todd, he's a
All right, well,
boss.
Kyle, it is.
Yep.
There you go. Pain Gaming, that's when we started the
Yep.
conversation. It's going to go up against Team Liquid. They're a super
They're pretty
strong
good.
team. They're very good. We talked about them at length already in the last couple of days, and the baseline for Team Liquid this event is that they still have all their individual skill, but they're kind of lacking on making all the parts as a sum better.
I think they're incredibly similar to OG in that they're not, I don't want to say like they're strat or lineup dependent, like draft, but they need to have a read on the game. Like, okay, when you think back to TI7, there was a style that Liquid had that no one was really able to replicate. They did the whole lower bracket gauntlet, I think defeated 4 Chinese teams in a row after VP, and that's difficult. You know, it's tough to be ahead of the game in that regard, especially when there's so much competition. I think teams like VP and Secret have had a much firmer grasp on the meta for some time. Liquid also took a break.
Yeah.
And they've also they've won so much money. You know, it's hard to just stay focused and be like, you know what, guys, we're going to have to try and win more money. But it's incredibly important now because they're in 12th place.
I
in the
like
DDC.
money.
I like money too, but I don't think these guys are motivated by money.
it's true.
They just want to win more TIs and be the first team to win 2 TIs in a row.
That'd be
But
sick. I will.
for any match, Grant,
Yes.
we need players on stage to play for us and give us some entertaining Dota. So let's get the show on the road.
Merci d'accueillir Team Liquid. Et leurs adversaires, Pain Gaming.
These teams might seem tranquil as a forest, but I am sure that they are on fire with it. Don't laugh at that, because there's so much on the line here. We got TI, we talked about that just now, and for Pain Gaming, it's not just that. These points, the jump that you get from being top 12 to top 8, I believe we're at right now, is you're going from 150 points to 450 points.
And let's also not forget, if you didn't read the news this morning, Chaos isn't a South American organization anymore.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, this spot up in SA is like, holy smokes, it's going to be a lot more competitive.
Yeah, and Pain, they've got to be feeling good because not only did they
Absolutely.
take out their rivals, they literally
Disbanded them.
They
Kicked them out of the continent.
get out of here. You know, there's only room in Brazil for just us. And well, there's other complications, but let's not get into that. Pain's got to be feeling good about themselves.
Agreed.
I think that they won that game based on a couple of Chaos errors. There was a really weird item build from Weeha that we were not sure of.
Medallion Blink TA. Yeah, that was definitely different than anything we've seen. And honestly, I just thought it was. I'm not gonna pussyfoot around it.
Yeah.
It was just bad.
This is the thing, though. This position 1 matchup. I think that Leo, Mandy, again, the Pain guys really just can't stay solid on what name they'd like to rep themselves as. I again just say take your first name, put it under you. It's all good. Matampa Man has been on fire this tournament. I think backstage we were talking. He's certainly returned to form. He's also added Drow to his repertoire of usually only green heroes.
Yeah.
Nice to see.
Yeah, it is. And I'm looking at this, and you look at the average KDA, that's a pretty big chunk higher, just straight up 2 more. But then you look at like average hero damage per gold. Matampa Man is just more efficient, while Leo, right, I don't see Jug in there, but he plays Jug a lot. He plays these team fighting carry heroes more so than Matumbo, who's like, I'll play Viper, Necro, and just sit in the lane and be annoying. They have 2 very different styles of how they play carry.
I think it's more about the team, where Mandy's the 1 position for his squad, and it's the true 1 position.
Yes.
They're often more of a 4-1 setup.
When Miracle's a carry for Liquid.
Yeah, exactly. And this guy as well, Mind Control. Most of the reason Nip is so high in the leaderboard is the 1 event they had him standing in.
That and the fact that they are top 6 in this event. They get a lot of points from that.
True. I'm not flaming them. I'm
It
just saying that
sounded a
Mind
little
Control
bit-
He was a big one.
Yes.
Yeah.
He definitely helped them. It was a solid standing.
But it's the same thing again. Look at average KDA. Lelis has more than Mind Control again, but it's the playstyle teams. Like, we're going to see this very heavy, I think, 5-man team lineup from Pain. Probably both or 3 games if they win one. And Liquid's just always going to play these Nature Prophet Underlords who just sit in the lane. They don't care if you 5-man push. It's going to be like drastically different strategies.
We've been talking a lot about which roles are the most important ones, and kind of, I think the general consensus was at 3 and 4, that pairing together.
Yes.
And of course here the position 4 coming out for both teams. It feels a little weird for me comparing these 2 players, because when you see GH, it's you had TI winner.
He's a god.
He is a god.
Yeah.
Now I do want to point out that everybody remembers GH, Keeper of the Light, and IO. Two heroes that
Gone.
one completely gone. You can't even pick it anymore, and
See
the
ya.
other is just pretty harshly nerfed.
Yeah, and I think that's also part of the reason it's taken Liquid some time to get into that form we expect from them, because they're a squad that I believe there was some crazy stat where from their inception through TI8, they'd taken place like 20 to 25 major events, and they'd been top 3 in like 80 or 90% of them. But when you remove these heroes that complemented their playstyle, like what Kuro loves to do is abuse map movement. They're the best team in the world at finding weird ways to win, because they're always like shoving lanes, playing in the trees, like just creating time and abusing their understanding of where they're powerful on the map on a moment-to-moment basis. You removed the Wisp and the Coddle, like those are the big heroes that they were abusing to find those openings.
And not just that, the fact, sure, they picked it when they could, but the fact that it took up 1, 2, sometimes even 3 ban slots for G8s means that you just had so much more to play around. We saw the support duo come past and...
Yeah, but I do want to say, I love it in the fact it was like average camp stacked by 15 minutes. It was 2 and 1, and I'm like, I'm glad we're not just, you actually have to play in lane as a 5 now, which makes for much more enjoyable Dota.
Yeah, it's very entertaining though. And we have also seen a shift a little bit, because first day it was mostly 2-1-2 lanes, and then OG came around and they're like, well, we're gonna play aggressive tri lanes again. So that's one's back on the menu as well.
Yeah.
Meaning that there's more action for everybody involved, which is just more fun to watch.
Yep. I do have a feeling. I think ABBA, we didn't see it much. I think it's just going to get banned out here. I think if you're Pain, just be like, don't let Liquid have it. Like, that hero is just such a game changer in how it wins a lane, and it gives away nothing by doing it.
Yeah. I think it also plays directly into Liquid's hands, which is putting Kuro on some hard support position 6. Like, he used to pick himself Ogre all the time, the Wisp Ogre opener that Liquid was famous for. And he's even said to me, like, and I get this because it's in my own experience the same, where if you're this captain hard support player, the more mindless the hero you're on, the easier it is to be
captain, right?
A great shot caller. Yeah, because you have so much free time now to look around the map. Playing heroes like Nature's Prophet as a 5, like, yeah, sure, you can get some nice wards off, but it's so much more difficult, because to play the hero's kit efficiently, you need to spend more moments microing, harassing, looking to block. Like, it's just a totally different style of game.
You're playing in all lanes, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas when you're a Abaddon, you're just, okay, I'm going to win my lane and hold TP in case mid gets dove. And in the meantime, you're directing your squad around the map.
I will say, Kuro's last ABBA game might honestly have been the worst one at this tournament, where he did. I mean, it's not even a flame. I think it just straight up was. He skilled E at level 1 to try to push that mid tower early. They tried to do like a level 1 push on it early, and it was against EG in game 3.
I did not see that. Wait, a level 1
For people
push?
wondering, that is the passive.
Yes, it's my bad. Yeah, it's the passive, the one that gives you attack speed. If you hit something 4 times in a row at level 1, and they tried to take middle tower, they did like 600 damage to it. He went bottom to try to protect Morph, and he just couldn't. It actually lost him the game at level 1, I think.
But it was a weird game, because it felt like, there's one of these strategies, we play this, and we're going to try to make this work, and then
it lost him the game.
It lost him the game.
I think it actually did. You just didn't have Mistcoil in lane. He just died. The Morphling died. They couldn't do anything. It was very uncharacteristic of KuroKy, and that was like game 3 too. It wasn't like it didn't matter. That would have been upper bracket, and they just completely crumbled.
And I mean, we talked about how this series is important for Pain Gaming in terms of DPC and their region as a whole. But for Liquid, also super important. If they manage to win here, they're able to go from 12th, which they are right now, to 9th.
Yep.
And it's a big jump.
I think that almost secures them a spot. I know it's not guaranteed. Anything could happen, but it's crazy, but Liquid, you have no idea. Maybe Europe does still just get 3 spots like they have every other major cycle this season. Qualifying to the next tournament is not guaranteed, and if you lose here, you know that if eHome, Alliance, Mineski, Chaos, any of these teams that make a run, you're going to have to play in a qualifier to TI, and no one in Europe wants to do that.
That is just a terrifying sight.
It's nice seeing all these teams cut. Like, actually, most teams feel like they're coming online at this moment. Like, sometimes you'll see these really strong teams at the beginning of the season fall off. We haven't really seen that this year. It's like almost all teams are just slowly getting better, which has been nice to watch.
Yeah, I think it's also just as time's gone on. It's like the 4th or 5th year that TI was like this mega important tournament. This year especially, they'll probably have a prize pool double that of the entire year before. Everyone, teams like Liquid, Kuro's been around since probably, I mean, before Dota was born.
Yeah,
He was
absolutely.
already thinking about Dota.
Yeah, he knew. He knew it was coming.
Yeah, so what's the point? They even, I mean, same with OG, right? Just take a little vacation, skip the first major. Who cares? Make sure you're coming online as we hit this latter half of the season. You can see that specifically with China. I mean, we're not going to get into it yet, but Key and Vici, they both look insane. I think that could be a preview of two teams that have a real legitimate shot at winning TI, even if
top
they are
eight,
in the loser
definitely.
bracket at the moment.
Yeah, and then they're gonna face each other as well. It's, that's terrifying. One of those is gonna go home.
And especially because I always talk about, I actually love watching regional games on an international stage because sure, they play each other in like the comfort of their own homes, doing the scrims, the qualifiers. But when you show up on stage, that's a whole new thing, and it just makes it fun. Like we're better than you, and we're from the same spot.
Yeah. So for this matchup, Liquid versus Pain, we're gonna talk a little bit about how Pain is gonna win, because let's be frank here, Team Liquid is coming in as a better team. Pain, the ultimate underdog, this tournament, and they need something. They need something to focus on to be able to beat Team Liquid. So what is the go-to? What should they focus on?
You wanted me?
Well, the last win I ever had in competitive play, actually, was against Team Liquid.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So tell us how you beat them.
Well, we last picked Timbersaw, and they had no counters.
There you go. So take last pick.
really-
The last pick.
Whatever. No. It's more just don't overthink things. I think a lot of teams, especially ones like Pain, they come in, they think, all right, we need to do something special. We need to get weird if we're going to take out Liquid, and that's just not true. You just need to play good Dota and trust in what you read. Don't get out drafted. Complexity versus PSG LGD, they had no hope. They really didn't, and it's mostly because of the draft. If you can at least get a 50-50 here, you got a shot.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw on a website, I saw some suggestions for Team Liquid coming into the lower bracket here in the main stage at the MDL Disneyland Paris Major, and one of the biggest suggestions was for Armen to get a haircut. He did not get a haircut.
Okay, I was about to say, I hope you're not saying they should have taken real strategy advice from the internet.
Oh gosh, no, but I agree. I think Pain, with what you said, they play this 5-man style, and it's a very solid style where you have like this jug TA where you're very sustainable in lanes, and then you can do this 20-25 minute timing. And on the other side, it was the Liquid versus EG series. Liquid picked 13 different heroes in that. I think only Sand King and Wyvern were the only two picked twice, and honestly, Liquid, it sounds weird, but they could outdraft themselves, and you just have a solid lineup on Pain. They could just beat you.
Yeah, we saw Pain with a solid lineup. They went for a Juggernaut DK core duo.
Sustainable.
That is like the safest combination you can think of, and
It worked.
Simple Dota done well.
Yep, and
wins games.
I think that's what I would like to see more in comparison to, say, like a sneaky Alk strat or something like that. I don't... You want to just have something solid. No last pick Broods, no Oracle Huskars. These are the sort of games Liquid knows very well.
Yeah.
They will beat you. They are the kings of the niche picks. They won countless games with... They did Meepo a bit last year, didn't they?
Yeah, they've played pretty much everything, right?
Yeah.
Kuro has the record for most heroes played, so in pro games,
They also were the team to go for the Brood last pick against EG,
and it worked.
and it worked for that one game.
Yes, it did.
But it also shows that with those type of strategies, you win games, but maybe not series.
Yeah.
And this one is all about winning the series, and for that we are in the draft of game 1 of this best of 3. And we're going to start it off with some maybe unconventional bans with the Batrider ban, but I guess Pain did play that on their...
That hero's just good. It
Laposa.
wins
Lelis.
laning phases. Yeah, and we even saw it if they won. If it's like a TA matchup, we saw Limp, one of the best TA laners in the world, just get destroyed earlier by a Batrider. And it's one of the best pickoffs in the game. And Enigma is probably Pain Gaming's best heroes.
Yep.
You know what they're going to do with it. It's hard to stop.
And I like the Oracle ban from Liquid. This sets them up quite nicely since Pain took out the Nyx for a first pick Darkseer.
Yep.
If you're Pain, that's what you're looking at. Doom also in the pool. And this is the trouble because if you leave both, I think Liquid just picked Doom and you already feel like you're outmatched in the opener. There's nothing of equal power level to a Doom just because Darkseer is such a terrible matchup against him.
And they do bans, so we'll assume a Doom. I mean, Doom's one of those heroes that just... This tournament hasn't looked worse. It hasn't looked better. It's just looked amazing.
Yeah. Drow also in the pool, though.
That's
Keep
the
in
one
mind.
thing. All right. So we do got 2 of those heroes. And we've seen teams are VP. Well, it's mostly been VP has left Drow in pretty much every game but one, I think, which no one else really wants to do.
The question if you want to pick it or play against it. I'm very surprised that heroes like Nyx, even Batrider, are being taken out of the pool instead of these super strong cores, because this already kind of frightens me a bit. Pain, if you've got an answer to Drow, like, you have to expect that that's a possibility. You left it in the pool, your second pick. We saw this yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, in the game Peter was playing in that upper bracket.
Yeah.
He left Drow, and immediately he had a 2-hero response. You've had 2 days to prep. There should be something immediately ready. Why are you looking at the paper? What's on there that you don't already know? Liquid just first picked the most powerful core in the meta.
Yep, and it has to be Doom +1, right? You cannot give up a Drow plus Doom. They will, they'll take it, right? You can play it as a 4, you can play it as a 3. Those heroes are just so strong. They're gonna go with the Abba and Doom. Yeah.
Doom +1.
I think you almost had to take the Abba because Abba plus Drow, it's like one of the few heroes that helps you win the lane, because Drow is really weak in lane, and Abba just, it's like a nature's prophet. It wins a lane that shouldn't be won.
It's true. I just don't know.
I don't like it.
No
Liquid would have
wave
loved
clear.
it, but
Yeah.
exactly. Pain Gaming had to take it.
When you play Liquid, and this was something I talked about when we were playing against them, was to always ensure we didn't have a massive wave clear disadvantage. If Liquid can kill creep waves and we can't, it's so hard to win, because you're now in a position where Liquid are only going to be forced to take the fights they want to, and they double down on it. Like, sure, lanes, it's Dramadusa. Like, you just
seen this already.
inevitably win the game. Yep. And playing on a clock against this team, against Kuro and the boys, just so hard.
It is, but I do like Pain. They've already set up for this kind of 20-25 minute, like, we can group up Doom, Abba, you pull out like a Jug, possibly. I'm surprised Earthshaker made it through, by the way, in a Liquid versus Pain game, since they both played a lot, but there's so many other good heroes. I think Pain's they're already in that corner where they have to win this at like 25 minutes. It's Drow Deuce, as you said.
And winning early game against a Drow. And the problem is, how do you do that when Liquid's able to farm? They're not going to make the mistake of giving you that team fight that allows you to snowball, get the Roche, get the towers. They're going to throw away a hero here and there. They're going to trade 2 of theirs for 1 of yours as their Drow Medusa, just split farm, eventually get to a point where you plant a Medusa on the tower and say, what's up, boys? Come walk at me, see if I care.
Sniper ban, well, Medusa, one of the few heroes that does decent in lane, mid, and late game against her. With Batrider ban, they just take it out.
I think Pain's got to look to ban the Shaker, to your point. Liquid, you want to just get rid of another Draudusa counter here. Kunkka's quite nice at that. You said it best, they need to win the game early. Kunkka's excellent at dominating mid-game team fights. It's a strong laner, and more importantly, you've got that +1 exit kill factor where you have that low cooldown catch that almost always will find the follow-up kill.
And the new build, right, with Halberd, it's pretty, I guess not the best versus Drow, but versus Medusa, like, you just run in, you absorb a lot of damage that you probably shouldn't have, and
I think strength heroes that can go armlet halberd are underrated, especially against heroes like Liquid's got on there.
the thing with Drow, I just can't believe just takes all armor away. That thing is definitely just
Also pierces evasion.
Yeah, exactly. Pierces
And
evasion,
one-shot
takes
scrapes,
armor. Yeah.
including
it's
ancients.
kind of strong, but
You know,
everybody
it's
knows it's kind of strong. If you think it's too strong, ban it, and that's not been done. So apparently, Pain thinks that they can beat it. It's not a surprise that Drow is first pick.
Nope.
It is, but it's a. I would not.
You might not like it. But
If I were the underdog coming into this against Team Liquid, I would not give them Drow. This is so scary.
So the thing is, at least when they have this opening, you kind of know what they're going to do because it has been done before. When we're saying, you can't always be surprised by something, this is not a surprise. This is, what's coming and you might have something solid prepared for it. And that would be the upside of letting something go through that the enemy will pick.
Yep. The only problem here is, right, this third pick, you have to pick one of your other heroes first, so Liquid can actually, save their overall pick in that.
Dude,
they had to take this again. I think they had to take it just so Liquid wouldn't.
I don't know if we'll ever see it in this tournament, but Clockwork is the sickest pick right now. You got 3 melee on the other side. None of them can cast spells when they're getting cogged or battery assaulted. And all you need now as Liquid is a buffer to keep your backline, your catapults, in a sense, behind the walls of your defense, not in in the front being swarmed by the enemy melee heroes.
The
like
previous
it.
time they went for this opening with the Drow Medusa, they went for the Earth Spirit as position 5.
Okay. Rubik's cool too. You're playing against Earthshaker. It's never a bad choice.
Even
Doom's
Abba.
Fire, if you're able to steal that, which is relatively easy because you can't clear that spell very
Unless there's a
easily.
creep around.
Exactly, and it's just so much damage in an AoE. I believe maxed out it's 40 DPS for 16 seconds, which Rubik would then also amplify because of the passive. It's a ridiculous amount of AoE damage.
It's crazy how, like, I remember at first when they changed Arcane Supremacy, people were like, oh, why'd they nerf this hero? And then, like, it was that thing, like, a month later, people were like, wait a minute, this is way better than
Way
it used to
better,
be.
yeah.
Like, oh. Because no one ever used the defensive one. Like, yeah, just get rid of it and buff the offensive one. And, yep, there you go. Pain Gaming is going to play how we, like, wanted to before the draft, but you actually just have a 25-minute timing window
Yeah.
now, feels like.
You cannot
We're
make a
all in.
mistake. That's the concern, is that Liquid can take their time, and you need to try and bait them into a fight that they think they can win, that they get rolled on. And otherwise, Pain, you want to do an early Roche as an example, but against a Dusa lineup, it's very difficult, especially since Liquid now have these 2 picks in response. I think something with some high reach would be nice.
Yep. I do like Pain's lineup just for the fact that if they do win like that first 10-minute fight, they will get Roche. They'll get all your tier 1 towers, and they could just steamroll you. But as you said, they have to play perfectly until then.
I'm a little bit surprised to see the TA picked at this moment. Am I not, like, Pain Gaming has the last pick, right?
Correct.
So they put a lot of emphasis on making sure that Leo's hero is the one to win the game?
They are willing to pick Meepo.
Okay.
And Broodmother is also very powerful at the moment. So there is an argument for saving that 22 pick for the really weird niche hero.
Okay.
Instead of the standard, which is like, hey, we'll pick something and let's last pick our mid.
Yeah, it still is strange, but I guess they know it's going to be probably, if you have a Drow Medusa, right, you know the middle matchup is going to be Medusa, right?
Yeah.
So you already know that matchup. It's not as bad.
It's true.
Do you still want to have something that can build a diffusal or have mana burns like Anti-Mage's PL? Is that still a normal option to have for Pain Gaming? Or are they too slow?
Honestly, AM isn't the worst if it makes it all the way through for Pain, but then you...
That's so slow.
You think
It's
it's
so slow?
I think he's
Look
like
at,
the quickest.
They can't kill
6
creep
minute-
waves.
That's true, but
And-
if you just somehow, if you win your lanes, AM is the quickest 6 slaughter, like in the game. Like you're usually coming online at 30 minutes when like a PL is like 45 minutes, but that's having a perfect game.
10 seconds remaining.
I love the Sand King here. It gives them the initiate they need. We've actually been seeing people use Epicenter to team fight finally, not just
Yeah.
Blink Stun. We're actually watching Epicenters.
I just think you need a point stun. A lot of teams are first picking or first 2ing Sand King. Arguably the highest value for position left. Whether it could be a 3, of course. I think it's superior to Earth Spirit in this game as well, just because you have more survivability.
Better in lane.
Yeah, that
Way
too.
better in lane.
And I think Liquid can really abuse lanes at the moment. If you look at the opposing heroes on Pain, it's just very tough to get super aggressive with all these melee heroes. You can't really gank a Dusa mid for a TA until she's level 6 either. Puck's a nice band. Liquid need team fights still. I think they're expecting this Sand King to be a 4. It's possible it's GH's, but could also very easily be mind controls, and you just take... honestly, you could go back for the Earth Spirit. You don't have any damage issues on Liquid. I think you just need more kill potential.
Yeah, kill potential, team fight control. They take out the Jug. So Liquid's thinking what we were thinking before the draft, the most solid 5-man lineup ever. Will
Yep.
Pain Gaming mix it up, though, and do one of those crazy heroes?
I think they have to. I could see even something weird like a Huskar come through. I don't expect it.
Didn't you say you didn't want to see Huskers or weird stuff?
I
Yeah.
didn't.
Pain?
I did say that, but it's too late now.
Now it's too late.
We're in the thick of it.
We're committed. The Disruptor coming out
So does the 3 Sand
is
King
the 3 Sand King.
and a GH Rubik. We've been seeing a lot more 5 Rubiks lately, but, give it back to the boy.
Yeah, last time I think the Disruptor was played, it was Kuro.
Yeah.
It was the Disruptor. And
They've been
Chase.
playing a lot. Solo's been playing it as
Yeah.
well. Like, it's weird. That hero's moved from 4 to 5 more, but
Yeah.
this should be a GH one.
It should be, yes.
Well, Pain, you got to decide. You either go with, what's another stable core that's not Jug they could go
Broodmother.
with?
5 seconds
That's not a
Nice. Fire Kyle.
I can't get
gyrocopter.
Sure.
The worst hero in Dota right now. That's what some people have said.
I mean, I don't blame them for saying that.
What is?
I was thinking you want like an illusion-based core, something with diffusal, as you said, Sheaves, but Naga and PL feel
Slow.
terrible. Not to mention how do you die? They have so much illusion clear just thanks to the Sand King Disruptor. One stun into the ult and those heroes just feed.
I think they might pick PL, but I don't.
Lycan?
think it's a good pick. Lycan.
I think Lycan actually, we were talking about winning game quick. I think that's something that
a really
could
good
impact
hero.
it. Yeah.
And
Also the highest win rate in Dota in games above 5k MMR.
That's pretty insane. The fact you're good versus Disruptor,
How
Rubik,
about-
Medusa, and
Troll. That's also one of those stable ones, right? No?
Too much kiting potential.
Right.
Comes online too slowly. You need something funky. You need something that slays buildings. And really, you need a creep hero. Something that makes friends. Because right now, you and your allies alone will not be enough to defeat Team Liquid.
It will
do.
still be an anti-mage.
Oh,
Back to that.
Kyle doesn't like it. I don't mind as much because, as I said, I think AM is the quickest 6-slot carry. He just has to have a free lane, and I'm curious to see how Pain does that. I think
Me
Liquid's
too.
draft is just overall better, but if Pain does have a good 10 minutes, like they will just take one tier 1, win a fight, take Roche, and they probably could steamroll this game. But the problem is, you have really good laning heroes on Liquid too.
yeah. I don't believe anything you said. You got 4 melee heroes and a TA, which really is half a melee hero, against a Sand King Disruptor.
All right, so-
You're going to go all in. You're going to catch a 3-man stun, and Liquid's going to win one fight, and that'll be
Well, I still am going for Liquid. I just said Pain has... No, I was saying Pain has a good shot, but I just think they have to win the first 10 minutes, and
Okay.
I don't think they will.
Yeah.
But if
Okay.
they do, that's Pain's shot.
So the first 10 minutes, the most important.
They got to crush the lanes.
Yes, they do.
AM's
Yeah.
got to have like this crazy free time. Abaddon's got to prove it's worth a ban.
Wait, I just
type
realized
perform-
AM versus Medusa is like one of the best lane matches, but you can't put TA in a side lane. That's... Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm nervous.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
sorry, but...
That's okay. We're going to find out how this one is going to play out. It's going to be game 1 of a best of 3. And who better to tell the story between Team Liquid and Pain Gaming than ODPixel and Tsunami?
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, this should be a fun one. Liquid versus Pain. Pain, they let Liquid get this Drow lineup. The question is, Tsunami, do they have a good enough plan for it?
The clock is ticking, and I think Grant emphasized that very well. They think they have a contingency plan with the anti-mage on the field, and it may be able to buy you some time, but still, like they said, 10 minutes, gotta crush the lands, otherwise things are gonna go south very quickly.
Well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into the action.
Team Liquid contre Pain Gaming. Game 1.
So here we have it, indeed, as you say, and as the panel said as well, Tsunami, these first 10 minutes, how much can Pain get done? Can they make sure that Leo is able to find that space to start getting that farm, get on that road towards a decent Battle Fury timing, because they have to play at a sort of a decent pace, right? I mean, how does sort of the late game matchup work? The panel was saying, Drow, Dusa, you're feeling very confident later on, but surely Anti-Mage has some sort of strengths against a Medusa in a late game scenario.
You do, and that's pretty much the only justification for why they went for it. Typically, most teams would be like, okay, we already have this Templar Assassin, let's just go for mid-game dominance all around. But with the way that the rest of Liquid filled out their non-core roles, the Sand King, the Disruptor, this Rubik, you're better off just being like, okay, as long as we do fairly good in the lanes, our anti-mage should be able to catch up, get a Manta-style Battle Fury timing, make the Medusa feel very, very useless, and hopefully our Templar Assassin can bridge the gap until then.
We'll see what sort of lane matchups they are able to get at the start, because some of them could be a little tricky for Pain. I'm seeing at the moment 6 people down on this bottom, 3 versus 3, trying to have a look at the runes, but Leo's been forced away. CH will try and come in to grab it, but won't be able to push them out. So Pain, you have to grab the one down bottom, the second up top. So just the 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. And we'll see whereabouts Leo is able to find somewhere to farm on this AM. For the moment being, he is going to start walking up towards that top lane. It is only the Sand King there for now. We'll see if anyone else is going to look to head up there to put some pressure onto the AM. Make sure that Leo doesn't get that good start.
Yes, the great migration north as Leo transitions his way up there. Did not have to spend a TP, though. but it doesn't look like Templar Assassin herself is going to have any better of a time, even if she is parked mid.
Yeah, not at all. With Kuro starting off in the middle lane, spamming out the Thunder Strikes onto Adriano just to help Miracle in those first few levels and ensure that Adriano isn't able to sort of snowball, get out of control with those first few waves. Does mean that this top lane, Mind Control, alongside Matumba actually for now, as they're going for a bit of a right-click war onto Leo. Has to be a little careful as he does, of course, not have the blink skilled up as his first point. Has that mana break, and we'll be fine to fog them, get the salve off, and resume farming for now.
Drow is more than willing to take these trades with the Anti-Mage this early on. She only needs level 6 before her farm starts accelerating. Anti-Mage, however, he needs that full Battle Fury. So if you're just trading right clicks, trading harass, Drow Ranger is going to come online much sooner, and she doesn't even need to do that much. She's got a Medusa in the mid lane, and this Templar Assassin is not getting a whole heck of a lot done with Kuro just constantly harassing her.
And these side lanes as well, I mean, are we going to see someone move on Liquid? Because obviously at the moment they do have Mind Control and Matumba sitting in this top lane. You know, Rubik, he's the one enjoying the solo experience down bottom in that 1v1 against the Doom. Do you think we're going to see something change, or is this just going to be how they're going to keep it with the Sand King backing up the Drow?
Liquid's content with keeping it this way. It's Pain who's under the gun that they need to make some moves, because the Templar Assassin cannot keep up like this if Disruptor is just going to sit here the whole time. Theo has come down to the mid to kind of help out, check some of these runes. But until Pain start putting some additional pressure on the Drow or starting to relieve some of the pressure on the Templar Assassin, I imagine Liquid's just pretty cool with the situation.
Yeah, I mean, the panel said GH playing the Rubik. We've seen a fair bit of Rubik 5. GH showing us how good it can be as a 4. He says, I'm not even going to play as a 4. I'm going to play as a 3. I'm solo off-laning. As he is picking up the CS down bottom. And we'll see what he's able to do with this sort of free, you know, having this lane that's going to give him such a good boost in both levels and farms to start the match off.
And a farmed Rubik can be so effective this game. Blink Dagger Initiation as it's going to be so terrifying for an anti-mage who's farming by himself, and then Rubik has a lot of good spells to steal. Just looking at Theola Core, anything you steal from Earthshaker will most likely be valuable. Is now starting to get really aggressive on Leo in this top lane.
Running past the tower, trying to see if they can get the setup. Kuro is indeed going to be able to glimpse 4-4-4 straight back to base though, as he TPs in an attempt to help Leo out in this lane, where Leo has been finding pretty good farms so far, 11 for 4 on the AMCS. They will be able to get the Fisher block off onto Kuro here, trapping him in. He'll go straight for the TP out with the Burrow Strike as well from Mind Control. Kuro will be allowed to escape. They'll turn their attention towards Mind Control though instead, with a blink forward and a block off. Leo's doing his best to get this kill, and he'll get it. First blood goes to Leo, as they punish Liquid for being a little too aggressive there, getting behind that tower, getting a little too cheeky, and that's going to be more money for the anti-mage to start this game off. And in a game where he was farming not too badly at all in that lane.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Matsu had skilled up Silence.
They're gonna look for him as well. He's blocked off with the Fisher. He's trying his best to cut his way around the trees, but he cannot escape. Another kill there for Pain on this top lane.
This was the movement that was necessary, and it started out as a defensive movement. They were just trying to make sure this anti-mage stayed protected because Abaddon got glimpsed back to base. Earthshaker had to show up, pick up the pieces, but ends up panning out as they finish off Drow Ranger. And I'm not 100% sure if she skilled up Silence because she was trying to help out the Sand King to live, but she didn't have the mana for it, unfortunately. So a point in Silence this early on is not a bad thing at all, but again, this early lane matchup is...
And look, he's just able to walk in and get the courier. They've got the Fisher block off again. They're looking towards Kuro. Pain, they'll pick up another kill. This time they do lose 4-4-4. But a lot of positive action here on this top lane for Pain, getting Leo on his anti-mage involved in 3 kills already at 4.5 minutes in.
Theo with the boots on this Shaker. They were not ready for that courier snipe. He moves in very, very quickly. He's been getting really good blocks off, and now you see Liquid are having to bring people in. GH, this off-lane Rubik has now come to have to support a Drow Ranger. GH doesn't want to be doing this. He wants to be farming.
It looks like, they've sort of had to resume back to normal business. Yeah, getting Mind Control back on that bottom lane. We'll see how much sort of that decision to give GH the priority in the early game will pay off in those first 5 minutes. Another Fisher, beautifully onto the 2 of them. Matumba's dead again. Pain continuing to just crush Liquid on this top lane.
I feel like a lack of respect on this Shaker. Liquid should know more than enough what a Shaker's capable of.
Deal, of course, just getting so much done. Every single Fisher is warranting them 1-2 kills a time. It's 5 minutes in. Pain Gaming have a 2K lead.
It's possible that Liquid are like, well, you know, the Shaker doing this well, he's bound to go mid, you know, go kill a Medusa. But Medusa actually is not crushing TA as hard as it once was in the early minutes.
28 for 12. Adriano is having a pretty good time at top. Leo is going to jump in aggressively, looking towards Matumba. Matumba has got Kuro and GH behind him. The Aphotic Shield's there on Leo so they can continue to chase this down. Matumba, he's trying to run, but he's dead. The miscall from 444 finishes him off. They'll look for more. GH trapped off. Double kill for 444. Liquid, what are they doing? They're messing up Pain. They're loving this. They're cruising through this laning stage. 3K lead. Leo just continuing to get involved in so much on that top lane.
He wants more. He's going back, but unfortunately gets glimpsed away by Kuro. He is not stopping anytime soon. I have never seen an anti-mage be this confident, but this is what you can get away with. Rubik's telekinesis is way too long. And as well as Rubik, as well as the Disruptor, his Thunderstrike was getting counterspelled. I don't know, this is amazing tri-laning from Pain Gaming.
And this is AM, Leo's in just such a good position now. He's got the Ring of Health, he's got full treads, the Orb, the Quelling Blade, the Stout. He's good to just sit here in this lane. He's soon to hit level 6. It's a big danger zone, and as I say, it's all on GH to make big things happen. They gave him in that lane priority at the start. This Rubik's got to do something. Mid lane, Miracle, he's in trouble. Another Fisher block off from Theo trapping him. He has got a Fairy Fire, another Snake will top at the mana. So Adriano, he really wants to try for this kill, but he won't go for it. Miracle will have to back up, but at the same time, it's still a win in itself for Pain. Miracle has no regen.
Yeah, that courier kill actually proving to be quite the detriment to Liquid in this early game. Still dead for another 5 seconds, but everything's coming up Pain Gaming right now, and this is what was necessary. It's not like...
And look who's here again! Another Fisher from Theo Lacour. Matumba will try and knock them back with the Gust. GH will be able to jump as well across and a nice stolen Fisher. But it doesn't matter. Leo, Mana Void, kills off Matumba Man again. The tips come out, and boy, they deserve to start sending them that way. As just the decision-making from Pain in the way that they've reacted to this sort of unconventional start from Liquid's been perfect. Bottom lane, Lelis leading in with the Doom, just walks in straight away onto Mind Control. He's going to get this kill as well. There's nothing that can be done by this Sand King. A solo kill for the Doom.
I apologize to Lelis. I kind of forgot there was a Doom in this game. I forgot there was a bottom lane in this game.
I think Liquid did as well, sending 2 cores up to the top lane to start the game off. And so far, it's not been the move for them. Here's the GH. The man that was enjoying that bottom lane is out of mana. He's being run down by the 2 of them. They should be able to have a good shot at this. Leo can blink forward aggressively, and he will do so. It is by the Shrine. TP's coming in, and Mind Control will keep GH safe. Pops the Arcane Boost, they turn, they get the kill onto Theo Lacour.
As long as the anti-mage doesn't die, that's the most important thing. And as long as you're forcing Liquid to move around, like, normally an anti-mage is like, please, everyone get out of my lane. You know, why are you guys tri-laning with me? You make Liquid keep coming up here. But if you're racking up kills like this, it's 3-0-4 right now.
I mean, when have you seen... Yeah, 3-0-4, 8 minutes in, up against Liquid. Leo is going to be feeling amazing at the moment, and he's got to keep his cool bottom lane. Someone who's not feeling pretty good about this game is Matumba Man. Still level 4 at 9 minutes in, dying yet again. Leo bringing out the ult chat, bringing out the Sebs, and I don't blame him.
Now Baden in trouble in this top lane. But he gets the deny. Oh, Liquid.
Boy. Oh my goodness. Pain Gaming in this first 9 minutes, it couldn't be going any better for them.
This is just classic Liquid versus South America. It's just written in the stars.
It's
now
happened before.
Mid lane Miracle. He's getting converged upon here.
The other crew can just get a good angle for the Fisher. Miracle's he's going to be in so much trouble. The Fisher Stone won't connect. Just sort of block GH off to the side. Still Miracle falling very low. Fate Ball out onto Theodore. Will stop him from being able to finish off Miracle. Miracle should be fine. 4 heroes from Liquid coming to that mid lane to make sure that Miracle doesn't die. But still, again, another few moments of play where Miracle's got to make that long walk back to base. He's not got any regen out. Theodor's actually still got his eyes on him here. A Fisher won't be enough damage and doesn't quite get the block on the right side. Even so, Miracle probably would have been able to walk away. But it's still a lot of time that they are slowing down this Medusa. And sure, Miracle still not in a bad place on the farm, but he's going to start slipping behind if Pain Gaming can continue this pressure.
Slowing down the Medusa, slowing down the Drow Ranger. She has to come mid to help keep the lane warm, and she's not even level 6 yet. It's 10 minutes into the game, and Matumba Man is still looking for that point in marksmanship.
Mid lane. Fisher in, Theolicor looking for Matuma Man. They do have the lift back for GH. Will drag Lelis back, but in fact, whoa! He's got the Doom straight down onto GH. He's going to dive this one past the tower. GH cannot escape this. Matuma can try for the deny, but he's not going to be able to time it. Lelis gets another kill with his Doom. 5k lead now for Pain Gaming. They get the pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the middle as well. Miracle will come forward with some snakes potentially to try and clear them out. But this, it's just, they're playing so fast.
They're playing so fast, they're playing so clean, and typically in these situations when I'm watching a South American team, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something is bound to go wrong. They're going to overplay their hand a little bit, but they're playing so collected right now, and it's true that they know what they're dealing with. It's Liquid. You cannot trip up at all. So much movement around the map, and they're all starting to move up top.
Let's see if they can catch Mind Control. Very close to his Blink Dagger on the SK. Pretty much has it. Just 30 gold and it's there for Mind Control. And Liquid are going to need to rely on him to make some big plays happen. Come in with those sort of counter attacks to Pain Gaming's movements around the map. So up top, just Mind Control and Kuro hovering behind here.
I think now is the point that you start buying a little bit of time for your Templar Assassin. She's going to be going for the Blink Dagger first, which I'm a big fan of. I don't think this is the game that you could get away with Deso first. I think you need to go a little bit faster than that. And so she's farming up her way to a Blink Dagger. None of your towers are under pressure. The only thing is I would like if Pain start establishing some vision in the enemy jungle, because Drow Ranger has now hit level 6. She feels very, very unsafe. Even though Matuma Man is kind of far out, it's not like she's going to be able to stay that far out on the map for long. So once Templar Assassin gets that Blink Dagger online, then Anti-Mage gets to, not be the killing machine that he is right now. 3-0-4 at 12 minutes.
And that first big hurdle for Leo, the Demon Edge, it's pretty much overcome. Just this 12-minute mark, having that 2,200 gold in the bank. This Battle Fury timing couldn't be any better here for Leo. Unless Liquid can catch him out. He's on his own around here. 3 members of Liquid in the jungle. But Leo, he's playing it smart. Sticking to the jungle, not showing in lane. As he knows how close he is. And if he does finish this Battle Fury within the next minute, it's going to be very hard for Liquid to keep their cores on the same level as this Anti-Mage's farm.
Yeah, 3 of the Liquid heroes. Converge bot, now Fissure block up top.
Kuro, no escape for him. Another kill to be picked up by Pain, as they'll take the tier 1 tower for sure as well up top. Matuma Man should be able to get this tier 1 tower trade. They're actually going to start TPing back at Pain. They want to hold on to this tower. See if they can go for it. They look towards him. The Doom's already out there onto GH. Leo, he's able to blink in towards the lane. He's going to continue to farm mana point on Matuma Man. The Drow's dead. They'll pick up GH as well. 2 kills for Pain, as there will be the escape from Mind Control. Was able to get the blink off, but Pain Gaming, they get that pressure up top. They're still able to come back, hold on to their own tier 1 tower. Mind Control should be fine here. They don't have any more catch to deal with the Sand King, but this lead just continues to grow. 7k net worth advantage now for Pain.
I think this is one of the advantages that the Abaddon had over the Oracle that the panel was mentioning. An Oracle is great with an Anti-Mage, but right now the Mistcoil burst heal is so valuable. The Aphotic Shield just makes this Anti-Mage so survivable. An Anti-Mage should not be able to get away with this at this stage of the game, being so active in kills. Normally you'd see an Anti-Mage who sees 3 heroes bot, and he's like, good job guys, thanks for showing up to defend my tower. I'm gonna go jungle. But he jumped into the fight, he canceled Matuma Man's TP. He is not letting up anytime soon. And if you're a Liquid fan, this is pretty much exactly what Pain needed to do. So it's not like things are going catastrophically bad. Liquid, while
they're going pretty bad.
It's pretty bad. But at the same time, they are still under a clock on Pain. The clock, they keep buying times, they keep hitting checkpoints. That's adding a few minutes here and there, but they need to keep this pace up. And now that Templar Assassin has completed her Blink Dagger, I imagine that they're not planning on letting up anytime soon.
Mind Control will finally be able to claim that tier 1 tower down bottom. I've only really been able to turn up to one sort of fight with his Blink, and now you look over back to Pain. Shaker, he has his Blink ready. Theolicor, the man who's been making those big plays early game, walking around the lanes. Now you've got to look out for him in these team fights, in the ways that Theo's going to start things off. It's Pain Gaming. They are into the pit, heading for this Roche. Liquid don't seem to sort of be around the area, be aware of this. Pain Gaming, it's not necessarily the quickest, as you say, going for the Blink rather than the Deso first on Adriana. It's not going to be super quick, but it looks like they're going to get away with it, Tsunami.
Yeah, I guess that's part of the reason why they're getting away with it. They go with the blink. Liquid's like, how's a TA going to take Roche this early on? And she really can't. You've got a Crimson Guard Doom who's tanking all of it, and it's taking quite a bit of time. But Liquid, like, they're grouping up as 3 to make sure that Matumba Man doesn't get ganked. It's not like all your cores are farming idly by themselves. You're still having to protect these people, and Roche is going to go down very, very soon.
They've got it, Pain. 15 minutes in, Aegis on Adriano, immediate smoke. This is the time to fight. You have the Aegis, you've got this Blink Shaker. They can make another big slam on top of Liquid right now.
Well, Liquid feels confident. They've posted up a ton of observer wards on the southern side of this map. And part of it is to make sure that Drow Ranger feels safe farming on this side of the map, but Mind Control gets caught, they may be forced to fight.
Liquid, they just need to buy some sort of time to get Matu back in the game. It's just been a bit of a mess on who's playing which position really on Liquid. You know, you got Mind Control saying I'll play 4, G8 saying he'll play 3, and Matumba Man saying I'll play 5. Maybe involuntarily, but looking at the net worth, it seems like that. He's down there at the moment. Needs a lot of time to climb back in. Yasha done on Leo. These timings keep flying out for the anti-mage. As Liquid will go for a smoke. Heading up towards this top half of the map, but nobody's up there. Leo's already retreating.
Nobody's up there, and they don't have any vision up there. They dedicated all their vision to making sure that Matumba Man doesn't need any heroes. He just needs people. He just needs the vision of the wards. And now Mind Control, smoke dispels.
Can they find him? He's in. The Burrow Strike with the Spell Shield was out in time. There will be the Static Storm drop down, trapping up Leo. Let's see if they can kill him. He's got a lot of magic resist with that Spell Shield. He's still alive. Shield's there. He's out. And now the turnaround. Pain coming with the Doom. 2 dead on Liquid. They have the vision on Mind Control as well. With that trap, will be able to blink away. But there's the chase. They'll keep themselves on top of the Sanking. Mind Control cannot escape either. And a smoke gank gone horribly wrong for Liquid. As all 3 of their heroes die, and Leo survives. And they threw so much at him as well. Jumping in with the Burrow Strike with the quick spell shield usage, the Static Storm, kinetic field control. It's not enough at this stage of the game for the anti-mage with these early items that Leo's already got done.
The Shaker's always in the right place at the right time. The Abaddon's always at the right place at the right time. This is the kind of dream that this is the kind of game that you dream of as an anti-mage, where you have absolute faith in your allies, and they come through every single time. 16-3, 8K net worth advantage for Pain at 18 minutes.
They've played this absolutely beautifully so far.
And it's not like even they're playing super aggressive with their Aegis. It's Liquid who are trying to find ways to create space. And it's great, your Drow Ranger and your Medusa were not involved in that fight, but you keep giving more and more net worth to this anti-mage and these supports, the Shaker, the Abaddon. Now Miracle trying to siege with this double damage rune. And all of Liquid are parked behind him.
He's their big presence at the moment. He's been sort of hitting the jungle, AFK farming, trying to take this game on his shoulders, as he really is the only core that it feels that Liquid have at this moment in time. Both Mind Control and Matumba very far behind where they'd hope to be at this point of the game, with how those side lanes ended up going for Liquid.
All things considered, objective-wise, Liquid is doing a good job at buffeting Pain Gaming back. I mean, Liquid is actually up right now on towers, as there's still a bot tier 1 on the Dire side, and that's what's allowing all these aggressive movements from Liquid. Unfortunately, all of that vision, or at least a majority of the vision that they had put down in this Radiant Southern jungle, has been cleared out by Pain. And they keep going down there looking for something, but Pain's not giving it to them.
I mean, if you're playing gaming, are you feeling some sort of pressure to keep this advantage? Do you want to be hunting down the Medusa, or because you are at such a lead, you can continue to just keep playing the game as is, keep farming on your anti-mage, on your TA, until you're a solid sort of item or 2 ahead of Liquid? Like, is there a sort of a timer that Pain Gaming are on, even though that they are ahead?
The way that they're playing it is unique in that you can almost, like, from minute 1, the way that they've been playing, which is keep anti-mage protected with just a handful of heroes. If your Templar Assassin is in the vicinity, let's take some objectives. They took the Roche, they just took the top tier 2, and it's not even like they're like, okay, now is the time that we team fight. Now is the time that we've completed this significant item that we need to change how we play. As long as they keep keeping this Medusa and Drow under pressure, like, look at Anti-Mage. He's starting to poke at tier 3. He knows when he's safe.
See where they can find it. Lock up with the fish up, jump onto Kuro. Kuro's gone. No messing around for Leo, using the Mana Void to claim that kill. The rest of Liquid will disperse and get out of there. These timings for these cores on Pain Gaming looking so good. Adriano, the Deso, is into the BKB next. Once he has that done, he's going to be such a force. GH jumped upon another free and easy kill for Leo's Anti-Mage. 6-0-5. Well and truly unstoppable here in this game one.
I've just never seen such clean play from an anti-mage this early on. It's truly impressive. And it's not like a product of Liquid playing bad, I don't think. Like, it's just Pain playing this exactly the way that they need to. The panel mentioned it, that it's a very, very delicate situation whenever you pick an anti-mage into a Drow Medusa, because you slip up one time and it starts careening out of control, which is why I'm still very, very apprehensive. I'm keep expecting them to mess up. But, like, the Aegis is now gone, so it's some potential for it to happen. And for what it's worth, Medusa is doing a fairly good job. She's keeping up with this anti-mage. It's just the Drow Ranger that's the real issue. She is so far behind right now. This Doom is just catapulted above her in terms of net worth. And having this early Crimson Guard, like, we haven't even seen the significance of it, because Lelis was like, okay, cool. I mean, like, if Drow Ranger and Medusa want to show up, we'll take care of them.
Look at the silence on Leo, but they'll need more than that now to control him with the items that he has. Kuro in the middle lane. He's going to die to the trap. Adriano. Now, cool guys don't look at explosions. He didn't need to. Traps popped and he walks out of there. Another kill for this Templar Assassin. As bottom, Mind Control has to keep himself hidden. And Leo, straight into the trees. Does find him, but obviously on him, on his own, no detection. So Mind Control will be able to escape. That's the first sort of the big item now for Miracle after that Manta. He's got the Skadi.
Yeah, Scotty's online now, and we were seeing the Drow Ranger take some of the more dangerous farming positions. Now it's Medusa's time to return the favor to the Drow Ranger. She's willing to fight, she has Stone Gaze, and I think Liquid are now willing to take a 5v5 engagement. They've had this initiation on the Sand, haven't been able to take advantage of it. They've had Static Storm, tried it once on that anti-mage of the Ancients, wasn't able to pan out, but if they can get a glimpse on someone, or find this TA.
They will. They'll get the jump on him, Burrow Strike into the control, Adriano. Try for the melt, but sentries are down. They pick off the Templar Assassin. Liquid able to make a successful move with that smoke, and immediately they'll look for more. Ready to continue the aggression, see who they can find. Scan will hit. They know that someone's deep in the jungle. It is the Shaker. Wards down. Kuro's got the vision. Liquid. They connect. They'll pick up a second. Diolacor's gone. Nevertheless, 10k behind. Liquid still showing that they can get on the map, get these kills. They'll also be able to finish off the tier 2 in that middle lane.
Oh, they'll
now,
do
in
more.
fact, pushing up to high ground. Pain Gaming, they've got to react to this. So far, the first 23 minutes, it's all been in Pain's hands. But Pain, they're losing a tier 3 in the middle lane. They're losing the racks as well. Pain, they've got to do something about this. They're trying to trade, but there's no way that they can trade as fast as a Drow lineup. As Liquid, 10k behind the entirety of this game, just walk up and take the melee racks.
Anti-mage wants to take that, but you don't win that against a Drow Ranger.
You know?
What a conversion on the Scotty timing. I mean, obviously, Liquid, we're not expected to get this much, and the illusions finish off the ranged Rex as well. Templar Assassin not able to clear that out in time, and now, Anti-Mage, that's no longer your jungle. You may have owned that for the first 15 minutes of the game, but...
See if they can get someone here with the Burrow Strike leading. They've got the control, and he's dead. They've killed off Leo. 4-4-4. He's surrounded. He has got the Burrow time. But there is no amount of time that he can borrow to keep himself alive here as Liquid kill him off as well. And I think pretty much from that Skadi pickup to the racks taken, this is the sort of slip-up that you were worried that you could see from Pain.
And it was unforced also. Like, Doom had a TP scroll, Anti-Mage had a TP scroll. It was wildly unnecessary to go for that trade. I mean, at the minimum, at least they did take a tier 3 down bot, so shrines are available. But Liquid are going to be more than willing to start challenging Roches. Their whole team is equipped to fight at this stage. And now Pain Gaming have to worry about a mid-Rax constantly pushing in. Your Anti-Mage is dead for another 20 seconds. He's going to start slowing down. You already see him slip underneath the Medusa in terms of top net worth. It's only a matter of time before Drow Ranger takes her rightful place right below the Medusa.
It really does just show, Pain Gaming, they have to somehow keep this lead. They cannot afford to slip up once more, because if they have a 10k advantage and they lose a set of racks, they don't want to find out what happens when the game's in a more even state in terms of farm.
Yeah, and Liquid are going to inch their way. I mean, it's only 25 minutes, but so much has happened on the map that it feels like it's gone much later, but it is not. Drow and Medusa are just getting started. And now Pain are going to smoke up. Roche is available, and ideally they want to find a pick and then immediately grab that in the cheese.
It's going to be hard to sort of get to the back lines of Liquid, get to on top of that Miracle Medusa, though.
Yeah, they don't even know where the back lines ends. They have no vision.
They're just going to walk forward with the AM. Static Storm's down. Leo's in trouble. He's got the Manta style. He's also got that E-Blade that he's picked up. So he will be able to get out of there, stopping them from being able to hit him with the right clicks. A bit of a different build from the Anti-Mage, but it does save him.
It does, and this is something that the panel had also mentioned earlier about good ways to deal with the Drow Medusa. They proposed, Kyle was like, I think Halberd Armlet carries are underrated, and being able to stop someone from right-clicking you with an E-Blade, it's not quite as effective, but it still kind of gets the job done. But are you going to be able to get the job done by challenging this Roche?
Well, now Adriano, he's into the pit. The BKB's popped. They'll look for Matumba. Matumba will be able to push back the Anti-Mage with the silence. There's the E-Blade on himself again, making sure that Matu can't hit him. Matu's dead. They'll try for more. Theolicore jumps in, attempting with the Echo, but the Epicenter's already out. They're melting on Pain Gaming. They've lost Theolicore. They've lost Adriano. They've lost 444. There'll be a buyback for Theolicore, but Leo's in trouble. He cannot TP out. The damage is too much. Pain Gaming, they've lost 4.
And
Triple
the deny.
kill for Miracle. It's now down to only a 4K lead, but Liquid starting to show that the Pain Gaming show may be over. As this game now...
You're telling me it got canceled in Season 1, just when the show was getting good? Liquid turning it around so dramatically. I thought that Echo Slim would have been so much more effective, and Rubik being able to steal the Doom as well. Liquid, I mean, this is why they're a world-class team.
Radiant's top shrine is under attack.
So that's like what, 3,000 levels?
That's a lot of money Mind Control spent. Hey, it's working at the moment. Liquid
Is under attack.
now pretty much level in this game, and if anything, well, you've got to feel that they're ahead. If they've been able to swing around a game that was drifting them away from them as such, Theolicore will get the Fisher set up onto the two of them, jump forward as well with Adriano. Kuro will be left behind. They'll get the kill on Kuro. The rest of Liquid will manage to get out of there for now.
How long can you chase? Your tier 4s are getting pushed in by creeps, though. This perpetual pressure is going to be so difficult because now Liquid, I mean, they're not under any pressure at this stage. They can take as much time as they needed, which they could have earlier on, but Pain were forcing the pressure. They were constantly invading the jungle, constantly clearing out all the vision, and we see in this replay.
Yeah, Miracle just being able to instantly pop the Stone Gaze, move into a position after sort of 2 members of Pain Gaming had committed. He could easily get in between the teams, so Pain couldn't really get together as much as they'd hoped to for that attempt on the fight. And sure, they do get the kill on the Deucer, but they lose so much for it, Pain.
I mean, even then, given a deny, you're not thrilled about that no matter how it turns out. No, bot lane though, Leo. Yeah, this is not the anti-mage that we saw in the first 10 minutes. This is an anti-mage who has to play scared now.
And definitely a game where it's felt like so far for Liquid. And Miracle, he's just sort of told the rest of the team, you do whatever you want in the laning stage, I will be able to carry you. And so far, 20 minutes, it is looking like that. This Medusa, a huge issue for Pain Gaming. If they make any sort of misstep in the team fights, Miracle's going to kill them all.
Problem is the missteps have already been done. Now, Pain Gaming have to do extra credit. They need to somehow find the backlines, like you said. They need to find out where this disruptor is to make sure that this anti-mage doesn't get static stormed and doesn't have to use his E-Blade defensively. He just has to play so delicately now.
They do try for a bit of a poke at the high ground themselves. Liquid will bring 3 of them back to defend. Matumba Man, GH, Mind Control are there. Pain still in the jungle. Actually blinking down into the mid lane. Leo does blink in aggressively to try and find some farm, but the Burrow Strike's there. He's dead. Well, I believe that the Stolen Doom as well from GH at 444. He can't TP out in front of this. They're going to lose another hit, Pain, as 444 will fall. As again, more mistakes. Pain Gaming, Leo getting greedy, just blinking in like that into the mid lane to just hit the creeps, tank the wave. Liquid more than ready for that sort of play. Zedriano and Theolicore will still try and push on this top. Despite being the only 2 up here on Pain, Liquid for the time being, they're ignoring them. They're in with the 5-man. They're just pushing into the base again. They do get the kill onto Kuro with the BKB usage, but they've got to look down bottom as Liquid, they're inside the base. Pain, can they really trade this? Adriano realizes he can't. He's already TPing out of there. There'll be a buyback from Leo because they're losing another tier 3 down on this bottom lane. Liquid nearly killing it off. They will now be forced back. Kuro continuing to play around with Theolicore up top. Will be able to get up with the Shadow Amulet and blink out of that sentry range, so he will survive. but the heat really is turning up for Pain Gaming.
So now with a Templar Assassin, I'm more okay with them going for that trade. She has a Desolator. She is able to take objectives fairly quickly. And so Liquid, again, did a fair amount of damage to the Tier 3 tower down bot, but Pain Gaming come out slightly ahead as being able to successfully take down that Tier 3 up top. It's just that these hit-and-run tactics will only take you so far. You have to burn a BKB charge just to kill the Kuroki Disruptor. He bought back, but your Anti-Mage also bought back, and an Anti-Mage buyback is not... Like, there's no situation in which you want to have to do that and then get no kills in the preceding team fight.
I think there's a lot of pressure on Theolicore Shaker to just start bringing out those plays of a caliber that he was in the lane stage. He has got the Shadow Blade. He needs to somehow make sure that Mind Control and Kuro aren't able to get these big team fight controlling ultimates off. Because every single time, if Leo blinks in aggressively, there's a Static Storm, a Burrow Strike on top of him. Theolicore's got to make sure that doesn't happen. Is up top, they do find Matumba separated from the team. The Drow in trouble, they'll kill him off the once. He has the Aegis, we'll see Liquid come in to try and protect him a second time, but there's the quick play from Leo. Jumps in onto Kuro, but Kuro, instant Static Storm, the lift into the Stone Gaze. Leo's just dead and gone for 100 seconds. 444 will also surely fall. Theolicore just having to hide in the trees. He cannot rectify this fight. Lelis is surrounded. This should be a third dying. He has got that Crimson. He's incredibly tanky, but Liquid, they look for the control, trying to drag it back. He does have the BKB. So in fact, with the BKB popped and the Scorched Earth, he should have a good shot at getting away. GH is going to continue to try and chase him, and he will get doomed up for that attempt. So GH will now tag himself out of this. Matu and Mind Control continue to play around. It'll take them a fair bit of time to kill him, but with that ult, those piercing arrows, Matu will still be able to shoot down the Doom. 3 dead, and now Liquid in control fully of the game. The net worth back on their half of the map. We saw the struggles that Pain Gaming, when they had such an advantage in the gold. 10,000 lead, it didn't matter. Liquid, they're straight down the middle lane. Miracles onto the tier 4s. He's done with this one. He's ready to try and move it on to game 2. They've had their fun. As Pain, with 2 heroes dead, no buybacks, very limited on what they can do to try and hold this Dio. He is setting up, they will jump immediately with a BKB pop. They're looking to try and kill off Matumba Man, but they cannot. Theolicore will fall, only the 2 of them left. The physical damage is too much for the Drow. GG is called, and Liquid will take this game 1. A game 1 that the hope was high for Pain at the start. But as you mentioned early on, one mistake, and it was a pretty colossal one. This opening that Liquid just found to take the mid-racks. At that point, you got to sort of ask yourself, were Pain ever going to regain control of it?
It would have taken a Herculean effort to make that happen. Liquid, as soon as they finished that Scotty timing, they returned the favor to Pain. They were just constantly pushing down all the objectives. Anti-Mage still thought he could be as aggressive as he was in the first 10 minutes. Not going to happen when Kuroki is just so on the ball with all these Static Storms.
And I mean, if you're Pain Gaming going into game 2, it's got to be a bit nerve-wracking. You just played a game where you dominated the lanes, you had this advantage very early on, but you were unable to do anything with it. You still let it slip away. Going into game 2, do you just have to say, we got to get rid of these heroes like the Drow, like the Medusa, if we want to play against Liquid?
I think so. It seemed like they were ready to see how far they could push the limit. Because if you're able to take that game 1 against this lineup, it would have been a completely different story. Liquid would have been like, can we take this Drow? Do we have to ban this Drow? But they were so close. But it's just, a game like that is on a razor's edge the entire time, and they couldn't convert it.
Liquid able to turn that game entirely on its head, get that game 1 victory. We'll see what happens in game 2 of the best of 3, but as it stands, Liquid taking the lead.
And in what fashion as well. Thank you so much, Odie Pixel and Tsunami. We'll be back to you for game number 2. That first 10 minutes were exactly how you said it had to happen, Grant.
Yep.
And they just let it slip. It was so close.
They did. I mean, the game went exactly kind of how we said, right? Like, they were winning. They had a 25 minutes. It came down second. The second Roche fight was literally the game. Whoever won that Roche would have just straight up won the game. A little before that was the weird Rax taking that it was, honestly, that was on Adriano. He kind of died as a TA with no buyback, and AM's like, he couldn't defend a base, right? Even 4v5, like, he did the right move. I mean, people are going to be like, why would they try to trade Raxes? But you're not going to defend that Rax no matter what. So he did a good job trying to push. Unfortunately, it went exactly what we saw. They won one team fight, 25 minutes. Miracles online. See you later.
Yep. Whenever I compare teams, I think about how many mistakes you are ahead or behind your opponent. In the sense that, you know, Liquid is a squad. They can have a terrible laning phase. They can get rolled as the mid game begins. They can lose their towers. But you're always in a position where if you mess up once or twice, you have lost the game. And they did it in the vintage Liquid style, which is you kill one core, they kill your base before they've actually taken control of the game. But that movement is actually what then secures them a foothold to be able to contest that second Roche, where they wipe you. And I thought the Kyle curse was back on. I was surprised at how powerful it was. But
Pain played. They did play perfectly for like those 15 minutes. This top lane, 4-4-4, and Leo just they outplayed straight up. It was a support mind control Sand King first off, and they just straight up outplayed those two in lane. It was awesome to watch, but you got to outplay them the whole game, not just 20 minutes.
Yep. And also,
Unless you end within 20 minutes.
Then you win. Even better.
and demonstrates as well not the importance, but how kills aren't really that big a deal anymore. Yeah, it's 13-3. You're owning this game. Like, it gets even worse for Liquid, but it's always just one fight.
Yeah. And we saw actually that play right beforehand. 3 heroes died on Liquid, but the Medusa was pushing in top, the Drow was pushing in bottom. You get 3 kills, and you can't get an objective, which was like, that's just Liquid, right? They're split pushing the lanes, and even though you just had a 1k swing, you get nothing out of it.
And this fight, if they...
That was the game.
Yeah, Pain losing this fight is kind of cementing the result. At that point, obviously, Liquid has already got a little bit more of a grasp. But, yeah, this is basically it. This is game over.
I love it because Croaky actually denied him through the mana shield too, and it was like the lowest base damage guy. I did like the F-Blade pickup by Leo early because he needed a ton of save versus all these silence and stuns, but I think it slowed down. It slowed down his game too much.
Don't you buy a BKB though?
What is you think?
I don't think you buy an E-Blade third item, that's for sure. It's not going to win you the game.
I don't think either of them would win him the game, honestly. I like the F-Blade more than BKB. I don't think either of them were right, to be fair.
I think Abyssal BKB makes way more sense.
You need the Abyssal versus the
or just have a
Medusa.
heart if you want.
Yeah. You need a Basher. The problem was you didn't have a Basher, so he blinks on a Medusa, right? The whole reason that hero counters because you drain her mana, but if she just gets her ulti off, you can't look at her, you can't drain mana.
I look at I just think both the TA and the AM should also be prioritizing Butterfly in a game like this. Yeah. Neither one picking it up, so both. I mean, Dusik does end up with an MKB, but by that point, the game was already over. Miracle had it in the bag.
We already talked about as well that their game plan was to win within 25 minutes, right? And so do you really want to build towards, just in case, we're going to go for late game? Then you already lost.
It's also, I think there's like the wrong concept. It's not that I disagree with Grant. It's like the idea of why E-Blade is good here makes sense. But to win this game, you need to all in on your offensive capabilities and threat.
Yeah.
That's how you're going to win. If you're trying to, make these team fights longer, you're going to lose them. The Liquid lineup has way more cheap stuns on low cooldowns. They have higher damage output. They're going to outscale you. You can't try and play D when at some point it doesn't matter like how powerful your front line is. Like, Liquid will always have more damage.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, you've shown again, Miracle can honestly solo carry games. The Matumba Man, what was it? She were 5 deaths by 10 minutes.
Yes.
Like, that's a lot of deaths. He was like level 4, I believe, still at 10 minutes as well. But guess what? Level 2 aura is enough for the Medusa to farm the jungle. I love it. The MVP for the 1-7 guy, yes.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, he is.
Played a solid game.
I'm of the opinion that the 5 position, especially if they're the captain, can always be the MVP. If we get team comms, they probably get it all the time. You ask me?
And of course, you are very unbiased at this point as well.
I've played plenty of roles, but I think the 5 is the most critically important.
Would you give yourself the MVP every game when you were captain that you won?
No.
Oh, okay.
Do you mean
all of them.
5 as a
I'd give it to
captain
myself
role
every time.
or 5 as a position role? Because those are you don't have to be a 5 to be a captain.
Sure, but I think that if you're playing 5 and you're not at least working on becoming a captain, you're doing it wrong. Your position is designed to have more time to focus on the game instead of your own micro necessities. There's no reason that a core player should be on that position if it's not like completely necessary because you're just inexperienced or something like that.
It's tough, right? Because Lelis Laposa on Pain, he is the 3 position and he's doing the captaining. And on a Doom, I guess it's a little easier on here because like you just calculate your doom ganks, but even then, like, wouldn't you just want someone else doing it so you could focus on farming, getting that farm? I completely agree, right? Because EE captains his team from 1, and it really doesn't work that much. You need a more brain dead hero, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, look at the upper bracket. 4 teams. Secret OG, EG Nip. What do they all have in common?
Some of the greatest captains of Dota.
Like,
And 5s.
And
Yeah.
5s.
just seems to me that's how it should be.
Could be. For Leposa though, for Pain Gaming, we saw them when they played against Chaos. It was a Batrider for Leposa, and he definitely could set the tempo on that. Like that was a hero that I don't know. I felt like he helped his team from that position as a captain to just make his team follow him in terms of
But
when
then
to
it gets
fight
banned.
where.
That's a really
Sure,
good
I
point.
mean, of course, but in terms of type of hero,
I agree with that point. And when I was playing offlane and trying to captain, I found it much easier on heroes that either initiated, were actually you have the ability now to shot call and not say, hey, like go. You're actually making the play
You're
and
just
the
going.
call.
You're just going.
And the alternative are these team fight long cooldown R button heroes like Tidehunter, Darkseer, where it's about pushing lanes, knowing when your cooldowns are active, and then looking to make plays with your teammates. So you're naturally involved in the flow and the pace of the game. It's much more difficult on either micro-intensive or carry position 3s because, to your point, you want to be trying to maximize your gold gain, your last hitting, etc., etc. You're not nearly as involved in the makeup of the game as a whole.
Yeah, you can't just be looking at the mini map every 5 seconds. You're just trying to get
You're
gold.
trying to last hit.
Yeah,
It's
come on.
tough.
Yeah, it actually, well, not for people like me, but for most people, it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
so we want to see Leposa on a hero that can set the tempo and doesn't need to do much micromanagement. And I don't just mean in terms of micromanagement in terms of extra minions or anything like that, but more like the hero itself.
Yeah, and I think Batrider, he's one of the only ones, and that's why it got first ban, right? It was like the respect ban tomb, and the thing is, because it's so low cooldown, just lassos up, go. Like no other hero really is like that from the off lane.
And it's a good point too, because it's if my lasso's not up, I'm not going to go try and gank with you because I cannot contribute, and it just simplifies the game. And you play against Liquid, I think that's important. Pain had a good plan coming into it. They abused the lane matchups and just kind of ran over the game, but it's just that you gotta play perfect, or at least as close as you can get if you want to take out a team like Liquid.
Now, Team Liquid, sure they won, but those first 10 minutes, they were rough. How is Team Liquid going to adjust and prepare for the second game? Because Team Liquid, it would be nice if they can move forward here for the points as well, but their goal is not moving forward to the next round. Their goal is to win the entire event and secure their slot to TI. So how are they going to fix things?
I think they didn't even have to fake. The opening's great, right? Drow Medusa, people are like, wow, how could you just pick up 2 cores? That's been done multiple times this
successfully.
time. Yeah, exactly. I think it's more of get a better lane partner, because why is Mind Control supporting Matumba Man in the top lane? I thought that was a little weird. I think
What do you mean a little weird?
Yeah, it was extremely weird. Yeah, like it was just a solo Rubik bottom. That was strange. I think
If they swapped it around, would that have been better?
I don't think so. I think they didn't draft these early game heroes because they knew they didn't have to. But I don't think if you do it that way, you shouldn't give the other team Abba, because he's like the ultimate lane dominator.
Yeah.
So just maybe ban him, Batrider +1, and that's what you do if you're Liquid.
They banned out the Batrider, of course, but also the Enigma and the Oracle. Oracle is definitely a highly contested hero in this series altogether. Wouldn't be surprised to see that banned again, but the Enigma perhaps.
I would rather leave the Oracle than Enigma. I think Leposa just plays that hero too well, because even though he has a long cooldown, he will just play in the same lane. You know what he's going to do. I'm going to push your off lane or safe lane, 2 towers, and then I'll start just grouping up with my team because I've got Guardian, Greaves, and Ahad. So I think he just changes the game. They're always going to take out that hero, I think.
It's just a game winner. It's so good at different aspects where you solve so many issues with the squad in the sense that you are immediately your BKB piercing disable and damage, and it's AoE, and it's team fight. You buy the aura sustain items. You deny your off lane so that it secures the lane for him. Plus you hit level 7 with an HOD, and now you can kill towers too. It's just
Towers, heroes, yeah.
Yeah, and on that little checklist of the 25 things the draft needs, Enigma covers like 9 of them.
Yep.
So it's very simple to complete a lineup around that.
And they might just not change the bans. Like, honestly, right? Pain probably, if they look back to like, man, if we just didn't make that one little mistake, we
Yeah.
would have been fine. But
Little mistake.
I mean, they
What
lost
is
the
it?
game,
What happened to the hot take, Grand? You're telling me
hot-
that it was a little weird that the
Well, no,
3
no.
and 4 position
It
of
was
Liquid were in
definitely-
opposite lanes? Like, they were literally swapping roles.
but they won the game.
And that
So
was
it
a little
a-
mistake to
it
lose
was a little
mid-rack?
weird.
And in
It was-
terms of you saying swapping roles, at the end screen, we did see that Sand King was still considered position 4 and Rubik position... Sand King position 3 and Rubik position 4 in terms of net worth.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that,
Sounds
you know,
like you are.
some more powerful objectives here. Adjectives, not objectives.
Why always
Okay.
so controversial?
I do think it. Okay, fine. It wasn't a little mistake. It was a medium mistake where they just took one Roche fight they weren't prepared for and they lost.
It just fell a little flat for me still.
Okay, sorry. I'll try to impress you more, Kyle.
That's good.
We are getting ready for the second game of this series. And I think Payne has proven that this matchup might be a bit more closer than what we initially thought, because those first 10 minutes looked extremely crisp.
We'll see.
What do they need to do to convince you? They're up against Team Liquid.
They honestly just play the same draft and win because
Yeah.
they could have won that game.
Okay.
That would have been it for
They
me. at
need
least.
to make sure that they've got ice running through their veins, you know? Maybe have plays that are a bit more electric.
You want them to be showstoppers? You want them to really get the crowd going? You think they're going to win that way?
No, I was just using elements that are super effective against water types.
Oh, wow. You are a smart young man. I am not a very big periodic table guy myself. You know, I know salt and all that, but
Dude,
that's
what do you mean
about
periodic
it.
table? I'm talking Pokemon.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever.
What? Can
You know, that's
name?
also the wrong animation.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Liquid. Yeah, see, look at the
What?
first two heroes.
Disneyland.
Yeah?
Those are not from Disneyland.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know.
So if anything, I was looking for some Frozen references.
Oh, true. That's a good point.
Well, in that
That's a
case,
good point.
for Payne, it is time to see what they can do to test their limits and break through.
Ooh, nice. I do the first two bands of the first two. I think
Yeah.
the Oracle is legit the only one you could change, and we'll see if they do.
Now, the question is, what will they decide to do with Drow? Are you going to let that go again? I don't know if you should let it go. What do you think, Grant?
No, I don't think you let it go. I'm thinking about this one because Liquid, I think you just ban the Drow here. Don't give it up first pick. You may know how to. You probably don't even know how to deal. I don't think anyone knows how to deal with it. Even if you're beating it, it's not because like you're addressing the Drow. You're addressing everyone around the Drow.
The problem with the hero is that it's independently good. There's no counter pick to a late game Drow in the sense that you have 50% CDR on everything, including items. So whatever it is that's good in the game, you can use it twice as much.
Yeah.
Plus, it makes any cores you pick up, even the laning skill of the supports, better. So it's like an innate team helper and also secures objectives. And the ult shouldn't one-shot Ancients, just throwing that out there.
Absolutely not, but it does right now. So
Hey.
here we are. Yep, they banned
Thank
the
you.
Drow. I like
Not
it.
surprised.
Earthshaker.
Oracle's still in the pool for Liquid if they choose to go that route. They banned it
Abaddon
last
as well.
game. That's a good point.
I'm feeling the Earthshaker. I think Liquid's
I-
first picked it the most out of every team, but you know,
I think you're wrong.
what are you taking? You have to only pick one hero.
I think Shiva's right.
And what hero is that?
Abaddon.
The Abat.
I'll take Oracle. You
All
can
right.
have your
The Shaker?
Yeah, good luck.
Thank
Alright.
you. Now we'll just sit in silence until they pick.
That works for me.
Who has a better read on the mastermind that is Kuroki?
Next.
Not us.
Well, see you later. I'm out of here.
I forgot that one was not banned. That was the other one that
banned
snuck
first
through.
game, right?
Yeah, it
it
was.
was.
And that hero, we actually, surprisingly, me and Tsunami, whenever we'd see like a captain or a coach log, we'd be like, hey, like, because it seemed only the NA teams were picking Nyx for some reason. People just were letting go. And honestly, they're like, you're right. It's just a good, like, no one would give us a direct answer. And now it's coming back. So it just counters almost any hero that's popular. Ember, Darkseer, anything with AoE. And it has a direct stun right afterwards, a
does.
break ability.
There's still the Abaddon, once again for Payne Gaming.
Maybe a Rasta to follow up. I don't know if you want to go both supports here.
Do you want to secure Leposa's hero at this point?
Possibly. I'm trying to think what kind of good offlaners, because they banned out all
A
of
lot
its
of
heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They know. Leposa's the boy to watch out.
10 seconds remaining.
And you never really want to pick Centaur this early. We haven't Centaur talking about that hero. He was like one of the biggest heroes at the minor. In this tournament, I think we've seen like 3 picks, very few bans. It's been strange.
Leposa is one of the people that actually did play Centaur earlier this tournament. Another hero other than Doom and Bet has been Leshrac. But hey, Razor coming back again.
I like it. They're already like setting up for the same kind of draft last time, but Razor's already a lot better late game hero than TA, which is weird to say.
Man, you got Lelis is like a mad scientist back there. He's got notes after notes.
And he just keeps, he's doing it all. He has the paper,
Yeah.
like 1, 2, 5 papers, throwing them around. I like it.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's something we didn't see back in the day, but every major, TI, all allow you to bring anything you want into the booth as long as it's printed out. No electronics.
That's,
One day, though, we'll just have our tablets and
No.
our advanced stats. No, it's not okay?
No, because that is too much susceptible to tweaking.
What if it's like a robot that comes in and it like
Yeah.
holds the tablet for
That's a
you,
good
and
point.
if the robot sees anything,
Exactly. At what level of humanoid capability would an AI need to have for it to count as your 6th man in the booth, your coach?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, you no.
These are questions that we need to think about, Sheaves. I'm really curious.
We
as to your
do
opinion.
not. We
instead
do not need to think about.
we have the
that.
most liquidious hero, Morphling.
The whole thing about competition is to have man versus man, brain versus brain. You know, that makes it exciting. If you're going to put a computer in the mix, it's not as exciting anymore.
What
Well,
didn't you just cast an OpenAI final?
Yes, and that was very exciting because they were.
So it has to be a
Being
team
tested.
of robots that could use a robot.
It's the concept that
Okay, y'all
I would
misheard
not
me.
like to see that.
I meant it was just literally a maid bot holding the tablet that knows if you weren't on like your paper screens.
10 seconds remaining.
what?
A maid,
A
that's
paper.
bot.
Where does a paper
it-
screen come from?
No, but it holds the tablet and it knows if you're going to something that's not part of your notes.
You
All
could
right,
just
why are we
turn the
talking
internet
about this?
off.
Let's focus on the game at hand because we need to see if Pain Gaming can force out the 3rd game. This is an elimination match. It's a big game. It's a big series.
Yes, it is.
Pain Gaming are fighting an uphill battle, and fortunately for them, they are now the first team to lose this tournament with the Antimage.
Yep, it took a little bit, and they were very close to like you see how good that hero is as a 10th pick. Like
Yeah.
that's when we always see it. I think we saw it once or twice 9th as well, but doesn't happen. Instead, they get an even I think a better hero. This Razor hero has either been first banned or completely ignored, and they first pick it. It counters a lot of these melee cores. You just can't really pick them now.
But you can morph into the Razor.
Yes, you can, and that's what they did.
It's
They
really nice.
also, I like that they're taking some time here. They ban out the Oracle, but this ban into pick as 2nd is the most important part of your draft. I think even more so than the eventual 22 pick. And I was going to say Lion, but I think Rasta is fine as well. When you're playing Morph and Nyx, you want a Hex. You want some disable that goes through Carapace that doesn't create your own stun on yourself. And against Morph, you need heavy lockdown. Lion and Rasta, they give this to you. Rasta much better in the laning phase and gives you more tower push potential. I think it's just more of a preference thing. It's just easier to execute for sure.
Yeah, and I think the just Aether Lens on both those heroes, you now have this kill potential without even showing on the map. One of the biggest things in Dota right now.
And Liquid now, you look at these heroes from Pain, stuff that can create creeps around, like fortify structures, increase the defensive capabilities around towers for your overall draft. Staples like the Veno come to mind, maybe a Visage.
Vis?
Lycan isn't even bad in this case. I mean, Visage is just a bad hero at this
Yeah.
point, but
I like Veno. We've talked about Veno. That hero's, I think it should be seeing more play. Like in
Yeah.
the off lane, obviously they would play like not in the off lane, but that hero, it's pretty good.
I think illusion cores are quite nice here as well. Naga in the pool. Could see that 4th pick from Liquid. I think you want to go for your Kuro hero here.
Trying to think, like, there's not really a wave clear. I almost just like Venge, just for the fact you give auras to your the game-winning hero in Morphling. You have the save as well.
Wyvern, perhaps?
Wyvern. Oh yeah, that's a hero we didn't.
I love
was it
Wyvern
banned or
Nyx.
picked last game at all. I don't think it was.
I don't think so. That works too. That now, this goes back to the way Liquid likes to win games, right? We talked about the IO Coddle being removed, but Chen now can rapture heroes to his position, and you abuse that stun from the Nyx. So he can move independently, you pull a core down, and all of a sudden you have incredible kill potential in any lane.
For people that are wondering what that is the recall of Coddle.
Yes.
But then on the Chen, it has a different name
Yeah.
because that was necessary.
And it might he doesn't summon wards, but he does take over creeps in the jungle. And when you look at heroes like Rasta, Bad, and Razor, that's what they suffer against is early game, these big hard camp creeps that you just can't click down. And you end up having to fight against what feels like extra heroes on the side of Liquid. You give Morphling an advantage, he gets that third Wraith band, and suddenly he's last hitting in lane at 5 minutes with, 100+ damage, and he's not contestable anymore. And eventually, that clock continues to tick. Liquid take another win.
Yep. I mean, Kuro did go straight. He went 2 into Penitence early, if I'm saying that right. And I was just like, is that right? But any percentage-based damage increase, I think people really underestimate. And they go with the AM. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this pick right now, but I think Pain's definitely, we said, right, they should go with their own plan, their own strategy. That's clear what they're doing, because this AM doesn't really counter these 3 heroes one bit. Yeah, in fact, the Nyx Assassin can carapace your Battle Fury, and then you're just dead because you're under break from the Viper now. This is
risky.
This is.
Well,
you hear it, Kyle. This is a humongous outdraft right now from Liquid, I believe.
A humongous, ginormous?
Ginormous. I do not think this AM is going to have a game. You have the 2 breaks from the Nyx and Viper. You have an instantaneous stun from the Battle Fury Cleave.
We already saw Liquid do this to his Spectre, where Matumbaman on the Viper just stood in his Nether Toxin and dared him to
Fight
click.
me.
Yeah.
You get no, your active on counterspell for AM is still effective. You can use that, but you lose all the passive magic resistance in addition to mana break. So
You don't
if
even do
if you're hitting Viper, you actually do nothing.
You're doing 10 damage a hit, maybe.
Yeah, it is. You are a non-entity, and that is the concern. Liquid, how many times have we seen them run Morph? Let alone a Chen and a Viper. This is stuff they were picking all the way back to like the original major in Frankfurt. Like this is your vintage Liquid with a game lead. Pain needs something crazy on the last pick.
Team Liquid didn't make it to the Frankfurt Major.
I know.
Okay.
I was testing you. She was trying to make sure you stay on your
You
toes.
have pass sheet.
All right, thank you.
Master. Okay.
So Pain picking up that anti-mage 4th means that they surely have something in mind for 5th, right? And it looks like that's Leeli/Liposa hero. Is there anything in the pool that's like, wow, that would be definitely a game changer for Pain?
I think before the Viper came out, they were really thinking Tidehunter, but now you absolutely cannot pick Tidehunter.
I think the Razor's got to become your offlaner because no other 3 position has enough game impact to rectify the mistakes you've already made in the draft. It's got to be something wild. I think Broodmother is the ban here for Liquid because they need something nuts. Maybe a Meepo ban, but if it's not Meepo or Brood, I don't see how Liquid doesn't exit this draft with a far superior lineup. They're in control of the win conditions. They've got control of the clock. They'll have more map mobility around the map. You've got a Nyx Invis and a Chen that can summon anybody at will.
And I do
Viper is unkillable at the moment.
I agree with the Razor. You put him on Lee list, but I think you just do like the Rasta plus Razor in your safe lane. You do AM Abba in the off lane again. And it's going to be pretty much the exact same game as last time. They're going to just have to dominate their lanes to have any chance of winning.
And Viper, after the nerfs to Nether Toxin, really just the way the heroes played, not as much of a lane dominator as it was previously. Instead, you're actually more similar to even a Storm in playstyle, where you try and do what you can for the first few levels, hit level 4, level 5, and then you can just start stacking constantly in your jungle and farming. Much better on the Dire side, in my opinion, because it's so easy to stack 2, sometimes even 3 camps if you cut trees in one go.
Viper, I mean, his jungling got nerfed, but as you say, it's because of the stacks. You don't just do jungle camps anymore. You have to, like, stack in between waves and do that. And then, because pretty much Razor is a better Viper right now, like, how they play. And they go instant Rubik. Holy smokes. That means I think it's going to be middle
Or
Rubik.
Mid Rubik.
Yep. This must be a plan that is one of the better counters to Viper.
Definitely.
You can steal the Nether Toxin and use it against him. So this is something they had in mind that they feel comfortable on. And we did say maybe this is not the time to try, unorthodox things, but they're gonna go for it anyway.
I believe they got the draft they wanted. I think this is...
Yeah.
They did. They got exactly what they wanted. They got the instant pick. Do I think it's going to work? I think it's exactly the same as game 1, but I think they'll do worse in the laning phase with these heroes, and Liquid is going to have a pretty easy path to victory.
It's so much harder for them to win, Sheaves. That's the concern. And if it was even matchup, then maybe I'd lean Pain a little. But knowing Liquid's the better team, they have the momentum from that first. You need to have a 0-death game as
Okay.
Rubik here to win. And you need to be, like, you need to Nags Aether Lens at 20 minutes. And that's something crazy.
And that just can't happen with the Chen always going to be like teleporting around the
Yep.
Knicks. It's going to be so hard.
a hard
This
match.
Chen pick is going to be the X factor for sure.
Agreed.
All right, both my analysts are in favor of Team Liquid for this matchup, and we're going to find out if they indeed will take the game and make this a 2-0, or if Pain can force out the third game. Let's find out what's going to happen with ODPixel and Tsunami.
Thank you very much, Joe. So we'll see Tsunami. They're trying it once more. The anti-mage coming in, and something a little different. This mid-lane Rubik. Do you believe in the mid Rubik in 2019? Can it still do some magic?
I can believe in some mid lane Rubiks. This one has a lot of work cut out for him, and this is not like he's not going to have an easy lane by any means. He's not going to have an easy mid game. He has to make room for an anti-mage. A Rubik has to make room for an anti-mage as a core.
Well, let's see how it works out as we get ourselves ready for the game.
Team Liquid contre Pain Gaming. Game 2.
Well, let's see indeed. So as you're saying, as the panel said, so this Rubik, he can't mess up right at all. Adriano needs to have a perfect lane, perfect CS. He needs to make sure that he hits these item timings like a madman.
Yes, and if they do as good with the anti-mage lane as they did last time, that would also help. It's not as critical. I think it's more on the Rubik this game, but overall, it's still the same situation that we saw last game. Again, like, the laning phase is going to be incredibly important. Even if things do go well for 20 plus minutes, you are just one mistake away from the game just completely going out of control. And this is Liquid in their zone. They are the only team in this tournament who have picked Chen. They are the only team who have picked Viper. And they're one of the few teams that are still picking Nyx Assassin. Liquid is 100% capable of executing this draft and shutting down Pain Gaming.
I mean, with the Chen, it's just, the global potential, as the panel said, it's so strong, right? The fact that GH can look for that setup, as long as he's got the Chen bringing in a +1, it's very easy for Liquid to just outnumber Pain Gaming in so many situations early on.
Yeah, and even just now, before the game even starts, you see Mind Control in the top lane already has 8 Retaliate stacks, but he also has all of his HP, because Chen just brought him back to the fountain after he tanks some tower hits, and he's going to roll onto the lane with a bunch of extra damage. As 4 bounty runes do go the way of Radiant.
They do. They get every single one of them Pain. So a significant gold jump up to start things off, which is obviously going to help out for the most part. That mid lane, giving this Rubik that extra bit of gold boost in this 1v1 could be exactly what Adriano needs to make sure that he has this dominant laning stage.
Yeah, he's going to have to be very, very cognizant of where the Chen is, though, at all times. Right now, Chen's heading bot with his Nyx Assassin and Morphling, and Shadow Shaman wants nothing to do with this Morphling lane. He just TPs up top.
We'll see how they do up against the three of them. It could be tricky for Lelis. Maybe at the same time they can look to punish top heavier as they go for Mind Control. Mind Control is going to have to sit back underneath the tower. He's got a lot of regen prepared for the lane. 5 tangos, a couple of branches, and a salve. Lelis just going for the static link early on. Just, yeah, as long as he can get a little bit of an instant on it to Miracle, he should have an okay time CSing against the Morphling, at least for the first few levels. Obviously, it's going to get a lot harder once Miracle's able to shift in, get that 100 right click. That's when the problems do begin for this Razor farming against him down bottom.
Yeah, and as opposed to Matumbo Man's Drow Ranger in the previous game, this carry is not going to get bullied in the side lane. He's going to be feeling very, very comfortable with the Nyx Assassin supporting him. And again, like this Chen, you never know where he is. Right now, Kuro's scooped up an Alpha Wolf, bringing in to help this early CS for the Morphling.
Just making sure that this Razor does not have a good lane. Liquid know these are two cores, this Razor and the Rubik. If they're able to shut them down, it will be pretty hard for them to pick themselves back up in a game, and in a game where they are going to need to make space for this anti-mage pick from Pain to work out.
Kuro doesn't even need to be there. He lets his Alpha Wolf stay on right click, follow on the Morphling, and then he'll head on up top and help out Mind Control, who has been getting kind of abused here. Is still 0-0, but we saw what Leo's anti-mage was capable of last game. I imagine the same thing will happen this game, at least for the first few minutes, if they're able to bring some more support.
We'll see if both teams keep the lanes as such for now. Yeah. Doing that hefty right click onto Kuro, the wonders of the Shaman. That beautiful 77 right click that he has for now, just making this lane top so nice for Leo once again. But we saw last game, of course, Leo had a beautiful lane on the anti-mage, hit these very, very quick timings, 14-minute Battle Fury treads, and it still wasn't enough against Liquid.
Yeah, and even beyond the anti-mage, like the mid lane, the Templar Assassin was doing fairly well in the mid lane. She caught up fairly well after the Disruptor was bothering her a bunch. Now, Lilith.
Now going to go for him here. He will get the static thing started onto Miracle, and that will put them off from finishing off the kill, as Lelis will be fine. Healed up a bit by the Mist Coil as well. But also having to be careful. Obviously, he does go for the point in the passive in this lane. GH will look to trip him up with that, with the Spike Carapace time and time again. So Lelis has got to be a little on edge. Obviously, having the Abaddon backup is really nice for him. Those sort of burst heals and shields will make it still pretty hard for Liquid to get a kill on him.
Yeah, unfortunately, 444 is consistently running out of mana. He has actually more HP than he wants. He wants to be able to get himself into deny range. Keeps using his stick, so making sure that Razor has some sustain in his lane. But, I mean, Morphling's more than pleased with how he's going. He's 19-9 right now against Razor's 8-2.
Yeah, Lelis pretty much having as bad of a time as Mind Control is up top. Both of these side laners feeling the pressure with the combinations being put against them. Another attempt towards Lelis. Spike Carapace and stun, both going to be missed there by GH. And with that in mind, Lelis can try and turn. He's stealing a lot of damage. He knows that he can get some of these kills. He can almost certainly get GH if he can keep vision, as he'll run him down. Fairy Fire will keep GH alive for now. He needs one more right click. Miracle's blocking him off. GH will turn. Two-man stun holds them away. Miracle can now try and turn and get some kills in response, but the Phonic Shield is up once more. GH, he walks back in. He gives up first blood, as Pain will kill him off. A mistake there from GH, as the gold will flow the way of the Razor.
This is the Abaddon factor. Dude denied himself, came back to lane with full HP, full mana. Lelis was fully aware of what this Abaddon was capable of, and I don't blame Miracle for going back in, but Nyx Assassin did not have very much to offer. If his Carapace had been up and he had been able to get that Plasma Field Reflect, he would have died on the way whenever it comes back in. So him going back in to try to stop something, not the best maneuver, but at least he also gets to come back to the lane with full HP and full mana. Just had to give up the first blood to do it.
Farm at the moment in the mid lane, pretty even. Well, we do now start to have Adriano breaking ahead as he needed to do so on the Rubik. Up top, the other cause able to walk and get that bounty rune away from Kuro's Chen. We'll try and run him down. Mind Control has got a stun if he can get in range. What's the play here? We'll try and fog him going in and out of the pit. It doesn't look like it's going to work, though, as Liquid will kill off the Shaman. Get themselves their first kill in the game.
Very curious to see when Kuro's going to start airdropping in this Nyx Assassin. I think right now Morphling needs a little bit too much support, so it's not worth taking GH away. Obviously GH can come back to the lane with a TP scroll after a gank attempt, but Anti-Mage isn't really the easiest to gank. Even with the 2 stuns of the Hoof Stomp and the Impale, it's still very, very tricky, especially when a Shaman can interrupt everything.
We'll go for the Shackles on Mind Control, but obviously with all his mana already being burnt, Leo not really doing too much damage at all, with no more mana to burn through on the Centaur, so Mind Control not going to feel threatened whatsoever, especially with that extra armor that Kuro is able to hand out to him.
He's cool with this. Retaliate doesn't cost any mana, Double Edge doesn't cost any mana. All it means is that Anti-Mage is doing less damage because the mana break isn't doing anything.
Kuro would be one that's potentially easier to kill, but again with this Frost Armor and the fact that he's brought in Matumba Man, they've got to get out of there. And they will do so, time sort of wasted there for Matu as he's brought in, and nothing can be found. Leaves that lane in the middle, open up even more for Adriano to continue to have this CS advantage.
Yeah, that was kind of suspiciously timed. You'd think that with a catapult wave, then maybe that's the time to bring Viper in, but he doesn't have anything like a Bazzi, and no one really hits towers that hard yet.
I mean, Adriano has left the lane. He's come into the jungle of Liquid, seeing what he can find. He's got the setup here, looking for Kuro. Kuro does bring in the Centaur in time. They'll try for the stun. Kuro ticking low. Fairy Fire will keep him alive. He's able to walk out of it, and Adriano has walked into a bit of a dangerous neighborhood here as Liquid will outnumber him and kill him off. Always going to be a risky play, feeling overconfident, coming in with the invis right up to that shrine. There's a lot of way for Liquid to react. Kuro bringing people in. It was always, the chance of that play being successful was very low. At best, he kills a Chen. It costs him his life tsunami, and this This is the sort of the slowdown that, as we say, this Rubik cannot allow happen.
I don't blame him for going for it, though. Kuro has to read that happening 6 seconds in advance to bring in the Centaur. And the Centaur came in like literally the moment that the Shaman and the Rubik started going on the Chen. So I don't even know, like, Kuro must have seen someone earlier because, you know, obviously the Rubik was invis. It's a quick maneuver and unlucky for Adriano.
Mind control brought back up top. Still very slow on the farm of the Centaur. Same to be said for Lelis. They do get the grab onto Kuro. Leo, it's hard for him to get close to offer any sort of right clicks with mind control by Kuro's side, though. Every time he knows that mind control is just going to be able to trade back so much more damage than he can at the moment as this anti-mage.
Still all quiet in terms of the, like, I expected this Rubik to get far more abuse from this Nyx Assassin or this Chen. But it seems like right now, Chen just wants to keep this anti-mage and this Shadow Shaman busy. And Nyx Assassin has mostly been busy helping out the Morphling on the bot lane, but right now it's just Miracle by himself, which he's feeling pretty safe at this stage. He's got 3 points in the attribute shift. There's no way that they can really burst him in time.
Very unlikely unless they're bringing the Shaman.
Look at this Abaddon just taking abuse.
It's a scary, scary morph to poke at between the two of them.
And now Viper migrates back up top. Willingly or unwillingly, he's going to push this.
And he's going to find Theolicor as well by the looks of it. The Viper Strike slow him down. Mind Control runs him over. There'll be the TPs coming in from Pain. We'll see if they can catch anyone on the return. They'll get the lift onto Mind Control. They do manage to separate him. Another stuns out. Mind Control continue to run. Leo jumps in for the attempt on this. The breaks down, and of course, as mentioned earlier, the anti-mage just unable to do anything whilst his passives are broken, so has to retreat. Cannot continue to chase Liquid down. As Liquid get the kill, it's just a support pick off. They also able to get out without losing anything themselves.
And that break situation is going to continue to be an issue. They've got the Nether Toxin, they've got the Vendetta coming up fairly soon as GH is level 5.5. And it's possible that once he gets that level 6 Vendetta, then you'll really see this Chen start moving around. And Kuro's been sitting on this smoke for quite a while. The Mind Control's not yet level 6 for Stampede, so they can't make a move on Leo. Or can they?
They do get the stun set up. Not enough damage though, and with Lelis there, they can try and turn Mind Control. We'll be able to get away though. GH Spike Carapace, again, the power of having that against this sort of uncontrollable passive procs that Lelis is just going to be letting out. Every time, GH can easily hold him back in a multitude of ways.
Pain keep having to teleport to help this anti-mage, whereas Chen, he's just like, you guys want to push top? You guys want to bother anti-mage? It's cool, you can go back. You have a TP scroll whenever you want to. It's just, even though it's only 50 gold, it adds up if you have to keep coming back over and over again. And you know, it's a net worth deficit because Liquid aren't having to buy that many TP scrolls.
Just 10 minutes in, 3 for 1. Very close on the net worth. A lot of space being given to Miracle on this bottom now.
It's close, but this is the same. This is a different shift than what we're seeing in the previous game because at this stage, Anti-Mage was out of control. Templar Assassin was working her way to a Blink Dagger, and we don't see as giant of a lead in this game with this mid Rubik. He's falling behind both of his Liquid's counterparts.
This is bottom lane, trying to slow down the push of both Miracle and Matu. Lelis will show he's got the phase, working on those drums, getting those early items as the Razor, so that they can cause some sort of disturbance, make sure space is there for Leo elsewhere on the map to continue to farm. Has the Demon Edge done? Not going to be as great a timing as in game one, but still a respectable time by the looks of it. Does, of course, not have the treads at the moment. Is going straight the 2 Wraith Bands into the Battle Fury.
This game's the push is going to come much sooner from Liquid, though. They're not going to wait for any sort of Scotty situation. They've already got Chen stealing a siege creep. They get a shackle on Miracle.
Not nearly enough disable, though, to kill this Morphling, as now Miracle could turn. TP's coming in. GH is there looking for the setup with that Vendetta hit. They'll chase down this Razor. Spike Carapace once again onto the passive. They're running him down. The Eye of the Storm causing issues, but not enough as Lelis should fall. Liquid, they'll get one. Can they get more? They'll look towards Theo. Theo trying to hide. TPs are coming in. They have lost GH. Miracle being burst very low. They do lose Kuro, so 2 kills taken in return, but overall Liquid are the ones to get out on top of that trade. 3 kills in total, 2 of them going the way of Matumba Man as they just dive Pain underneath that tower. And Miracle gets out on minimal HP.
He gets out, and the man goes down. The dude had borrowed time, but he was in the Nether Toxin break, so it didn't auto-pop. He needed to cast it manually, and that's just something that that basically happens once per game, and then you're like, my finger is always going to be over that ultimate key. Another successful movement. This is what a Chen allows you. You can quickly siege like that, and look at that. All of Liquid are now basically gone from the bot lane. No one's pushing it anymore. All you needed was to get in, get out, and now GH looking for more. See if you can do something to Leo.
Leo's trying to bait him in under this the sentry ward. GH not going to fall for it. As he'll continue to scout elsewhere on the map. Falling foul to the traps of Pain Gaming. Adriano in that mid has the mech done. Blink Dagger into Greaves. It's going to be the options that he wants for this mid Rubik build. As Leo just having to be careful anytime they're showing lane. In fact, immediately just moves himself down to the other half of the map. Knows that Liquid are going to be prepared to push in as they have the wards down. They see that there's 4 of Liquid top. And there's the Battle Fury fleet, I believe, out onto him. It's Liquid. Not able to find the catch that they may have wanted to. GH. It's very hard for them to fight around it. They have good ward coverage on their half of the map, Pain Gaming. The Sentry and Observer giving them a lot of info. See if it's enough. They're trying to get in with the Stampede. Looking to collapse on top of Adriano, but the wards are down. Pain Gaming, they may be able to get some kills out of this. They look towards Mind Control. A stun holds back the Abandon momentarily. They're all split up now, Liquid. Mind Control will try for the TP out. Will he make it away? He does. He's able to TP out of this. So Liquid, despite diving in underneath the ward, they do not lose Mind Control. This Batumaman Viper still alive, playing around with 3 heroes, soon to be 4. I mean, they've got to be able to kill him, and they will be able to as Batumaman finally goes down. So Pain at least able to find a kill out of this play.
Solid reaction zone, 4-4-4. He proved it in game 1 when he was protecting his anti-mage. Does it again, protecting his Rubik. The Nyx Assassin thought they had clean initiation by carapacing onto that stolen Nether Toxin, but very quick aphotic shield meant that they could just walk out, and Centaur was like, I guess I'll have to stampede now, but all of Pain emerged, and Liquid end up losing that Matumbaman Viper.
As we see, anti-mage Leo, he now he has the Battle Fury complete. He was still waiting on the Void Stone earlier, so it's a very quick timing. Not as quick, about a minute slower than in game 1, but he's still at the top of the net worth.
You're telling me this 0-0-0 anti-mage can't farm as quick as that?
That's true. Yeah, because I was going to say, what was he around at the 15-minute mark? He had a lot of kill involvement last time.
No, but this time he's starving, but it's still finding his way around it.
Yeah. Got 1k gold towards the treads, so timings will be there. And he should be able to keep himself ahead of the farm game as long as Pain Gaming don't get picked off too much by Liquid's heroes.
Yeah, the only thing that gives me pause is, this Greaves build kind of begs the question, like, who's going to be your initiator? We saw Leo initiating a little bit too frequently in the game 1. He would jump in and immediately get Static Storm, stuff like that. And in this game, I think something similar will happen. He may end up, getting carapaced with a cleave. He may end up getting hoof stomped immediately after. So it's kind of up to Rubik, but then he's the one who's building Greaves. This is a very team-based item. This is the kind of thing that you'd want on a Razor who's very tanky and lingering around. It's just a little bit too slow, I think, for Pain to get away with it.
We'll see if he is able to make any sort of clutch saves with that burst heal in the midst of these team fights. There's going to be a lot of damage out from Liquid, and the heroes tanking up. Matumbaman, Hood of Defiance on the way. Viper's going to be very hard to kill. We saw last time sort of 3 heroes struggle to finish him off.
Look at these siege creeps.
Some tower taken for Liquid. Nothing can be done by Pain. They do have 4 members here with the D ward, but Pain just unable to begin the fights. They cannot get a catch. Liquid get the tower. They casually walk away. And while space does continue to be there for Miracle. First ulti orb into the Skadi is complete. 1200 on top of that.
Both teams just have intense faith in their 1 positions. Pain Gaming are basically all in on the anti-mage at this point. It was already kind of true from the draft, but the Rubik hasn't been aggressive enough to become a competent damage-dealing core unless if he just steals the most valuable spells every single time, which, stealing Nether Toxin against a Viper and using it on the Viper can go a long way to making what should be a very tanky hero of the Viper seem kind of vulnerable, but at the same time, as opportunistic as Kuro.
I do get him. Able to put Kuro's deboarding mission to a stop. So just 5 for 6. The fact that this game is as close as it is, I mean, it sort of as it moves down the line, is this a game where a morph takes over, or is it the anti-mage able to stand sort of, level with the morph at all stages of the game, or do you don't really fancy sort of an AM's Hope late game carrying against the morph?
They can keep the pace. It's just that I have more faith in the Viper going late than I do the Rubik going late. Yeah. Pain Gaming have the Razor, which is obviously going to be very, very important, but Centaur is planning for that. He's building damage mitigation. He's got the Vanguard completing. He's working his way to that Crimson Guard, which means that all of Pain's damage, aside from the Rubik, is going to be physical. Whereas Liquid, they have a variety. You've got a lot of damage coming from the Adaptive Strike, from magic damage. You've got a lot of magic damage coming from the Viper.
And Pain, they're smoked up, but as we saw, Liquid able to hit them with the scan. So nobody is going to be left sort of pushing out that bottom lane on Liquid, as they know that it's very likely that they will be jumped. A quick show in the mid lane of Leo.
Yeah, there's pings out. They see Mind Control. Picked up an Invis Rune.
They've got to be careful with this anti-mage. Leo cannot afford to be caught out and run over by these movements from Liquid. As Liquid, likewise themselves, just playing as 4, making sure that Miracle is undisturbed.
They want to debut this Blink Dagger. Little do they know it's already been shown, but they're going to go in on Razor anyway.
See if they can get the cash. Stampede used to allow them to close the gap. They're on top of Adriano. Stuns up for GH. Adriano locked in position. He has the mech. Will be able to run off. It looks like the mech will save him, as they won't lose anyone yet. 4-4-4 has borrowed time. They'll try and control Matuma. A very hard kill to get, though. Of course, Matuma having a pipe himself. And in the river, the stun control. They're onto the Razor. They're kiting him up. It'll be the deny from 4-4-4. Liquid, can they chase this down? Matsu, mech, pipe. He's ready to dive. He's got a pretty much full wand as well, as Pain Gaming have to back away from this aggression of Liquid. Mind Control tries for the jump into the trees. No one's there, but they still get the control onto Lelis. Lelis falling low. He's gone. They've lost the Razor. And Liquid, they're diving tier 1s. They're diving tier 2s. They're moving up to the tier 3s as they'll push back Pain. They're not even done yet. Mind Control just jumps in behind the racks to stun them up. The rest of Liquid will start to back away as 4-4-4 comes back into the game on the Abaddon. But Liquid getting aggressive, and Matuma Man looking like that he's just not going to die. This Viper is so tanky. Mind Control does manage to stun Leo up top. The rest of Liquid aren't there with a follow-up, and Leo will be able to pick up some bounty runes on the way out. They will try to continue to chase, but the blink up time is too good for Leo, as he's able to jump away. But this Viper's an issue, and it does feel that Matuma Man is just so much more of a scary beast already compared to Adriano. The sort of window where this Rubik is going to have a power spike, I don't know when it's going to come, Tsunami.
No, and Viper is pretty much instrumental in making sure that's not going to happen. I mean, we saw Rubik survive that initial engagement underneath the tier 1 tower, but again, he's not dealing damage, he's just staying alive, and that's great if you're a hero with a bunch of auras and stuff like that, and if you have your team backing you up, it's like, okay, you're soaking up all the damage, but your Razor's peppering in attacks, your Anti-Mage can show up, which Anti-Mage could not show up because he does not have a Chen on his team. Chen, and now the initiation onto Leo.
Well, immediately remove the stun of the Aphotic Shield. Very hard for them to find that follow.
The reason why Chen was so popular earlier in these patches is because he basically turned all of your carries into Spectres. They can farm as far away from the fight as you want, and if you think a fight's about to start, if you're about to smoke up, you don't even need to bring your carry. Just think maybe like 6 seconds in advance, start bringing him in, and it used to be even worse. The delay was much shorter, and that's why Miracle was able to show up to that fight, whereas Anti-Mage, he was just trying to push top tier 2.
Miracle trying to maybe start something here, so look towards Leo. Leo's got the Mantis Tower. Will burn the majority of Miracle's mana, whilst he's in that AM form at least. And as both teams show, neither side wanting to continue the fight.
It was about to get recalled, but those illusions cancel it.
This sort of timer, it is benefiting the AM. Now Leo with the Battle Fury Manta, the rate that he can farm is that bit faster than Miracle's Morph. Especially in a game where there's not a lot of kills, just 5 for 7 at 22 minutes. The Greaves are there, so Liquid are certainly building up towards that sort of time of the game where they can just push down lanes as 4 of them without the Morphling. And it'll be very hard for Pain to really put a stop to that pressure. Top lane Theo He'll show himself as he goes for a Hex. He's going to drop down the Serpent Wards as well. Leo actually blinking in here, looking towards Miracle. Stampede popped by Mind Control. As they'll get themselves away, Leo ending up being trapped in his own teammates' wards. As Liquid will escape.
Not a great first usage. I mean, he may have used it earlier, but none of these Serpent Wards are being placed near objectives. And yeah, like you said, the later the game goes, this is buying time for Anti-Mage to get that earlier 6-slot status, which it's not necessarily earlier 6-slot, but it's now initiation. On to 4-4-4, and this borrowed time. It's only going to buy you a little bit.
Kill going the way as Miracle too, as 2,700 gold towards that Eagle Song. E-Blade.
The more important thing is that beyond the Anti-Mage getting time, it's Razor who's getting time. Because normally you have a mid lane Razor and you're just going crazy at this stage of the game because he's usually what the Viper is right now. He should be the mirror of the Viper in that it's a very, very tanky hero who's constantly dealing damage, and the way you itemize is going to help you keep your team alive. But Lelis was not given a mid lane farm role. He was given a side lane farm role. And so he's had to catch up. And he's starting to tank up now. 2.1k HP. He's got the drum. He picked up the Sange. He's been alternating between Sange and Yasha. But now it looks like he's got a BKB queued up. And I think that it's ideal for him to be the Viper of Pain Gaming.
Yeah, just sort of this frontal force that Pain can present in the fights.
Exactly.
Allow Leo to find the space to jump onto the easier kills that he can take out, especially with the Basher done. Leo with that Basher, Manta. If he gets on top of one of the supports, I mean, obviously getting a Bash before the chances there for a Spike Carapace, he can kill them off.
Yeah, gladly. Not the E-Blade build that he showed last game.
Yeah, something a little more conventional from him this time round. GH, you can see that with the build. Getting scaringly close towards the Aghanim Scepter. Just 1,300 gold to go, and it's there for him. Top lane Leo, space is made. Tower's going to be taken. As now he can afford to continue to more aggressively farm on Liquid's half of the map in their jungle with those 2 towers being taken off the map. So more space for Leo to continue to keep his farm game ahead of Miracle's Morphling.
And they are backing far off of the Centaur. And he takes it. Double damage room. Morphling emerges from the trees, and Pain Gaming now need to do something about this Roche.
They really do. But it's hard that with the timings that Liquid have with their items on their cores, it's like, who do you jump? Which core is killable? Matu, Miracle, and Mind Control all incredibly tanky at the moment. And very elusive. These heroes are not easy to kill for Pain Gaming's lineup. They'll get the Roche. Just go away, and Miracle's able to grab it. Bit of split push pressure comes in, and that will allow Pain Gaming, by the looks of it, to finish off the tier 3 tower. So they'll take the trade.
Great carapace by GH. He did it basically right as the Roche was dying. He carapaced the Stolen Nether Toxin, so just in case there was some initiation, your Rubik was going to be useless for a few seconds. And so they do go for the trade, and again, both teams... one fight can very, very quickly make it go one way or the other. In the previous game, basically Pain had to mess up one fight for it to finally start going Liquid way. But right now, either team, like once you get the initiation, if you can kill off this Viper very quickly, or if you can kill off this Razor very quickly, then the rest of the team fight will just fall like dominoes. But right now, no team is making strong initiations. They're just kind of, dancing with each other.
Got big items coming out though. The E-Blade done for Miracle's Morph. We have as well Adriano finishing the Spirit Vessel on top of the Greaves, so a bit of an extra factor to throw into these fights to help deal with these heroes with that boosted regen that they've got going. And definitely, as we sort of touched upon earlier, Leo going for a much more agreeable build on his anti-mage. The Basher, and now into that BKB so that he can come to these fights with this E-Blade Morphling and not worry about just being deleted. As the BKB very, very close for him. GH has got eyes on him, but Leo already up to the high ground, so he should be able to finish that before they are forced to fight. And that BKB jumping to Basher, he gets a kill, but actually he walks up. Gets stunned by the Centaurs, but lucky enough to have 4-4-4 by his side, so will not be chain locked down.
And he's still hanging around. Liquid's like, does this dude have his team behind him or something? And it just immediately starts going down mid. And the rest of Liquid are like, Pain's hiding around here somewhere, right?
I mean, Leo's splitting them up nicely. Yeah, there's pressure onto the tier 2. Mind Control comes in as a sweet man to dodge. Leo's out. They go for the Hex on Mind Control, but with the extra backup of Matuma coming in. Pain are trying to get out of there. Stampede used. They're on the chase. Adriana holds back the Centaur with the telekinesis. Him and Theo Licor are looking to be the ones left behind. Theo Licor will give up his life, gives the space though for Adriano to successfully get out. Back on this top lane, Miracle trying for the split push. Kuro, he'll go down. Hand of God won't save himself. So support for support. Both teams still very much, as you say, they don't want to try and fight head to head.
Where the team fights at?
Yeah, it's all about the split pushing, the reacting to one another, seeing who's sort of going to be playing chicken first, who's going to jump. BKB is now done, though, for this Leo anti-mage. So I feel very much so that Pain Gaming, they can look to take the fight. Because BKB jumps in on a support. If they don't have Stampede, he can get these kills, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I've been thinking that in my mind. Like every time there's a major pickup, like a team fight item, like the Pipe is picked up, and the Greaves are picked up by the Viper. The Crimson Guard was picked up by the Mind Control Centaur. E-Blade is picked up by Morphling. Everyone has all this net worth that they're just waiting to flex with, but neither team wants to make the first move. And I mean, it's not like you need to make a stupid first move. It's more like neither team is giving the other team an opening.
And just a game where it's been so close the entirety of the game. It feels like we've just hovered around this 1K difference between the two teams. The difference hasn't been huge throughout.
It's rare that you'll see a net worth advantage be this consistent for 30 minutes straight.
Yeah, obviously, the big difference in situations for both teams is that Pain, they do have the majority of that farm on the anti-mage.
Yes.
Whereas, obviously, with Liquid, it's split much more evenly between their three cores.
It's very, very top-heavy. And that just makes the game that much more important for this anti-mage. I'm glad he went for the BKB, because oftentimes, if you're not team fighting, then as an anti-mage, you're like, I don't need a BKB. If we're never going to fight, BKB doesn't make me farm faster. But he learned his lesson from last game. One slip-up, and it's game over. So this time he's planning more himself a little bit better, and now they're starting to take care of these shrines as a product of that Shaman split-pushing that top tier 3 earlier.
And it is pretty hard to kill you, as long as he has the back of a 4-4-4 behind him. If he does get jumped, Aphotic Shield, BKB, like Liquid shouldn't be able to kill this anti-mage unless Pain makes some colossal mistakes. Theo is going to walk into the base, drops down the Serpent Wards immediately, will dive for that. I mean, they'll get a few hits onto the racks, but Liquid are able to farm those Serpent Wards straight up. So a little hasty there with the placement of those by Theo, as it will not get anything really done for Pain Gaming as a side. Stampede, they've got their eyes on Lelis. Lelis, he's out alone. There is no backup here for the Razor as Liquid just converge on top of him. The kills there for Miracle. And these are the sort of misplays that Pain can't allow to have. As Liquid, they'll do the most of those. Leo is still around here. Does have the BKB, so it's a hard chase for Liquid. They want to try and go for him.
This is how it starts, Owen. This is where it starts sliding out of control if they're not careful. Wow, Leo just
BKB CP's out. I mean, it does allow him to clean up that creep wave.
There's still one lone melee creep going, but I don't think that they're gonna push with it. It's only a matter of time. I don't really see an urgency for either team, because it's all about if you can find a good initiation. If you can't find it, then just keep farming out both of your cores. Yeah, it kind of sucks that you had to blow a 10-second BKB on the anti-mage, but it's only a 2k net worth advantage for Liquid until you can find some good vision, which I think the Nyx Assassin is the most important thing for Liquid, because you see how many Radiant Sentry Wards there are on the map. These supports are broke because they have to be constantly so aware of this GH Nyx Assassin, and he's providing vision everywhere also. So not only is he forcing the enemy supports to spend a lot of money, he's saving his team a lot of money because they don't have to buy as many wards, they don't have to go as deep to place them. He's just a mobile observer ward. With an Aghanim Scepter, no big deal.
It just seems so hard as well for Pain to kill Matuma Man. He's got a Shiva's Guard finish as well on this Viper. Matuma Man, he is not dying this game. He's not going to die.
I mean, we saw that highlight earlier in day 1, I think, where Matuma Man basically stayed at a 10th HP for, I believe the highlight reel was showing 65 seconds, and it was basically the same build. In fact, I don't even know if he had the Shivas at that point, but this is Liquid like Viper. A lot of teams have passed on Viper. Like I said, Liquid the only team to pick it in this tournament thus far, and you're hard-pressed to find a reason why it's not a great hero. He won his lane. He's a great hero to carry all these auras, and he's not going to be easy to kill no matter how late this goes.
Miracle. He's got The butterfly, the farm just continues. GH getting the spike carapace proc onto the two of them. And we'll zip forward looking for Lelis. BKB comes out. They do get the Hex onto Miracle, but Mind Control jumps in onto the Shaman. Stampede's used. Leo's trying to get in, but with the Crimson Guard, it's so hard for him to do any damage at all to anybody. Mind Control does get separated from the rest of the team as they'll look towards him, but Miracle slides in, nukes down the Shaman, turns towards Lelis. There'll be a buyback coming up for Theo Lacour as he'll try and return to the fight. They have managed to get Kuro on the back lines. 444 trying to keep his hands onto Miracle, but the second one down, a third one as well. Triple kill for Miracle. They're losing heroes left, right, and center, but they have got that kill on Mind Control. Can they get anything more? Leo pops the BKB, looks towards GH, but the Viper Strike from Matsu through that magic immunity is down on Leo. He cannot fight on. Miracle gets the Ultra. Pain, they've got to get out of there. This is not a fight that they can turn up to, as Miracle has hit scary, scary proportions as this morph, as he could just enter these fights, and there's not a lot they could do about him with that E-Blade and Butterfly. He has a lot of agi. Leo does get the jump with the Basher, but it's not enough, not nearly enough. They don't have control, they don't have the damage once Miracle's mana has been drained. He can just stand there, and with Matsu by his side, Liquid can push on. There's 3 dead on Pain Gaming.
This initiation by Nyx Assassin is so effortless. Whereas to disengage from Pain, they have to put so much effort. Rubik has to steal Stampede. You got to deal with the Centaur with a ton of HP. Then once you finally think you've gotten rid of all these spells, in comes Morphling, starts shotgunning people before your eyes.
Leo actually blinking into this. Lelis is going to leap forward. BKB's pop. We'll try and get the static link off to Matumba, but he has to back away now. Miracle zips in, looks towards Leo. Leo, another shield's there from 444, but he's gone. Nuke down. Liquid, they kill him off. He's got to buy back. They've got to get back in on this one. This fight around their tier 3. Can they get anything happen? They get the shackle. They've got the control. They get Miracle. Miracle's dead. They'll kill off the morph. They need more, though. They're looking for Matsu. They've used a fair few buybacks over the last minute. Pain Gaming. What else can they get? Leo's trying to chase down Kuro. Matsu, he's out of mana. He's still got a lot of HP to work off. They've got the shackles. Lelis stealing a lot of damage with the static link. Mind Control jumping in. They'll turn back towards Leo. Spell shield pop. Lelis will kill off the Nyx Assassin. But here's the buybacks. Liquid know that Pain themselves, they don't have the buybacks really on the big cause. So Liquid, what can they do with their own buybacks? They brought back Miracle buying back. Doesn't look like they're actually going to push straight back into the base. So at the least, Pain Gaming are able to push back Liquid's attempts. And especially with Liquid expending on those buybacks, it does bring the net worth difference back down to a more manageable place for Pain.
Yeah, Anti-Mage buys back, and the Morphling and Nyx Assassin buy back. And it's kind of understandable on Liquid. You've got a Chen who can bring you in, but...
Oh, Adriano steps forward, the shield already being used upon him. Miracle zips in with the waveform. That's the Rubik gone. Lelis, BKB's back up. He'll pop it. Wards it down, but Miracle jumps in. Kills off Theo Lacour. They'll look back towards Lelis as the BKB is shortly going to end. He'll try for the TP out, but the BKB is already ended, so they can cancel it. 3 heroes down on Pain Gaming. Another double kill for Miracle. As Liquid, they'll chase on. Miracle inside of the Anti-Mage blinks in. They'll get the TP cancel with the Adaptive Strike. 444 stuck in the trees. Leo, BKB pop. He has to run. Only 2 left alive on Pain. The 3 dead do not have buybacks. Triple kill for Miracle. Another kill for his more 13-1-3 this game, as they'll be back up to the high ground. 444 does have a buyback, but these fights just looking to get increasingly harder and harder for Pain Gaming to hold against Liquid. With these items that they have, with these heroes that they have, Pain, they just cannot get the big crucial kills.
They can't get the big crucial kills. They can't even start the fights properly. Every single time, it's always this Nyx Assassin just carapacing from a distance, and no one really knows, like, how do we start a fight? Your Shaman doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Your Rubik has one, but again, like, he's a very important core to keep alive with his Spirit Vessel and his Guardian Greaves, and now the Rax is...
I mean, look at that army of siege creeps that Kuro's bringing in. So much siege potential, and makes quick works of 2 sets of Rax. As Liquid now well up in advantage. Pain Gaming just haven't really been able to do anything this game with that level lead, so that level place that they were at. They put a lot on the anti-mage. They do lose Kuro. Leo's able to get that pick off. But so much weight is on Leo's shoulders, particularly when they're running this lineup with that mid Rubik. It really has. It was gone far past that point where there's not a lot that Adriano can offer to the fight.
And now he needs to be so careful, because if he dies, it's game over. He does not have buyback. He spent it earlier in that defense. And the same is true for the Morphling, but Liquid still has 2 Raxes, and their top Rax hasn't been damaged at all, just very, very slightly. So it's not like Pain can quickly turn this game around instantly. It's going to take at least 2 fights at the minimum.
Leo Zinnies and those siege creeps. It'd be pretty nice if he's able to take those away from Kuro. That isn't going to be the case. They'll look towards Roche instead. Serpent wards drop down immediately. They need to get this. But Liquid sure as hell aren't going to let them. They're heading towards the pit. Jump in. Leo immediately pops the BKB. They'll look towards GH. GH has tried to burrow up. Spike Carapace pops as well. They cannot kill him quick enough. They've lost their Shaman. Lelis pops the BKB. Miracle as well, moving in onto 444. The borrow time is going to wear off. That's the Abaddon gone. Double kill for Miracle. Stun controls there from Mike Troll and GH. Leo does still manage to blink away, but they lose 2. Roshan still standing. Liquid moves up to Adriano. A third hero dead once again on Pain Gaming. Leo's trying to chase something, trying to chase Kuro and his army of siege creeps. He'll kill a couple of the siege creeps. Can he get Kuro? A mana void on a target with full mana. Won't do a lot, but he does still get the kill. As Kuro gone, but again, just the outnumber here from Liquid. They have more than enough space to allow Miracle to finish off Roshan, get the Aegis. They're going to be pushing in again. They'll have the Shaman and Abaddon back up in less than 20 seconds, but Adriano is still dead for 40. As Liquid, they'll head straight to the tier 4s. Pain Gaming, they've got one more chance at a hold here, but it's a very small chance, Tsunami.
Leo's gonna have to pull off. I'm not even gonna bother. They can't do this.
Let's see.
It's too far gone.
It looks to be Leo's gonna try jumping in with the BKB, looking to GH, but GH brought up. He's just so tanky. They cannot kill any of these cores. They cannot kill the supports. Lelis will buy back, but they're onto the Ancient. Liquid. Pain Gaming. Can they really push back Liquid? Miracle just popping the BKB. Zips in. Double kill again for him. Pain struggling to be able to leave the base. The Ancient falling. Pain. Can they do this? BKB from Lelis moving in. Leo goes for the backlines, trying for mind control, but he's got so much HP. He's impossible to kill. Mind control comes back in with a stun. There will be a shackle onto mind control. Leo with the Manta will begin to burn the mana of Miracle, but Matsu, he's focusing the Ancient. So is mind control. They're looking to close this game up, move on in the tournament. Leo trying for Miracle, but the Ancient is going. GG is caught, and Liquid will take the game, take the series 2-0, as Pain Gaming putting a lot of pressure on their anti-mage Leo to perform, but the games were too tough. They couldn't do it in game 1, and they couldn't do it in game 2.
It was too much. Liquid knew exactly what they were doing, and they were just biding their time until the opportunity presented itself. It was their kind of draft. They played it exactly the way they wanted to. Just have the Chen make sure that the early game is all fine. Your Nyx Assassin's going to take care of the mid game, and Miracle's going to control you to the late game. Just so much damage mitigation. I know Kyle himself is a big fan of it. You got the Centaur Ags, you got the Ags on Nyx Assassin. All these heroes take so long to kill.
They really did. I mean, you can see it on the scoreboard. Miracle died once that game. Mind Control died once that game. And Matu died once that game. They just could not kill anybody sort of significant on Liquid's lineup. All the cores remained alive from sort of the mid-game onwards. Miracle showing it to be a pretty free game after a certain point as he hit the early timings on the Morphling, getting this very quick E-Blade into Butterfly on top of the Skadi, and it was just sort of up and up from there for Liquid.
Yeah, it's a shame. Everyone was kind of, fingers crossed that, a Pain South American squad, can they pull out another Liquid upset, as Liquid has had their Achilles heels of these South American teams just randomly taking serious. But this time, I guess, third time is not the charm after Birmingham and Dream League.
Not indeed, as Liquid will continue on in this lower bracket, but it's the end of the road for Pain Gaming as Liquid take the series 2-0.
Yeah, Pain Gaming, they fought hard, but it was not enough. Liquid 2-0 here. Pain taking their exit. Let's discuss their second game of the series here with Kyle and Grand. Gentlemen, it was going to be an uphill battle.
Yes.
I think after the draft, that was kind of already the story. And then, it didn't look all bad, but wasn't as good as the first game. Grant, you want to start?
Yeah, I think it was Leo played an actually better game the second game than the first one. His item choices, how he played the map, how he cut the map. But the other four just didn't do as much. You have this mid Rubik, and he died, like twice by the 10-minute mark. And we said you have to have a perfect game.
Yeah.
He went the Spirit Vessel, the Greaves build, and they just couldn't fight without the AM.
You said that was something you'd seen before, right?
Yeah.
But I've not seen Rubik mid at this event yet, and I was just kind of befuddled. There's no playmaking ability, feels like, from anyone on the whole side.
I think that was the problem, right? Like, it was pretty much your AM splitting the map, so you're trying to get these random pickoffs with heroes, and it just didn't work.
I didn't like Lelis's build either. I think it's, you're playing this off-lane Razor, technically, even if it's from the safe lane. You're still the 3, and he's going 4-1-1, maxing out the Q. Razor is super powerful because you're maxing out your passive by like level 7 or 8, and you're clearing the jungle. You get incredible amounts of XP per minute from this, and it's not possible, I suppose, when you have a Rubik and an AM that's going to eat the map as your other cores. It's a tough game for Pain. Don't like the AM 2 games in a row. You had the dream. You're never going to get a start like that again against Liquid. And now you're not even last picking the Anti-Mage. You're giving them that ability to take, obviously, well, not the Medusa Drow, but Morphling. You're picking into Morphling. Just weird. Weird.
That was the biggest thing, like this Morphling. You don't see it there, but it is a Morphling. And I think, right, you second pick it, and you can always get the static link. So every fight, he had 100+ damage every time, or he had Blink.
Yeah.
Like, it's 2 cores Morphling loves playing against.
And you said the Scotty first as well. Just guarantees, like, you waveform forwards, you hit the Razor, pop your link.
And he went the waveform range every time so he could get on top of people. It was not a perfect game by Liquid, but a lot better than the first.
Yeah, I mean, they gave that's their comfort zone. For lack of better phrasing, it's the sort of draft that you see Liquid pick up against teams that they are supposed to beat. We don't need to do anything special. We all understand how to play our roles in this game. Just keep it simple.
Viper, Necro, just do it,
Yeah, for people here at the venue, by the way, Pain Gaming will have a signing session in between this series and the next. So now is the time if you want to immortalize some of these guys' signatures, because they're here.
They might be a little bit sad, but they will sign your stuff.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a dubious, timing for them, but I think it's still very cool that they do still do that.
Yes, agreed.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't. You'd be back in the hotel already.
Well, I wouldn't be playing. We probably wouldn't have made the event, so I would have been signing autographs like through Twitter or something.
Yeah. Please sign my Steam profile.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like I tried to give away my autograph once. I was selling them. No one would buy them. So
All
I
right.
give them away for free.
And people were still. You just see them on the street.
You ever hear the lines like, somebody gave me Knicks tickets. They said they leave them at the hotel.
All right, guys.
Too. When I came back, there were 4. What?
Well, I do like to hear what players normally think, and former player, but I am very much more interested in what actual players, active players, think at the moment. And right now, I believe we're going to interview with Helen and Matumaman on the stage. So Helen, take it away.
Hello, I'm here with Matumaman from Team Liquid. Congratulations, Matu.
Thank you.
So, Pain Gaming gave up a pretty good fight in both games, but in game 1, it looked really, really bad at one point. What was the team inside the booth?
I mean, I think we stayed pretty calm, but definitely some level 1 movement wasn't as sharp as we would have wished that game. We got our wrong laning setup from the start, and it kind of hindered our early game, and Earthshaker played really well, and we just kept our cool and it's okay, let's just keep farming on Rao and Medusa, and eventually we'll probably win.
问了他第一把就是其实情势挺烈的，然后他说只要保持冷静，他们美杜莎就是继续打钱的话，迟早会赢的。然后对面的小牛也打得非常好。So you had a lot of success with your former coach Hing, but you have a new coach now. How has RMN helped your team throughout the entire process of this event?
He has a lot to say about the strategy part, and I think he still is trying to mash in with the team, because we've been together for 3 years already, and we're kind of we know each other, and every time someone new comes in, it kind of brings a little bit of fresh air to the team, and he definitely has a different approach than he into the coaching part.
他们的新教练 RM 对他们的战术上有很大的帮助，然后同时也是想融入一个2年的队伍。当然 ，RM 也带来了一个更清新的看法，把清新的东西带进了队伍。Liquid is moving on to the next round. How confident are you in winning the tournament? Besides from buying battle pass levels, what else can you do to make that chance even better?
Chance winning the tournament? I mean, I think our like the voice line, like the Seb, could be a little bit better, but we'll see. We'll see. Probably go see some Mickey Mouse and Goofy at the Disneyland, so to get some motivation.
问了一下马土他们对这次比赛有没有信心，然后会怎么去获得更大的机会去胜利。他说可能要去迪士尼找一些灵感，找米奇或者其他卡通人物去找一些灵感才行。There were a lot of people watching and cheering for Liquid. Can you just give a few words to the people who came out here to watch you?
I mean, it's always that we see Liquid fans at events. It's really heartwarming, and it's like it goes to show that like the work that we do, like playing professional video games, it actually like cheers people up, and like it just doesn't bring us players money, but it actually helps other lives too. It's always cool to see when people are so passionate about us playing the game.
Hey, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Helen.
我们稍后还有更精彩的比赛。I'll see you guys back here later.
Thank you so much, Helen and Matuman. Indeed, I'm curious what's on that cue card that Matu had there, but
I have an idea, but it's not appropriate for the stream.
all right. Well,
It's not words, guys. It's a drawing.
Well, then keep it to yourself.
I will.
But he's always a humble guy, and there were indeed a lot of Team Liquid fans coming out here to Disney's Events Arena today.
Yeah. They're all over Reddit too. It was funny. The first, the first half is just how washed up Liquid is, how they need to make a roster change. They're obviously not taking it seriously. All the front runners, and then they win, and suddenly the tune changes. I never doubted them. I had faith in Kuro all along.
Yep. No, there are a ton of fans. Even when we were at we were walking around actual Disneyland Park yesterday, there was a ton of just Team Liquid hoodies everywhere. I was like, dang, these guys, they've got the traveling fans ready to cheer.
They were indeed. By the way, once again, reminder, you can now start queuing up for that signing session of Pain Gaming if you want to check that one out here at the venue here at MDL Disneyland Paris Major. And after that, I mean, after also a break, we're gonna move forward. We're gonna take a look at the bracket and see where we're at here after we've already had 3 lower bracket best of 3s. It's going to be 4 in total by the end of the day, but I also think that these first 3, we kind of, you look at the schedule and you're like, these matches, they'll probably won't be too
You can say it. They were 3 very one-sided matches,
Yes.
Going into it.
I think the first 3 matches, pretty much all of the backstage talent predicted to go 2-0 in the direction that they went.
Yes.
Vici Keen, a bit more unpredictable. And wow, though, look at the matchups. Regardless of which Chinese team takes this final series, like these are some stacked elimination series, and that's just for top 6.
Just for top. Well, you're saying just for top 6, but if you compare this to last year there were 4 top teams that everybody all wanted to see go up against each other, and that was kind of the top. But now we've got like 8 teams that are super exciting to see that belong in that top 8 that are all having a shot there at the upper echelons of a tournament. You still have the usual suspects, of course, but I mean, other than Team Secret, these OG, EG, Ninjas in Pajamas, they're great teams, but if you would mention the top 2 in the world, those 3 teams wouldn't be added to that.
It depends on who you're at. I mean, if you said top 3 teams,
I said top 2 intentionally, Kyle.
He gotcha. He gotcha. No, I think that, but this Keen Vici gaming, I honestly think if it wasn't interregional, that Vici would just be heavily favored. But the fact that these teams always scrim, it's not even the scrim, it's the playing in tournaments, playing in pubs. You never know what's going to happen in those. Makes it so much harder, because if it was like Vici versus Pain, it's going to be like a 90-10 Vici versus anyone else. But the fact it's Vici Keen, I don't know. It could go either way. I still think they're favored mildly 75-25.
I think
it's lower?
Keen was top 6 last major. They just crushed Mineski 3-0 at ES Mumbai.
Did you see what they did in the group stage?
Who cares?
You know what?
Gentlemen, what are we talking about? We're in playoffs.
We will continue the discussion very soon. I want to quickly touch upon Pain's exit before we take a break, because this was their last matchup. We're gonna close their chapter, but I don't think it will be the end of the book yet.
Oh, for sure. I think they arguably had the best tournament they could have hoped for.
Yeah.
They kicked out their main competition from the region. He's in misery.
All the way out.
Misery's like, that's it. I'm out of here. I can't handle it. Pain brought the pain.
Yep.
And he couldn't handle the fire and had to go all the way back to Europe.
I agree. And I think the biggest thing is they are probably the best team now in South America. I don't believe they're going to make any changes. I've heard some of even like the Majestic, maybe all those teams are going to make some changes. So you're going to have this Pain team who's the clear and ahead favorite to just take that South American slot now. So they have a lot to look up to. And like I said, I still think Lelis is like a top 2 South American player. So
yeah, I think so too. I made fun of him a little bit for the stack of papers he had behind the desk, but it at least demonstrates, he's putting his effort in.
Oh, wow.
The squad is professional. And
I mean, are you making fun of me for my stack of papers?
Yeah, like the thing is, strategically, I actually think Pain did great. There's a big difference between like strategy and tactics. With tactics being like your in-game like micro maneuvers around the map trying to find advantage. But as far as the overall strategy, what?
No, I was just helping.
Like personally, I think Lelis did a great job.
Yeah.
And if his team had more experience, maybe they were a bit better individually, they would have had a great shot at
This is
beating,
experience
like,
right here.
It is. You have to get it somewhere.
Yep. And well, it might be that we'll just see them at the next major.
I would put a pretty good guarantee on that, yeah.
I'll give it a guarantee. He's a little hesitant.
I will give it the most humongous guarantee ever.
Okay.
Pain is going to Epicenter.
All right.
Well, we're gonna find out that in a month or so. For now, though, we are gonna continue on with this major right now, with the MDL Disneyland Paris major, and we'll continue after this break.
Tony gets some kills in response, but the Phonic Shield is up once more. G8, he walks back in. He sees they're running him down there. Eye of the Storm causing issues, but not enough as Lelis should fall. Liquid, they'll get one. Can they get more? They'll look towards Theo. Theo trying to hide. TVs are coming in. They have lost. Look being burst very low. They do lose Kuro. So 2 kills. So the Commando tries to jump into the trees. No one's there, but it's still getting control onto Lelis. Lelis falling low. He's left behind. The other call will give up his life. Gives the space though for Adriano to successfully get out. Back on his top lane, Miracle trying to split push. Kuro, he'll go down. Adamdog won't save himself. So Theo is going to walk in the base, drops down the Serpent Ward immediately. Will die for that. Again, the eyes on Lelis. Lelis, he's out alone. There's no backup here for the Razors. Liquid just converts on top of him. He's out of control to anybody. Mind control just gets separated from the rest of the team. As they'll look towards him, a Miracle slides in. Leads down the Shaman, turns towards Lelis. There'll be a buyback coming out from the other cores who try and return to the fight. They have managed to get Kuro on the back lines. 4-4-4 tries to keep his hands onto Miracle for the second one down. A third one as well. Triple kill for Miracle. They're losing heroes left, right, center, but they have got that kill on mind control. Can they get anything more? Leo pops the BKB, looks towards Jim, but the Viper's trying for Magic through that Magic immunity is down. Looks towards Leo. Leo never shows there from Manager from 4-4-4, but he's gone. Luke down. Liquid, they kill him off. He's got to fight back. They've got to get back in on this one. This fight around their tier 3. Can they get anything out? But they get the shot, but they're going to control. They get Miracle. Miracle's dead. They'll kill him for more. They need more though. They're looking for Matsu. They've used a fair few buybacks at the last minute. Pain Gaming. What else can they get? Who's upon it? Miracle zips in with the waveform. That's the Ruby got. Lelis BKB's back up. He'll pop it. Walks it down. But Miracle jumps it. Kills off the other core. They'll look back towards Lelis. The BKB is surely going to end. They'll try for the TP out. But the BKB's already ended, so they can cancel it. 3 heroes down on Pain Gaming. Another double V2 left alive on Pain. The 3 they do not have buybacks. Triple kill for Miracle. And
Rubik has one, but again, like, he's a very important to keep alive with his Spirit Vessel and Rex.
I mean, look at that army of siege creeps that Kuro's bringing in. So much siege potential and makes quick works of 2 sets. Just so tanky. They cannot kill any of these goals. They cannot kill the supports. Lelis will buy back, but they're onto the Ancient. Liquid. Pain Gaming. Can they really push back Liquid? Miracle just popping the BKB. He's in the tournament. Leo trying for Miracle, but the Ancient is going. GG is caught, and Liquid will take the game, putting a lot of pressure on their.
Something where I felt like I would actually push the whole craft forward. I could give people something that they would enjoy.
好，欢迎来到 MDL 趣味小课堂之语文课堂。那我们这一期的趣味视频跟大家来做一个比较简单的问答游戏，然后接下来会问你们一些问题，你们就随心所欲的答就好了。好，首先问一下杨婶，想一个男性的人名或者称呼。
DY。
好，想一个地名。
成都。
成都 ，OK。好，接下来这个问题要问阮子，想一个女性的人名或者称呼。
雏田。
好，下一个，来，杨婶想一个形容词。
好白啊。
白是吧？好，可以。想一个人身体上的一个部位，随便什么部位。
脸。
想一个数字。
7。
想一个感叹词。可以吧，可以吧，还可以。一个吐槽的话或者口头禅。
我又死了。
一个圈内的好友。
泰迪呀。
好，泰迪，好的。一个刀塔的英雄。
炸弹人。
炸弹人。贬义形容词。
杂鱼。
可以，这个很扁，好吗？好了，那我们问答环节就到这里结束了。接下来呢，我们已经把刚刚的问题的答案都填到我们准备好的剧本里了。两位呢将会给我们下来一出舞台剧。冉子呢会是一个类似公主、睡美人的角色，杨神呢会是一个类似王子的角色。然后呢，接下来我们就是一个对戏的时间，两位要好好准备一下了。好，我们现在开始吧。
大家好，我是 DY 王子，成都的机器人。我今天来解救雏田公主。啊，雏田公主你可真白呀！大家好，我是王子。大家好，我是 DY 王子。
2000 years later。
大家好，我是 DY 王子，成都的继承人。今天来此就为了解救雏田公主。啊，雏田公主你可真白啊！她受到了女巫的诅咒，睡着了。我躺，到了，你换，我躺，你来，我来点，你真是个废物，我躺，你先你上，我躺。
A few moments later。
我是 DY 王子，成都王位的继承人。今日来此就是为了解救雏田公主。雏田公主正在躺在那里，她看起来真是太白了。她受到了女巫的诅咒，听说只要亲吻她的脸才能唤醒她。如此白的脸，别说亲一次，就算亲7次我也愿意啊！雏田公主，我来了。
哦，你在这里，你是谁？
雏田公主，我是 DY 王子，因为你受到了女巫的诅咒，我刚才亲吻你的脸才唤醒你的。
就是啊，谁让你叫醒本公主的？
泰迪让我来的，他让你赶紧多练炸弹人。
泰迪真是个杂鱼，哎，走了。
啊，那两位刚刚应该是人生第一次演话剧吧？感觉怎么样？
感觉很不棒，
还行吧。
可以转行做演员了，你就算了，你这个记忆力做不了演员的，只能躺在这儿。
我适合演尸体。
适合演尸体。好，那十分感谢两位参加我们今天的趣味小课堂，我们下期再见。
Let's get down to business with our final elimination match of the day. We have lower bracket match Keen Gaming versus Vici Gaming coming your way right here at the MDL Disneyland Paris Major. I am Shiva, I'm your host for this one, and I am joined by Grant, and also Kyle is still here.
I know. They tried to get rid of us, but I said no.
Didn't work, guys.
We're not leaving.
I gave it my all. I gave it my all. Are these teams going to give it their all?
Old Chicken, that's the only name you need to know. If they want to win this round, it's all on him. This dude is playing he's playing Leshrac carry in these no carry lineups. He's the one dictating everything. If Keen even wants a shot, he has to play well. X Factor, stamped.
I mean, that's a hot take.
And?
It does.
What is your take?
Well, if the team that drafts better wins, then they won. Thanks, Kyle. Back to you, Shiver.
Well, thank you for that insight, Kyle.
No problem.
No?
That's why I'm here.
All right, what do you make of this match? The previous two times Vici Gaming and Keen Gaming faced each other, it was Vici Gaming all the way. And that was obviously in qualifier games, not on LAN, in their own region. And I feel like we got Keen Gaming coming off hot off a victory in Mumbai. They come off a win coming into this. Vici Gaming coming off a loss. Sure, they're the previous major winners, but momentum.
It's the same patch, Sheaves.
Yes.
And they had a huge advantage in that major. They had the first read as to this, you don't win the game in 20 minutes, but it's almost like you've secured the win. And then it's just staying on that path and you're closing it out after the second Roche. Yeah. But it's hard to make those mistakes when you just throttle the map, control more than 70% of it, and eventually outfarm, get your items up, whatever. They were the first to not really innovate, but they would hit the timing specifically on mid-tower around the 5 or 10 minute catapult, and they would just crush games. It's now a month or two later. Squads like Keen have had time. They've prepared. They've played against Vici. They've gained this experience, and that strategical advantage Vici had is now completely gone, and it's back to tactics. Who's actually the better team around the map? The drafting, not really as up or down. I actually kind of favor Keen coming into this. I think Vici's been playing a bit off, and I think Keen has a lot more on the line in that they... Well, what is that? What is that?
You're just wrong.
Well,
I mean, you wanted me to...
Well, please explain.
Did you watch Keen in groups? They were probably one of the worst looking teams. They were in the group of death, I will say, but they looked like when they literally drafted a Leshrac carry, and their second best carry was an Enigma.
And?
You said it's
They're risk
about
takers.
drafts.
It's
What
group
was that?
stage. They're still here, aren't they?
They sure are. You were correct, but I think Vici is a 75-25.
All right. I think you're going to have to hold your horses for a little bit, because before we continue that discussion that I'm sure is going to be very heated, we are going to first see the teams take their places on the grand stage here at the MDL Disneyland Paris Major.
Merci. Vici Gaming. Et leurs adversaires, Keen Gaming.
Based on points, both teams, well, Vici guaranteed through, but Keen probably through. It's one of those where they're already in the top 8 and 9, I believe, and something miraculous needs to happen for them to not make it to TI. But this match, this best of 3 right here, there is a lot on the line in terms of fan base, because these inter-regions matchup that we see here in the lower bracket, they're crazy, and they are so important to get your fans, to get behind you for TI.
I agree, and the fact that both of them are pretty much like already at TI, like we might just see some of the craziest Dota we've seen today.
Yeah, I think it's conducive to good Dota when you don't have much on the line, and obviously teams want to perform. Your goal is to win this tournament, but the big pressure, especially for Keen, is off. Like, you look at your point total, you feel confident. Now it's just about, to your point, like having fun, playing good Dotes.
Why is that more so for Keen than for Vici?
What?
I'm wondering that as well.
I'm saying for both teams. You said for both teams. What are you doing to me? What was the question?
It was the fact you think it's more conducive for Keen to
You don't even
be
know what the
playing
word
for
conducive
nothing,
means.
but
So
I know
how are
I'm
you
using
gonna
it correctly here, and I just think it's going to be a fun game because both of them are pretty much already qualified. It is interregional, but played on an international stage, which always sets up, like, you even saw when they were walking on stage, they were smiling at him.
Yes.
Like, it is a rivalry, but they were just having some fun with it. I think this will be the best series of the day, bar none.
I think that's a pretty opposite of bold prediction right
I
there,
also
Grant.
think that is not very hard.
I agree.
I don't know. That Pain game 1 was pretty hype.
True. That is true.
And I think they had a good shot of it, but yeah, I
You said
agree.
the best game, though. That would assume you mean like best skills, best Dota played.
Yeah.
That wasn't ideal Dota.
I think that is dependent on what priorities you have when watching Dota 2.
Well, that's a good point. What do people want to see when they watch Dota 2?
It actually is, right? Some people like seeing those crazy games where people are just playing all that, but some people love seeing those 24-0 games, and you're just like, that's perfect.
I think that there's a lot of overlap in the way people view like car races, whatever the circuit is. It's like some people, they want to watch fast driving, like good moves, whatever, drafting. I don't know what good driving is, but then other people are just like, yeah, I want them to crash into the wall, yeah, and they get hyped or something. And Dota is kind of similar, where, I prefer the well-played games where there isn't a critical error here and there, but other people just want to watch RTZ spin around on a cliff. So
I want to
Whatever you
see a
want.
combination of all of the above. That, to me, makes from a good game to a great game to an amazing Dota 2 game. We want to see a little bit of everything.
You do, exactly. You want to be hyped, but you still want to see that like top tier play. I mean, this is the 3rd best team in the world if you go by DPC points right now, so we should be seeing that.
We should be seeing that for sure. And Grant, you mentioned earlier that you're going to look to see what Old Chicken is going to bring to the table on this one. Who on the side of Vici Gaming are you going to keep your eye on?
Ori.
that man right there in the back stretching. What are you talking about, Grant?
It's always Ori for me. I think, Peter already kind of exposed ROTK. He even said that himself. But I think you go to Ori, and I think with how he's just been playing pretty decent this tournament on the other side of stuff, he is not. Like, I think Ori might just run him over, and this could be a big problem for him.
Okay.
Now, Vici Gaming was very dominant in their groups, and then we did have PPD saying, well, I think, the draft was just the problem, and I think I got RTK figured out. And coming to that series, he did. He had him figured out.
He had him figured out. We'll see if they take notes from it
Yes.
themselves. That's the biggest thing.
Well, I would imagine that as Keen Gaming, in preparation to face Vici, that's what you're going to do, right? You're going to study the series where Vici actually
100%.
lost.
100%. That Drow thing's going to be interesting. I think the Leshrac is going to... I think Leshrac's going to be that hero that gets first banned every game, like this series, but no other series.
Yeah. There's definitely a chance of that as a position 1 here gets compared with... There's 2 very different position 1s, though, right?
Look at the bottom stat. Yeah, all of that. Like, it's 6% more gold just from hitting creeps. And I mean, that goes, right? You're playing a Leshrac with an Atos. You want to hit heroes.
Yep, it's true. I'll be curious to see how this series plays out. I think it's all going to be about pace, tempo. Whichever side gets ahead, I think you're going to have a tough time taking that lead away from them. Both squads emphasize these heroes that are incredibly powerful and peak in the mid game, but still have that power to ramp up and accelerate so that you're never really on that clock like we saw earlier today in a few of the series.
Yeah.
What I'm hoping for this mid matchup is that it is going to be a matchup hero-wise that is going to be one of those skill-based ones, and nobody's going to help him out. They're just going to be 1v1ing. You know, support's coming to your rescue. You know, keep him busy on some other lanes, and let's just make this one a good 1v1.
Look at the photo. You can see the difference in attitude, you know. He's just giving a friendly thumbs up, or he's like, nah, dog.
Nah, thumbs
Hell
down.
no. If they were, Caesar, there'd be a bit of an outcry from those in the stand.
If you are facing Vici Gaming, though, you know that Vici Gaming is very flexible in terms of putting Ori sometimes on the safe lane, sometimes Paparazzi mid. How are you going to deal with that? What matchup are you going to look for as Keen Gaming?
I think you just don't want to give Paparazzi the hardest carry in the game. If he is a TB, you've already done something wrong. Something like that to me.
I think you're looking at Luna, Morph, and Terrorblade. Those are the big 3 carries that I don't want to see Paparazzi playing if I'm Keen. Stuff that just naturally outscales pretty much everything in the game and also does a ton of structure damage. I think Lone Druid for Old 11 could be a nice surprise pick, or you could even select it early. I believe they have multiple players that are confident.
Well, I think if we learned one thing from those lower bracket games is do not let Darkseer through against Keen Gaming.
That hero, yeah. I mean, Old 11, it's probably his best hero. He plays it better than anyone else, and you know what he's going to do, but he's always going to do it. Look at that average hero healing, 400 more. A lot of Necro games there. And this is, I mean, I think Fog talks about the most, but 4 position is like the most important one right here. And I think this is the most even matchup between the 2 teams. I think Fade and Kaka might honestly be the best 2 players on their team. Top 2 players on their team. And it depends, because I feel like one of them's going to play an aggressive 4, and the other's going to be forced to play defensive, and then styles are going to clash.
I think Fade is is the up and coming superstar out of China on the support role. Like Kaka's been around forever, FY's been around forever, but Fade was on that VGJ Thunder B team last year. ROTK was coaching that and realized that I've got a talent. This guy upgraded him to the main team and still wanted to continue working with that same squad. So not surprising to see that he's had a phenomenal run thus far. A huge part of their victories at both the minor and the major last event.
And I think the 5 role, I've said it time and time again, I think Dark is one of my favorite 5s. And the fact that he does the thing, right? He plays those little less skill-based heroes, but he's one of my favorite warders to watch. He's one of the few people, he does these ward spots, he's just cutting trees with a quelling blade to place a ward. And I feel no one's really doing that. And you can get some crazy wards down.
He's one of the more creative players that's new and upcoming on the scene. He also, he was part of the Keen Gaming roster last year. That team did not find much success. He was playing off lane while trying to captain, but recognized, hey, if I want to do this, shouldn't I be the 5? And you see that he makes a ton of the calls in their series. I actually, that last ESL event, I was upset with myself because I voted for Yi when I realized after watching the amount of impact, the strategies, and the shot calling had, I was like, wow, Dark deserved it. And
would it have made a difference?
No.
Okay.
But still, at least I didn't. Well, never mind.
I think going back to my warding thing is I feel that's the most unexplored thing in Dota almost right now. These 5s, because they have to do usually the captaining, all the drafting stuff. Sure, they get some help from their captains, but they can't focus on these little things to make a difference. But maybe we'll see in the future.
I think it's also that real analytics have become a staple of the scene, whereas as recently as a year or 2 ago, it was not common for you to have access to every ward that the enemy support has placed. Literally the last 100 games, everyone has access now through different third-party services that you can, before the match, just look and have a printout even if you'd like. These are the most likely ward spots between 10 and 20, 20 and 30 minutes. And it's become a lot more cerebral, and warding in general is a lot like rock, paper, scissors now. It's solved in the sense that everyone knows the places. Any new spot is going to be saved for TI.
Yeah, exactly.
And it'll work once, right? It's the same with niche picks. I remember doing this, we had this pocket strat way back in the day, Wyvern Axe Jungle level 1.
I remember it.
Saved it for months until we're like, well, this is the game where it makes a huge difference if we win or lose. And it never happens again, but it'll give you that one win or that one advantage in a team fight when you're talking about wards at least.
It's a different game within a game, and it's often something that is, well, you kind of glance over it when you're watching the game because nobody's paying attention to that, or very little, even if that is the case. And there's obvious ones, the Tinker wards and all that. But the game within the game and the dewarding, that is something that supports. That is their livelihood, basically.
Pretty much is, and I'm surprised these Tinker wards, like, people aren't using them more in non-Tinker games, even still, like. Because, I mean, you'll get counter, right? You'll get killed once and you counter, but still, that one kill could open up the map because you're stopping the split pushing. We'll see. Dark, he's got it. That's
I think
my
you're
boy.
just a hater. He's coming around now because I've explained why Keen is good, but
What?
I wanted to...
Because they won ESL Mumbai against Navi?
Maneski.
Oh, so Keen Gaming.
You weren't even watching them play, Grant. You have no idea.
2-0-3-0.
Grant is
cheaper.
Keen Gaming comes out of a group with Liquid and VP.
There's
Toughest
this.
group.
There's a hot air balloon outside. You can actually see it when you walk out of the stadium. But what people don't realize is that was literally all Grant. He just sat under there huffing and puffing for 30 seconds, and it started taking off. They had to tie it down. Nothing but hot air.
They couldn't have just floated off.
Yeah. I still don't know if it's come down yet.
And there's the Leshrac ban. I figured. Like, this is going to be, if you're playing versus them, it's going to be banned every game first.
What's that yell? Was that a voice line?
I think it was.
That's awesome.
That was a very high battle pass level then.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, I think Vici was immediately level 2000, just like OG.
What are you guys planning on doing? Or have you already bought yours?
Not yet. I haven't had access to my,
I think I might go to like 40, 50k this year. I'll see though.
Yeah,
whatever.
depends.
Yeah, it depends.
I think
It's whatever.
Levels or
what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I was just kidding.
I'm gonna open up crowdfunding for my Battle Pass purchases, and 25% of what the community donates to me, I will spend on Battle Pass levels.
Smart.
Works for Valve.
What are you gonna do with the rest?
Look at that. Vici Gaming instant snap picks after the Razor, and
Obviously
this is a
prep
combo
for
we've
it.
seen. The Sand King Nature's Prophet is
And
just...
Yang, look at that face. He's happy. I mean, I don't know if I'll be that happy about it.
Guys.
What?
Where is the Dro Ranger?
Dro Schmo? That's what?
We spent the last series saying how great that hero is and how she should never get past the banning phase and whatnot.
Regional Dota.
Yeah.
I think it is. They
Dota.
just know each other, and also, I mean, the Drow kind of got exposed in the NIP series as well, so maybe Keen's like, well, if you're not going to take it, we won't take it, you know? Well, Witch Doctor.
I mean, Regional Dota, there you go. That's a hero that we don't
it's-
see very often.
Well, you don't want to first pick Drow because Vici will have a prep for it, just like NIP did against them. And you don't want to take it if you're Vici because you're probably just planning on beating it if it's actually picked up. The Witch Doctor is a counter pick in theory to the Furion in lane, but I actually think it goes the other way because, yeah, sure, the coconuts will bounce on the creeps, but they're bouncing on creeps, not heroes. And early game, you're going to have 4 trees to the 2 bounces. Just think it makes sense, but I'm not a huge fan.
Maledict as well getting buffed kind of helped that hero a little, man. It was a 50-second cooldown level. Now that had to be one of the worst abilities at level 1. Glad it got buffed. I think we might see a Drow ban still. Like, at this point, it's like they have a Razor, they have a Witch Doctor. Just ban the Drow out. But we'll see if they agree. They do not.
Not yet, anyway. There was core ban on the Morphling, a Tidehunter ban there on the side of Vici. I feel like they are not liking Old 11 on the side of Vici Gaming. They have him targeted.
Oh, yes, definitely. I think off lanes, as in general, have a smaller pool just because of the restrictions the meta puts on them. And it makes sense that those are the heroes you target, especially since you've already picked up, as Vici, 2 of the probably best offlaners in this. Well, one will be 4 or 5, of course, but you deny Keen a response if you continue to take out those Old 11 heroes.
I hope it's not a Nature's Prophet Fork. And I think we saw Roger play ones. No, thank you. This is your, hopefully, yeah. Sand King's either 300 or 400.
And I love Core Prophet in this game just because I think you body the Razor in the laning phase, and then all game you just kill the Witch Doctor. It just feels better. I think that you'd much prefer the items a Furion buys to what a Sand King buys to accelerate. Sand King, yeah, you might have a quicker blink and get a Yol's or a Lotus Orb, but none of that helps your team, whereas Furion gets these super valuable sustain aura items. Spirit Vessel's quite nice against Witch Doctor late game, Mojo and everything.
They just banned the Queen of Pain. Obviously, you see people first phase it against the Razor because it does do well in lane. Obviously, later doesn't, but it's all about that laning phase. And now here's the pick we always talk about, the ban into third.
Which player do you think they're going to focus on with their third pick? We've only so far, on the side of Vici anyway, have seen Nature's Prophet as a core on Yang. We've seen DY play the Sand King on their team so far. So if we're just going to assume that that's going to be the way it is, where are we going to go?
Got to get your 4 then. And I'm trying to think something that's good against Razor as well as Witch Doctor, obviously. Earth Spirit gets on top of both of them. I wouldn't say Earth Spirit's the best versus Razor because you're rolling into your death pretty much, but I don't know.
They've banned 5 offlaners.
Yep. Centaur's still in the pool.
I think that's the pickup too, if I'm keen.
For Keen, yeah.
Maybe a Puck, but that's a bit awkward.
Man, there's still a drought. So one of these teams, they're definitely thinking about it. There's no way they're not just, because you have a Nature's Prophet that's probably going to be a core with a Drow. You have a Razor with that 100 attack speed talent late with a Drow. They've got to be at least thinking about it.
Yeah. By the way, the Magnus ban can also be a 4 ban because we saw Fade play it earlier on in the tournament.
Same with the Nyx, but it's just more, it's easier for me to analyze and just say 5 offlaners, and then I can just sort of look smart.
Okay. We'll try to make the Dota game as easy as possible for you to analyze.
It's more for Grant than me. I'm just trying to help my buddy.
Appreciated, young man.
We need a healer and a tank.
Yes, and
a healer on Vici Gaming, a tank on Keen Gaming. Are we going to separate it like that?
I think Vici as well. You've got a 2-legged hero in the Nature's Prophet, Sand King with 6, 8 technically if you count the claws, so they're already solid. I think they could do better with a couple more heads. Maybe an Ogre. You have more legs and heads, you can outthink and outrun your enemy. It's a devastating combination.
If only they could have Medusa, and then all the snake heads would count.
Actually, Medusa
is banned.
Okay.
Disruptor will be DY's hero.
I should have picked that one out. It's great with the Furion. They've done it already. You have this super high tempo early game hero that also provides creeps so you can kill towers. And Disruptor makes it very dangerous for Keen to ever try and engage in these skirmishes around objectives. You can be glimpsed out after teleporting in. That'll create a numbers advantage. And as you push forwards, if you try and flee from that pressure, the glimpse back will always be able to land an exit kill. And it's a nice compliment to what Vici's got online. You were correct with the Earth Spirit.
I think. Well, I also like that. I like the Disruptor because it denies. It almost always denies the Ember, and Keen has enjoyed it a little bit. And you can't play that versus Sand King Disruptor now. So
I think Drow for Vici looks great.
I agree. They're just not picking it though. Maybe no. The Gentlemen's.
Nah.
It probably is just one of them's waiting for him to pick it. Are you the scumbag or are we?
No. They both think that that the other has something in mind to deal with it, so it's like a trap.
Yeah, I will say Earth Spirit Razor can really wreck a Drow. If the Earth Spirit actually gets the roll, you get the link and you're just ulted on top of her. It's rough, but she'll just be playing back in the jungle. So. It's hard to think of anything else when she's still in the pool, and it honestly looks fine. The sniper.
That's hilarious. So that's the deny to the Drow. They just pre-counterpick it. Cool synergy as well with the Disruptor and the Sand King. You've got tons of lockdown, so you just put down the Shrapnel and then throw all the other spells to keep a hero locked into the Thunderdome of DPS.
The vision on Vici Gaming. You have the Nature's Prophet, the Treants. You have the Glimpse with Shrapnel, the Glimpse with Sniper's ulti. Vici Gaming has the vision game. Even the Invis hero. Sand King just sits Invis. They can't do anything. He sees. I don't know. This is looking real good for Vici.
And Sniper's also excellent against the Razor and both support heroes on the side of Keen. Earth Spirit does provide a bit of reach, but it's lower damage output. Or no, well, not lower damage output. Let me rephrase, but Sniper threatens you because if you roll onto another target, you just have a shrapnel thrown down on top. You can't. Earth Spirit likes to stay in the fights, continuously roll forwards, throw out kicks, repop, magnetize, and Sniper denies that if you're not actually targeting him.
Time for a Spectre for Vici Gaming to round it all out with all
the
the
vision. That is perfect.
Oh, never mind.
Sheaves?
No, I thought for the other.
Oh, why? That was a perfect. That was a perfect call. Spectre's ownage against every hero on Vici.
Yeah, but think of all the vision if you're on the side of Vici.
True, but
that denies that advantage because you also now have
I'll
tons
take
of
it.
reach.
I'm so
great job, Sheaves.
Thanks.
Sniper, Fury, and Disruptor. These 3 heroes are excellent if they aren't threatened by something on top of them, which is what I'm saying. Oh, if Earth Spirit's not rolling on the Sniper, it's trouble. But Spectre now can neutralize the vision advantage Vici has, because all 5 heroes will now be visible. You cancel the Sand King's blink, and you gun for whichever of these squishy backline ranged heroes you choose to target.
Yeah, I do think it's good in the overall game plan, but I still think it's real slow in this matchup versus these 4 heroes. Like, if this Spectre ults, it always has to be like, you have to get something out of it.
Look at that, another offlaner banned out. The Brew would have been a nice pick because that sort of solves that mid-game damage issue.
They can still go for a Centaur, though.
True. I actually think Centaur is the pick. And Sheaves, you are on fire. We may need to switch jobs. Although perhaps like maybe I could just like hold your notebook and you can just jump back and forth between the seats.
We'll try.
I think the Centaur would be good, but I feel in this game you can't do like this Vanguard build that everyone's going. You have to go straight up Blink, and you just lose.
Yeah, you go like Blink Vlads and stuff. Get the auras for your team. No one else wants them.
I just don't ever like going Blink first, right? Because if like your first 2 ganks are unsuccessful, you're just like, why'd I buy this item? And it feels weird. Then you want to sit in a lane, but you have a Blink.
There's a draw ban still.
You kind of have to now. A Sniper, Nature's Prop, Disruptor, like we can't do it anymore.
I just think you want more team fight. You really want more team fight. And Keen, Vici is so squishy. You just have to get on top of these heroes. I want more reach for Keen as much as possible. Raw damage output. Your Spectre can carry you through the late game. Oh, that's tough. That's the complete opposite of what I was looking for.
Well, you can get out. Very nice.
That's true.
I like your high ground now, though. Just that hero alone with a Spectre. Obviously, you never want to be sitting in a base.
Yeah.
But if you are, Underlord is like the creme de la creme.
I like it a lot with Spectre because you now have that. Whenever you have a hero with global mobility, another one is just even more effective. Spectre suffers from a lack of wave clear. Underlord's arguably the best hero in the offlane, especially in the pool available. For sure. Because you just Q the wave and it dies. But there's the Monkey King, a lane dominator. It is. You need the Underlord to be ahead for this to function, and he's got really all 3 matchups. All 3 lanes are impossible for this hero. I think Keen have to go aggro into the Monkey King with the Spectre and just body them, but that's so tough.
So when we come back to where we started this discussion with Grant saying 75-25 in favor of Vici Gaming, would you now side with him after this draft count?
Depends on how the lanes goes. If Keen aren't willing to aggro into the Monkey King, I think they're outmatched in this game. But if they can just go even in lanes, I think at a point their draft wins this game with ease. Straight up, just because there's no real answer to the Spectre on Vici. They don't have a break mechanic unless, I guess, Sniper gets a 3rd item, Silver Edge. I like Keen. I actually like Keen, even though I think the Underlord's going to have a tough time.
I think Vici's going to play way quicker. I think the only good matchup is Razor versus any of the heroes. Either way, they're going to lose 2 lanes no matter what is how I feel. And I think that you can't lose 2 lanes in this.
No, Underlord versus Prophet's fine. You go 3 on 3.
2 solo lanes.
No, Sniper doesn't beat Razor.
Okay, well, we'll have to find out.
It's like saying Viper would lose. Yeah, sure, you might get out lane, but Razor just goes in. He's Dire, which is the ideal lane for Razor. You max the passive, you farm the 4 camps. What are you doing?
I am hoping that the teams that we're going to see play are going back and forth as much as you guys are, because that should be super exciting. So let's head over to a commentary duo of ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Sheev. Yes, Vici Gaming versus Keen. We have that final pick Underlord in a pool where a lot of offlaners taken out of the game.
They're all banned.
They're pretty much all gone. Underlord's picked a quick Monkey King, though, in response. Could be worrying in the lanes.
Yeah, definitely. I do really like the lane setup that Vici has, although this is also one of Old 11's very top-tier picked heroes. He used to play the Underlord a lot. Really interested to see how they're going to play around it. This should be an exciting one.
Well, let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ourselves into the action.
Vici Gaming contre Keen Gaming. Game 1.
So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another best of 3 down here in the lower bracket. Vici versus Keen. Let's see if the power is going to be here for Vici with this Sniper lineup. Did look a bit of a different draft. The fact that we didn't have Drought touched upon until the very end, and it is definitely a good job right that it was taken out, as you would not have wanted that to be there alongside the Sniper if you're Keen Gaming playing against Vici's lineup.
Yeah, it did seem like it was a game of chicken a little bit between the 2 teams. Like, who's going to take it? And if you do, it seemed like they had an idea of what they wanted to play versus the Drought from both sides. So yeah, you feel 4-man smoke from Keen. looking to try to get something on the aggressive. I think the purpose of this is because what we're talking about. They're going to struggle in the lanes unless they get matchups that are absolutely the best for them, like this tri-lane that they're probably going to try to do. Just you can't have this Underlord versus the Monkey King. So right now, trying to scout lanes, get some of that information for themselves.
DY will be there on the high ground, so we'll be aware of this move from Keen. But yeah, as you said, this whole sort of Monkey King, Underlord, at the same time, will VG Gaming try very hard to force that matchup, or do you have to sort of accept that King Gaming's just going to keep moving that Underlord away from the Monkey?
Vici's just going to keep trying to force it. I mean, you even see the item build. He went for we've seen this a lot now actually in this tournament. It's just they pull tangos to the safe laners. This time it's even scarier because they pull tangos to a Monkey King. So Monkey King now starts with that Orb of Venom versus that Underlord if that's the matchup that he's going to get. But you see, just like Panel was talking about, just like Kyle was saying, they're aggro tri-laning, put the Underlord top so he can try to get that matchup. You have to expect Vici's going to respond. And they are already. And scouted out immediately. See that ward placed down bottom by Vici early on. They were well aware of the 3 heroes positioned here. So they get the lane reads and immediately swapping it up.
Now we'll see how much sort of that affects those first few waves with these musical lanes going on.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting that they did make the NP support this game. It is going to be Yang playing the Sand King this time around. So they switched it, even though most of the times it's actually been, if not almost all the times, I think I went through 4 or 5 or 6 of their last games and it was Yang playing the NP. He usually does like Crimson Guard into the Orchid, but yeah, he's playing Sand King this time, so change up.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 games, of course, that he did play the Prophet were not too great, so maybe understandable that Vici Gaming wanted to try sort of the hero in a different capacity.
Yeah.
And put Yang on something a little more solid, a little more robust. A hero that's a little harder to feed on, the Sand King. It's going to be pretty tanky down the lines.
It's good to have farm on the Sand King this game anyway. He's your initiator. Look at their lineup. He's going to be the one that's the frontliner as well. He's going to either go for like a tanky build, probably like a Vanguard or some type of tanky build to run at Keen and eat those spells.
See up top already. Old 11 just feeling the pressure of this duo, this Monkey King Disruptor. It's not going to be nice. Bottom lane though, Keen Gaming. That's where the real pressure will be as Kaka finds first blood, able to collapse in and on top of Fade's Nature's Prophet. The tri-lane doing work already down bottom.
Yeah, they have an okay way of dealing with Treants. It's not the best, but the cask is one of the few ways that you can, you keep them disabled for that extra duration, that 5 seconds, and then you can actually bring them down a little bit easier. They even get a side pull off too, and now Kaka actually can make rotations, so this is a good start in the bottom lane for Keen, but like you said, Old 11's gonna really struggle, and Underlord as a hero can be a bit tough if you are behind. You're not what you want to be. Your idea of the hero is you want to be this tanky frontliner that you're just absorbing damage, you're throwing that, your atrophy on the opposing heroes. Because in this game, atrophy, it used to not be great versus sniper, but now the fact that atrophy R is 1200 radius, you actually can't avoid that as a sniper. So if he does get some farm, he can mitigate a lot of damage coming out.
We'll see how much of a difference having Kaka up top is going to make. Well, 11 as it is. Kaka is here, but still, Paparazzi's able to just walk in, get the Jingu Mastery stacks up, and Old 11's dead. Kaka will roll forward, but his Underlord's already gone. Having this Earth Spirit here, it doesn't seem like it's going to do much on these early levels. Paparazzi, very unfazed.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that bait. If he can get it at the right time when the Monkey King's low, but it's also a risk, because if you roll in and you don't kill him, then he Jingu's both of you. Yeah. He gets you both with the Boundless Strike. You can both die, exactly.
Kaka, he has got the roll. Will be blocked by DY, and that means that they do land the Boundless Strike, the Thunder Strike as well. Kaka's just going to die. Again, this top lane from Vici Gaming, it's a big worry for Keen Gaming. Whoever you put up here is going to be under threat. As bottom, Dark, skip Burrow Strike. The Vita Restoration should be able to keep the distance into the trees, but incredibly low on both the health and the mana. Old Chicken has managed to pick up the Soul Ring.
Now that they've started to move away, though, Sand King can opt to go for your Caustic Finale levels. Now it's a bit scary for the Spectre without the Earth Spirit down here. Old Chicken's still getting farm, like you said, but definitely a little bit gonna get slowed down whenever Sand King gets...
They roll in onto Paparazzi. He only needs one more hit to get that Jingu Mastery build up and does have the Boundless Strike if he feels pressured. Use the Boundless to make sure that he has got the Jingu and can lifesteal up a bit on the creeps.
Yep, make sure to put the 2 points in Jingu in this lane, of course. You're versus these double melees. I think you're probably likely gonna max it in this one just because you're versus Underlord. Mid lane we haven't talked about much, but Yi is owning this matchup. 16-12 to the 11-1 of the Sniper right now. He's having a fantastic time. Got a good, I think a 25 damage Link at the first level, which really just set him forward to have a good start in this lane.
And is there sort of difference expected between these heroes, or do you sometimes see a sniper do pretty well in the 1v1?
I've seen Sniper do pretty well in this 1v1. It's just usually the Razor backs up and then he can just get that farm enabled because, yeah, it's Razor. But, yeah, this time he's just doing excellent.
And up top, you're going to have Fade TPing in as well to make sure that Vici Gaming get these kills. They'll be able to pick off Old 11. Paparazzi still staying alive momentarily with the lifesteal. Will go down. But again, it's another trade where Vici Gaming are coming out on top. They will lose the Monkey King, but they get 2 heroes for it.
And you know what? Your Disruptor is never sad about this. We see DY, he's almost level 4 on Disruptor this early in the game, and we've seen what a high-level Disruptor can do at early starts. You just keep catching people off guard, especially when you're playing versus a team that can be kind of greedy with a Spectre, Underlord lineup. You have a Disruptor with high-level Glimpse, can definitely make plays all over the place.
And again, you know, it's just Paparazzi 22 for 12. They may have been able to kill him, but his farm's still pretty impeccable on that lane.
Got those bounties coming out now.
So a lot of work is going to have to be done by the Razor, as you say. Having this start, he is going to be the force that can turn up, can sort of throw a spanner in what the Monkey King wants to do in the fights.
Yeah, he's got
a good static off.
He's gone for the 0 points in unstable for now because he's playing just for the lane. So Plasma Field, when you're playing versus these like high-range heroes that you can't actually get on top of, is the build that we've been seeing get. He also went for a Boots and a Windlace. So this actually gives him that slight little movement speed boost to be able to get on top of the Sniper and keep the link.
Yeah, and any sort of gank on Ori could set up a good kill. But at the same time, Vici Gaming, they've got a similar idea. They're bringing the wraparound in onto mid at the same time that Keen go forward. Kaka's role is going to be blocked off by DY. So now he's separated from this attempt to gank that's trying to be made by Keen Gaming. Yi's in trouble. He's trapped in the Sprout. That's going to be the Razor dead. See if they can find at least Fade as they'll chase down the Nature's Prophet. They do get him. They'll roll forward for DY. Paralyzing cast stuns him up. They'll get the 2 kills here, Keen Gaming. But they do lose their Razor for it.
Literally the exact same rotation from both teams. We've seen them do this earlier in the tournament too. These teams really like that 5 minute smoke rotation toward mid with the catapult wave. And that's exactly what it was. They both actually did it. And now we have Old 11's getting some space, at least in the jungle, to farm. But that means it's an absolute free lane for Paparazzi up top. And that gives all the movement, all the time in the world for your supports to make decisions of where you want to move on Vici. So Keen, definitely a bit scared for them on how many aggressive plays they can start to make in the upcoming few moments. Spectre's still doing okay, though. Old Chicken has done great in that bottom matchup, although we see the Sand King start to take control and push him out of the lane. Still almost level 6. So they will have that Haunt available. And a early Earn's Shadow is also on Kaka.
And with Kaka, they've got that good setup as well.
Yeah.
Being able to roll in, kick a fight off, and find that situation where Old Chicken's able to come in and pick up the kills at the end of it all. DY is there with Old 11. You see as well Fade playing around with the idea of TPing in. Old 11 having to be so careful about getting anywhere close to that top lane, as Paparazzi is just going to be a nightmare to deal with in these early stages of the game with the amount of farm that he's got. Not only him as well, of course, down bottom, Yang continuing to free farm on the Sand King.
Yeah, and he's actually going to be going for, instead of like the Vanguard, we've actually seen this one, it's the Veil build. He has so many magic damage instances with his team too that also makes you very tanky. It is definitely a very good choice. And they have, I mean, when they get their level 6 on the Nature's Prophet on Vici, they can look to make even more aggressive plays. Because like we said, Keen, they're going to be on the back foot after this laning phase just because of the nature of their heroes. And yeah, Underlord catching up is definitely a scare. He's got Soul Ring and he's got some boots if he wants it so far, but very squishy.
There's a wrap around on mid. They've got their eyes towards Yi. DY starting things off with the Thunderstrike kinetic field as well as the Shrapnel's down. Ori and Fade close the gap. Trapped in the Sprout. Yi will fall. Vici Gaming, this time they'll get the kill without any sort of answer coming in from Keen. Keen, they've got their eyes set up on top. They look towards Paparazzi with the stun. They've got a Horn coming in as well from Old Chicken. As they'll dagger through, it won't actually connect on him immediately. So Paparazzi, he tries to get the ult off, will be silenced. There's 4 heroes going for him. He has got Boundless in a second. He can turn and get the lifesteal off. If he can line it up on a few heroes, he gets a couple of them. They'll still roll in upon him, paralyzing cast out. They will finally get him. Takes them a long time though. And a lot of heroes.
They missed they missed their dagger, they missed their kick, they missed a lot of different spells there, and yeah, it cost them quite heavily. Now the Haunt is down, and like we said, Vici, we're gonna expect them to just respawn and run directly at Keen.
Yeah, 2 minutes and a half where they don't have to worry about that answer to any sort of aggression that Paparazzi looks to start.
This could be a nice move though, that maybe Vici does not expect it. It's an immediate smoke by Keen trying to set up for onto the Sniper.
Definitely could be overlooked, as you say. They don't think the Spectre's ready to play, so they don't expect these sort of these sort of ganks, or he steps too far forward. Keen could have a good shot at this, and they're going to try for it. They'll roll in, won't find the connection. He's under the tower. Cast still used, multiple TPs coming in. Azori chased out by Kaka and Yi, they get the kill upon him. But Vici Gaming, they'll make sure they find some sort of a trade. In onto Yi, trapped by the kinetic field. Yang will run him down with the epicenter. As Yi should fall, ticking down to the urn. Kaka, can he save him? No, there's a glimpse back as well on Yi. Gets him back into the claws of Fade. We'll get the last touch on it. So a trade in the mid lane.
I like that. I think he may have even died just to Caustic, but glimpse him back just to make sure you can get the urn charge too and not miss a kill just by likely. So you still see, you know, the kill. They do get the sniper, but we see Vici always going to be responding. And if you look at this, they just always have somebody farming in the top lane that nobody can contest on Keen. Paparazzi respawns and just runs directly back up there. And they have the top 3 net worths in the game so far. Even though Spectre is not too far behind, definitely feeling concerned for that Razor and Underlord. As these heroes, like Razor, sure, he can catch back up, but if you're too far behind in an early game versus a hero like Sniper, you are quite squishy.
Down bottom, Old 11. Trying to go here for the setup. They do have the static storm. Horror strike out onto the two of them. Old 11 and Kaka are trapped as they'll both go. Vici Gaming playing very nicely around that rune spot down bottom. Kaka trying to help out Old 11, but just as it was up top, it doesn't work out. He cannot keep his Underlord safe.
I mean, they're so high level, like I was talking about that top lane, how they were able to just keep getting kills. DY and the Nature's Prophet of Fade are both level 6, and the supports on Keen, neither of them are 6 just yet. So big experience discrepancy coming into play there when they try to make any plays, and immediately they're looking for more. Paparazzi's hunting, they've got the NP ulti bouncing too.
And that's a good bit of damage to start it off. Doesn't go for the primal spring out. They have DY's control. Boundless into the drag back. Kinetic field's down as well as the Wukongs. Yi is trapped here with Paparazzi. More glory for the Monkey King as this Echo Saber gets closer and closer. Vici Gaming now rocking a 4K lead. 5K, it's growing at just 11 minutes in.
Yeah, it's definitely getting so scary. These 3 cores and these, I mean, the 3 cores and even the supports, everyone in the game on Vici are keeping up to pace. It's only 11 minutes in, and you can feel just how on the back foot of plays making it Keen is. With this Underlord, when they have Old 11 on an aggressive offlaner, when he's playing these Darkseers and stuff, he's just running, making plays nonstop, right? But in this game, he got shut down super hard in the laning phase, and his hero doesn't do that.
There'll be the glimpse back as well. They had the vision onto the Razor. That's she dragged straight back to base by DY. Having Paparazzi in the trees, they had that setup. Kaka's now left alone. Sprouted, body blocked as well by the Treants. Vici Gaming clean up the Earth Spirit, move on to the tower. Getting these objectives, playing fast, and Keen Gaming are struggling to keep up.
Yeah, they don't have their way, on Keen, they don't have their own way of pushing a tower, taking an objective either. So right now they just have to kind of, you see what Old 11's doing bottom? He's cutting creep waves and pulling them to neutrals so that the creeps can at least try to put tower pressure. But yeah, they can't even get too much out of the moves from Vici. They can't make moves on the opposing sides just because of how this laning setup went up. 12-6 already. They have Haunt available, and they do have their level 6s on their supports now. So with a Magnetize, with their Urn and their Witch Doctor, they can look for fights, but Vici is always ready to fight. They don't really have any like long cooldowns they have to wait for. They don't have some Haunt. The longest cooldown they really have is like an Epicenter in this game.
And these tier 2s, I mean, Keen Gaming, they just have to let them fall.
Yep.
There's no way that they can turn up and put a defense together once Vici Gaming get this push on.
And not with this, not when they're this much on the back foot. I mean, Old Chicken, sure, he got the treads in the Soul Ring, but level 8, ways away from any type of impactful item.
Paparazzi Echo Saber complete and on its way out on the courier.
Such a quick timing coming out for Vici. Do they have anybody building actually a medallion on their team just yet? Not quite yet. So the Roche is still going to be a bit hard for Vici to just like sneak into to try to go for since they've got this huge map control. But you'd have to imagine that's probably next on the menu for Fade after the Spirit Vessel's finished up. So firm control of the game for now. They even have good vision in both sides. They warded their own jungle, and they have deep wards too to watch when Keen tries to make any moves out.
Keen just have to somehow make sure that Old Chicken gets the space for this Radiance, but he needs a lot of time for that. And if Vici Gaming continue to move around the map as such, he's not going to get it. They move to mid, take the tier 1, tier 2 away. Suddenly, this Spectre's map is going to be entirely shut down. And some of the differences now between the cores are really just blossoming for Vici Gaming. You see the Sniper, 6k net worth. He's nearly 2k ahead of this Razor. That in the mid lane matchup, it was a good start for Yi, but that has all fallen away. Yi just hasn't been able to keep up and hasn't been able to find any action that he can get started as a Razor in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been Vici kind of running at them, and Ori got a lot of time to just sit back and farm the jungle. He's been doing that for a bit now, up to that 93. He has the highest last hits in the game in comparison, so.
With another smoke movement here from Vici Gaming, they could have a good shot at catching out Old 11 once again. He has got both supports behind him. They'll jump in, Paparazzi commits straight away. They get the silence down with the static storms there. Kinetic Field won't control them, but with the glimpse back, they will manage to grab Old 11. The Nature Giraffe bounces in, kills him off. Again, Keen Gaming just cannot do anything against this team fight and quick moves of Vici Gaming.
They got the successful scan there too. They knew that those heroes were down there, and a great burrow strike by Yang coming in, catching the two of them. And just this Veil coming into play too. This extra 25%. The Wrath of Nature bounces through, and I don't even know how much it ticked through, but NP did 1600 damage in that fight just from it. And a Spirit Vessel, so much damage coming into play, and yeah, Keen, it's looking real hard as we do have bounty runes coming up, and they will be at least to claim 2 of them here. But they're starting to lose more and more map control by the minute.
And just in the chaos of these team fights with the stuns and the silences, it's so hard for Keen to get their spells off, and they're not going to have any sort of significant damage at the moment, especially with Yi being forced to go for that hood build on the Razor because of this high magical output with the Veil that Vici Gaming have. It's going to be a slow start for these cores on Keen Gaming that ideally would be making space, creating plays for the Spectre to farm. Top lane, Old 11 is going to walk out on his own. This Monkey King causing so many issues for this Underlord. He will be able to kite him up a little bit, but Fade TP's in, keeps his eyes on him.
Rotations are coming.
Paparazzi is a little hesitant on going in, but he doesn't even need to with these right clicks as Old 11 will fall. Paparazzi tries for the TP out, but they will cancel it. Paralyzing cars, Keen Gaming get themselves pretty much the first big kill they have this game, and will finally take Paparazzi off the map.
It's a great kill, but they have to bring literally all 5 heroes in order to get out of it, and look immediately what we see Vici doing. Mid lane, they draw the line, push it out, top push it out too. So they got a little bit there. At least they get to slow down Paparazzi and bring themselves back. That's the important thing. But it was a haunt committed and all heroes brought down as well. But it's something they needed to get something on the board after these last few moments.
But definitely, so far, you really feel this game that the idea of taking sort of Old 11's hero pool out of the game, it's worked very nicely. You forced him into a position where you had a quick and easy counter, quick and easy answer, and you can really see that as Old 11 just is struggling to get into this game. As again, up top, Veil, Epi straight in on top of him. This is the game plan from Vici. They just focus Old 11, ruin his game, ruin any chance that he has to play the aggressive offlaners that he wants to. And it seems to be the way of dealing with Keen, as it's making the game look pretty simple for Vici.
I mean, absolutely. Right on the nail. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. Just 6 heroes banned, you have 6 deaths on Old 11. They're just making his life miserable.
As Dark, he's gone. Vici Gaming can get the push on the mid lane, look to take another tier 2 tower. Just 17 minutes in, taking full control of the game. All 3 cores zooming ahead.
And every time they do make these aggressive moves, they get aggressive vision down too. They have a base ward down already. But now Keen.
Let's get a good roll in on the back. Gets the silence onto the 3 of them. See if they can actually get the kill though. They get the Burrow Strike Yang onto Kaka. Kaka's still alive. They've killed off Ori. Can they get more, Yi? Looking towards Yang. Boundless Strike holds them back temporarily. They get themselves a second. This first time again, Keen Gaming will take a good trade. Let's see if they can maybe hunt for more as they'll chase down Vici Gaming. Fade just turns though. Paparazzi as well trying to continue the fight going. Death Ward is there from Dark. So Paparazzi backs away. They've still lost 3 though. Fade TPing out in front of them will escape. So just as Keen were able to get the 2 kills, they still end up losing overall in terms of numbers. As they lose 3, Paparazzi's got a DD here for him. He has a completed Maelstrom on the way out.
That was very ideal for the way that fight got set up for Keen too. Sure, they didn't have their haunt ready yet, but they got a 3-man pit. Atos goes off and gets repitted as well. They get a beautiful magnetize coming through. But Vici just showing they still do have that net worth advantage, but it's buying time. We have Old Chicken. He's pretty much got the relic finished up.
And that definitely is the big turnaround potential. If they take a bad fight, Vici Gaming, into a Spectre with Radiance, suddenly you start to see that gold flowing heavily into the hands of the Spectre.
I think that's why we see them do this. They're like, all right, let's get this Rosh just in case of anything so we can at least be protected in these next couple fights. One, we're looking to take these last two tier 2s and assert the last control of the map. With an Aegis, it's going to be so much easier. And now Ori actually has an item to be able to displace himself a little bit too. He's gotten the Hurricane Pike finished up on this sniper. Because as we saw in the last fight, if he gets collapsed on, he's absolutely dead still.
See
this ward does see all of Keen up here right now.
It does. It gives Vici this valuable information. They hover around the north side of that tier 2. Keen Gaming could get baited into going for a defense. Unlikely though with how close the Spectre is to his Radiance. They don't want to mess around. They need to get that done. Just over 1,000 gold, and the recipe will be there. But Vici Gaming, they're looking to play fast with that Aegis. They do not want to give that opportunity for the Radiance to be completed.
No, they have to know a play is happening around the bottom side of the map because they have that ward vision, so they can look for someone here and hunt, and Dark will be the one to actually break the smoke. They won't be able to find him.
And Kaka as well with the roll away. Will be able to separate himself up top, old 11. He's found his old friend here. And in fact, he is gone. That's a big one. Paparazzi actually entirely isolated from the rest of his team. Old 11 finally getting some revenge for the constant sort of beat down the Monkey King's being given him in the whole game. As he gets that set up for the team to come in and kill off Paparazzi.
And Keen is not even hesitating on using their haunt. In that situation, they had the majority of the heroes there, but they want Old Chicken to get involved in it. And that, I believe, is him getting the last hit, and it is him finishing the Radiance after a couple more creeps. But if he pushes out too far mid, they could look to go on him. Very scared.
They do have some means, of course, Vici Gaming to help against that Radiance fade. Of course, with that completed Pipe of Insight. There is elements of magic resist there in that sense, and block to keep their cores alive, make sure that Paparazzi has a chance of being able to get the Jingo up and potentially kill off the Spectre before a lot of the damage is done.
Yeah, it is an incredibly value BKB or pipe game. I mean, you look at Keen's draft and there's not really any physical damage on them. It's all magical. Even later stages of the game, sure, Spectre, you start to build it up from there, but even then, Spectre's physical damage is weird. It's not your usual, like, straight up hard carry. It's just this very AoE dispersed kind of damage that comes out from your passives.
Old 11 having to stay very hidden.
He's recovered pretty well, though, right? That Atos has definitely paid off, gotten him a couple extra setups to look for the kills, and going close toward a Vanguard. I mean, Crimson Guard's going to be pretty value versus a Sniper and a Monkey King always.
He cannot afford to show himself here, though, with the 4 heroes pushing in. And this timer where there's no horn, it's not time to fight. We'll TP out before get the full vision and any potential for an assassinate or glimpse to cancel it.
They have to be so careful when they are doing those split pushes on the side just because of this glimpse. The potential to get outnumbered easily on the side of Keen when they do not have Haunt available is definitely there as they're invading right now. Kaka.
Found Kaka. Setups there, DY. He'll have more than enough control. Using the Static Storm as well to make sure that they get this kill. He cannot roll away too much magical damage with the Thunderstrike, the Veil. Kaka will pop. See how much can be done whilst one hero is down on Keen Gaming.
Fade is going to be so farmed in this game on Vici too. So they're going to have 4 cores. I mean, he's already pretty much up there with the Sand King.
Paparazzi will just walk up and take a kill on Dark. Both supports gone. A little bit of a window where Keen Gaming have to play incredibly defensive unless they get Ori on his own. He is totally on his own pushing down on that bottom, but still very hard for them to get on top without Kaka in the game.
He's got an Aegis too, and there is ways for them to kind of collapse there, so a bit scary for Keen still to make an aggressive play. Tough game, it really is. Every time they do split up on the map, like we said, there's just so many different ways for Vici to jump around and catch them with their high mobility. And Vici, they're just looking to find these BKBs so they can fight versus that high magic damage that we're talking about from Keen. They almost have a BKB on the Razor too, so at least Yi, he'll have a little bit more of a presence and being able to actually be a frontliner in these matchups, but there is just there's such high physical on Vici still for this Razor.
I mean, yeah, if he can BKB and just walk on top of the Sniper or the Monkey King with the static link.
Yeah, as long as he can get on him.
Yeah. Which, yeah, certainly is going to be hard to do so, especially with smaller things like the Sprout being able to hold him back.
Yeah.
control them if they haven't got methods of cleaning out the trees.
This is definitely a timing, though, for them. They've got the BKB, they've got Haunt, they've got Radiance.
Radiant are scanning.
This is the fight for Keen.
Yeah,
if they're going to start swinging the game around, this will be where it happens.
Aegis reclaimed in about 10 seconds as well, so they're trying to time all of it together for themselves here. Old Chicken is kind of showing himself up top. He's still smoked, but he revealed a dagger and he's Radiance burning the creep, so they know the Spectre's top in the smoke, so now they have to expect this.
Yeah, a lot of pings coming out on him as well. As it looks like Keen won't be able to find any of the bigger targets. Well, Yang is still out on his own, but with a blink and a TP, the whole smoke movement from Keen Gaming will be circumvented by Vici. Not to be caught out by that one, Keen Gaming will have to try again another time.
They at least got a deep ward down during that smoke, so they can keep some tabs of where Vici is, and it was not dewarded. It's actually a bit of a different one. I don't see that one too often. And they know that the movement's going top. You see the line is drawn immediately from Dark. They probably know that Vici's playing up in that top jungle at the moment anyway.
I mean, for Vici Gaming, it's how much of a rush is there against this Spectre? Is it a game where at a certain point the Spectre is just going to do so well against sort of the Sniper and the Monkey King in terms of just getting on top of them with the Haunt that you do not want to let this one go late? Or are you still pretty relaxed if you're Vici with the lead you have?
I think you're still pretty relaxed, is just because you have that lead, and I actually have seen Snipers itemize versus Spectres. It's not great, but you throw a Satanic in your build and you can try to go for it, but Old Chicken now getting ran down here.
Trying for him. They get the glimpse back as well onto him. Into the Boundless, Old Chicken's gone. The exact catch that they'd hoped for. Getting rid of the Spectre. They may lose a hero in return as Yang, initiated on by Kaka. He'll go down. Without the Spectre, will certainly put Keen Gaming off trying to make any other plays happening. Fade TPing away. The rest of Vici Gaming will get out. But also Keen being able to take away Yang, that could make it a little harder for Vici to fight back. Fade straight back in with the TP. BKB delivered to Paparazzi. Paparazzi hanging around with the ult, will be silenced, but with that BKB delivery, he's ready to return the fire as he goes towards Kaka. He tries to lead with the BKB, but he's taking a lot of damage. He has to keep his distance. Dark's now the focus. He's got a Death Ward down. Ori popping the BKB, snipes down the Witch Doctor, looks towards Yi. Razor's dead as well. As Old 11, he'll try his best to run, but Paparazzi, he'll chase this one forward, jumps in with the Primal Spring. Haunt is now used as the Spectre's back in the game, but already there's 3 dead on Keen Gaming. Desperately looking for Ori. They will get the Sniper, but they may lose everything for this here as Old Chicken, the only one left alive on Keen. He'll try for the TP out, but the damage is too much. Vici Gaming get the team wipe.
Oh man, those BKBs, we talked about how important it can be for Vici when they get those, and we just saw the difference there.
Getting out and just in time for Paparazzi. It literally was just delivered to him.
I think for Ori as well, for the Sniper, it was just delivered like just a few moments before that too, and he got bouldered on, he got maledicted, he got cast, he had a Death Ward hitting him, and then he just pops BKB, isn't able to turn the fight, and now this could just be a Rax. There's nothing available for Keen. They expended absolutely everything in that fight.
And the whole team fight's gone for Keen Gaming. No Haunt, no surprise measures to use against this push from Vici Gaming. They'll take a tier 3. They will back off as Keen Gaming do respawn as the 5-man. But now a 14k lead and the base beginning to get opened up by Vici.
And we see more and more of that quad core that I was talking about. We see Fade has surpassed Yang on the Sand King by a significant margin, almost having a full sheepstick finished up on this NP. 9-2 and 15. He's been having a really good game. 24 out of the 29 kills. Is always involved with that Wrath of Nature. And that also allows you always to not really feel as threatened, right? You're like, oh, versus Spectre, late game can be a bit concerning, but when you've got this 4th core farming incredibly well, you just definitely do feel more comfortable. And yeah, they've got such a good lead right now anyway, so they're probably not thinking too much about that later stage just yet.
Paparazzi quickly in and quickly out. Keen Gaming. And they look to go for this. He's trying to at least poke out potentially a BKB charge from Paparazzi, but he's holding on to it. He's not spooked as of yet. On the high ground, Dark looking towards both Yang and Ori, but Ori just turns, just peeps him down, snipes away the Witch Doctor. Keen Gaming, they've had 1 casualty already. They need to make sure they don't give up anything more. They will be careful, getting back towards the high ground. Old 11 trying to stand as the wall between Vici and Keen. And so much action going in favor of Vici Gaming. They've had control of pretty much the entire game. That Radiance pickup hasn't seemed to be big enough to allow Keen Gaming to get back a hold of these team fights.
No,
it's just not enough with the sort of the deficit that they're at.
And it's so scary. You know, we mentioned how Yi, he went for the hood, he went for the BKB. Sure, he's got all this mitigation versus the magic damage, but there's so much physical damage still that comes out from Vici that he runs in and he just starts getting peeped by the sniper, hit by some of the Wukongs, and even the NP, right, clicking him a couple times. It all does add up. So he's really struggling to be that frontliner for his Spectre to kind of just pick off the back line. Epi.
Do try for the Epi, but Spectre's already backing up.
A different one.
He finds a different target. He's able to get in onto Yi instead, and Yi just goes down. He'll take that. Didn't get the Spectre jump, but a Razor jump's just as good. Old 11 slowed up by the Echo Saber. Paparazzi's on him. 11 is dead.
They found Kaka too.
There'll be the buyback from Yi. Kaka tries to roll his way out of it. They have the Haunt, the silence, but Paparazzi's got the Wukong's command down. BKB popped by Ori. BKB from Yi trying to get on top of the sniper. Will be able to keep the static link going. They'll look towards Yang. Yang uses himself up. Old Chicken's still alive. They'll kill him off. Paparazzi triple kill. The Wukong's command continues to do work, but he'll finally fall. King Gaming, they get the Monkey King. They'll look towards Ori. Ori standing his ground, sniping down Kaka, looks towards Yi, but Ori's gone. 3-man burst strike from Yang. Is there any follow-up? He's got the Sandstorm, but they've got the detection. Keep gaming. They'll kill off 4. Ooh. They strike back hard.
2 buybacks needed for them to be able to do that one, but they get everything in the midst of it. They were all clumped together.
Maybe had to pick up some freebies on the back of this fight. Dark is ticking down to the Spirit Vessel. Nature's Wrath bounces in. Fade will clean up another. Holding on to that advantage, but definitely signs that Keen can take a fight. And as you say, it is with those buybacks in play. They have to use the extra units to actually get on top. But they do manage to do it. They kill off Paparazzi, Ori, Yang, these 3 big cores that have been having quite a free game so far.
Yeah. And Ori in that fight too. Ori was just sitting in the back, just peeping away. He had all the attention focused onto the Monkey King, so he was able to just sit back there shooting, but he was in the AoE of that Atrophy Aura, so the damage is reduced significantly, and it really was Vici just clumped inside of a pretty tough place to fight versus what Keen had at that moment, right? They have the Firestorm going down, they have the Magnetize spreading, so it's a lot of damage in that small little area. And it was after the Wukong, of course, was starting to end too.
And you never know, I mean, with the importance of the BKBs of Vici Gaming, if King Gaming can keep the game going, make sure these BKB durations get lower and lower. Old 11, he's able to get the ult off before the Static Storm's laid down, so he'll TP himself out of there back home. Gets away from that Static Storm play. Not quite quick enough there from the Disruptor. But yeah, the BKBs start to get low. King Gaming, they definitely have that sort of later game window where they can really punish the Vici Gaming cause if Vici cannot sort of fight perfectly around the durations. As soon as the BKBs are down and out, they are vulnerable to Keen's heroes.
Yeah, definitely. Just continuing to watch Fade in this game as this Nature's Prophet. I mean, I've mentioned it so many times. He's just so farmed. He's even level 20 already early on. So now the frequency of his ulti, 45 seconds, that 25% cooldown reduction talent, very strong when you have a Hex on top too. So another factor that Keen does have to watch out for. They are immediately smoking with I believe that is a fresh picked up Blade Mail. Yeah, fresh Blade Mail on Yi. So one of those ways we've seen Blade Mails versus snipers quite a lot, of course, in the past. And a full Manta for Old Chicken, so they're starting to pick up these items, but still at that 16k deficit. But the experience is starting to trickle down. Big smoke, though, by Vici.
See if they can jump Dark in position really to block off any sort of smoke movement from the low ground. King Gaming do have that favorable position. Vici will wrap around the south, but nobody else is over this half of the map. King Gaming very much prepared.
They've gotten more auras too. I believe the mech was picked up a bit too, not too long ago as well for Old 11, so some more sustain as mid.
They do find G. They have the chain locked down with the Boundless, but he's still able to get the BKB off after it. They'll look towards Yang. Karsk is out, rooted as well by Old 11. He'll use himself up. Vici Gaming, can they help him out? Roll forward from Kaka. They've killed off the Sand King. Yang is dead. With the glimpse onto Yi, BKB's now well enough. There's the Cypher Vice follow-up. Paparazzi coming in with the BKB and the Wukong's command. Yi is dead. Down for 100 seconds. Kaka as well in trouble. They've lost 2. No buybacks. Yang's in with the Burrow Strike. The that's Witch Doctor dead. Spectre's gone. Furi dead. No buyback. Only the Witch Doctor that can buy back into this. This should be the window for Vici Gaming to at least take some racks away from Keen.
It doesn't look like the best Wukongs at first, but then they just get the glimpse after the BKB's over, and
he's straight back in.
Keen's forced to fight, and now no buybacks available. This is easily 2 racks, if not just the game.
We'll see how much more the Vici Gaming feel they can go for. The racks taken them. We'll make sure they at least get 1 set of racks. It looks like they're pinging out the top, so not going straight for the game. Playing the safer route. looking to make sure that they can just increase their advantage. They know that there are 2 short cooldowns, both Witch Doctor and the Earth Spirit back in the game in under 10.
Is he trying to glimpse someone out of the fountain there? Okay, I don't know. I love seeing those type of plays when people respawn and you glimpse them all the way out, but they will play it safe, get those 2 racks, and now it's a 24k gold advantage. And I think they killed the Courier before that fight started, and I think it was the Manta. Yeah, it was the Manta finished on the Spectre too. So, costly for Keen as Vici has full control.
They really do, and they'll place the advantage as well. Back up, take the Roshan. No way that Keen gets over to this pit, unless they do some sort of crazy Haunt play. But it would be a huge risk. They need that Haunt in so much to just have a chance of winning the fights. They have to make sure that the next fight is absolutely perfect. Otherwise, this game is going to be over for Keen.
And it's into Aegis and Cheese now, which is going to make it that much harder. As we see our 4... Oh, man, I'm just waiting for Fade to hit that #1 net worth position, man. Our 4 position is almost there. Paparazzi looking to invade.
Oh, the Boundless onto the 2 of them. Paparazzi, BKB, and the Wukong's command is out. They will TP over to the Shrine. They'll look to get the Squishy first onto DY. Kaka getting punched down, able to roll away. DY is still alive for now. There's the Hex play coming out from Fade, locking down Old 11. He's still running with the Crimson Guard. He's trying to get out, but the Boundless Strike finishes him. Keen Gaming, 3 dead. No buybacks once again. Still, Alcora, there it is. GG well played is called. And Vici Gaming take this game 1. And pretty darn convincingly as well.
Yeah, they got the lane setups that they wanted. The Sniper maybe not doing as good as they expected, perhaps. You know, Grant was talking about the Sniper's going to destroy the matchup. It went pretty even, but overall, game plan looked pretty solid. They got the lanes they wanted, and they were ahead the entire game. They were just dictating the pace.
They really were. Poor old 11 tackling him with the bans, with the plays. They shut him out of the whole game. Did manage to sort of climb back in at the end, but it was just too much. Vici Gaming knew sort of the way to go around this. Prioritizing 11, targeting him with everything, and it certainly worked out in this game 1. The question is, if sort of you're playing against a team that seems to sort of be so tunnel visioned in on one hero and one player, what do you do in the game 2?
It's definitely tough because Old 11, he's their big playmaker. He is always the one that's running around just... He's super aggressive, right? Like Kaka and Old 11, they're always making stuff happen. And if he's playing a hero like Underlord, and he gets started on the back foot, not having a good lane, you know this game's going to be tough. They might have to just prioritize him earlier in the draft because all 6 bans were
all
off-laners.
6 bans. We'll see if it happens again. I wouldn't be surprised if it did because it certainly worked out this first time round for Vici Gaming. But game 2, we'll see if Old 11's able to get anything different through the draft. If Vici Gaming give him the chance to play anything else, we'll find out very shortly. But the first game of the series going to Vici Gaming as they take the lead in this best of 3.
Yes, thank you, ODPixel and Fog. And indeed, Vici Gaming victorious. And even though the game lasted a little bit longer than what we're used to, apparently today, so far anyway, it's still, Vici had their hands on the reins pretty tightly the entire game. Here to discuss game 1 is Grant and Kyle. Gentlemen, we talked at length about this series and about how it's gonna be maybe a little bit more even, but Grant, you just want to take it away?
I mean, it was I said it was a 75-25. I was wrong. I apologize. It's more like a 90-10 for Vici. The outdraft, the outplay. Fade is an absolute boss, even though I don't like the 4 Nature's Proud. He just got his
He
farm.
wasn't a 4.
Yeah, he just did everything correctly. And, you know, Kyle, it was just a good Vici game. I believe Keen, I don't know, those 6 bans seem to work. Like, that Underlord.
So, first, Prophet as a 4, it's more about farm priority.
Yeah.
He was not played as a 4.
Yes.
The key point we've been trying to say all week is that Prophet's got to have that 1 to 2 designation because you have to be able to farm the map and utilize that teleport to its most potential. But my concern is when you look at the way teams lane, some games you want to focus in on getting a matchup. Sometimes you need to focus on avoiding a matchup. And here, Keen, in my eyes, like throw their whole mid game by putting the Underlord against the Monkey King. I don't care if he is solo against Furion or even mid against the Sniper, which is what I think would have been ideal in retrospect. You have like a 25 damage advantage at level 1, and you can then go to the jungle and farm stacks if you ever start to get rotated on. But you can't leave him against Monkey King. It's a last pick hero from Vici solely to shut you down the laning phase, and you walk into it. It's the reason Keen falls so far behind. I didn't see them utilize like one good Uber that entire time because when Underlord's behind, he can't play up in the front. He is a target, whereas usually he has to be ignored.
would you have rotated someone away from the Spectre lane to help the Underlord? Like, how?
No, just don't put him against Monkey King. Literally anywhere else.
So who are you gonna put against the Monkey King?
Tri-lane him, the Razor, whatever you want to do. Anything is better than Underlord in a 2-on-2 or 1-on-1 scenario against Monkey King.
Okay.
And that's really what loses them the game. I think the Spectre's decision to go Radiance is also a bit awkward when you consider the Prophet had already picked up a pipe. In addition, you know, if your Underlord has a better game, you don't need to do the magic damage. You're more about the Manta Diffusal timing and killing the Sniper, going straight for the Monkey King, who's not able to ult if he just catches one Coconut Bounce into a Manta Diffusal Sniper on top of him. You burn so much mana so quickly. And you don't even go BKB on Monkey King because it's not necessary. You're so far ahead of this game. Just, I think it's lost at the lanes. And at that point, Vici's got to make mistakes. This team won the last major. That's not going to happen. And they rolled to an easy victory.
Yeah.
I think rolling is the right thing to say because that, you know, later on in the game, yes, it slowed down a little bit, but that start was just real quick. And by the time it was done, Keen really doesn't have any map control and couldn't really do anything anymore. Was there any way to set that tempo higher or maybe anticipate the tempo that Vici was going to set? We've seen Vici Gaming lose. It's not impossible.
Yeah, it feels weird. I think Keen, like when you do an Underlord Spectre, you know you're just going to be useless for 20 minutes. Like those heroes, like the Underlord wants to just push a lane, do some stuff by himself. Spectre obviously can't do anything, has to just farm up. And there wasn't really a tempo for them to build unless this Earth Spirit had one of the greatest games of all time.
Well, I guess they did have, when Underlord was picked up, we did say they would have a good high ground defense. But if you're gonna, if that's your
fight outside of it, yeah.
If that's your strategy, is like, well, guys, our winning condition is a great high ground defense. It already means that you're anticipating losing to the point where you need to use that.
Yep, this fight right here, this is one of those things. It's just Yang, he goes in, he knows he has buyback, he dies to bait out a fight. He's already back in the fight after dying, and he's right here, and they just end it because of him.
Yep.
It's one of those things where you abuse the buyback, and it works. Usually it's like you're 5, but Yang works.
It's a high level play. Not many teams even get to the point where they're ready to utilize tactics like that, but especially when you're so far ahead. It's good, as you said, you trade your life for the fight, but it wins you the game. And initiating and or baiting, like Solo often does for VP, around big objectives or the start of huge clashes can be instrumental in ensuring your team actually wins that and often take the game right after.
Yeah.
Was it King Gaming that said in an interview that they hoped they wouldn't get stomped by Vici Gaming?
I believe it was.
That's
but I saw it a little bit ago.
It's just a shame. I really still feel like the Keen draft, in theory, will beat Vici's. You can't get run over in the lanes, and they asked for it. You put yourselves in such a hole. It was really rough, because I think we could have seen a much better game from Keen, and it didn't feel like they were in a position to compete.
I mean, look at the nature. 13, 2, and 23.
Yeah.
36 kills in 35 minutes with his involvement. That's absolutely insane.
That is not a position
what
for
about-
profit. Right?
But my boy DY, hello?
Yeah, he had a great game.
3 and 34, that's 37.
37, even better.
Exactly, he set records.
With no
in that
items.
game
Look at his
tournament.
items. I was going to say that is the
That's-
most selfless disruptor I've seen in a very long time.
If that's not an MVP performance, what is, Sheaves?
I don't have anything to bring against that. I also think that DY, if you take a look at VG Gaming and their curve over over this DPC year, DY is the one that has improved most of their entire squad.
Definitely. I mean, at the Kale Major, I mean, honestly, a lot of people are just like, this guy's not even a pro player. Like, most people are just like, oh, he must be doing all the drafting and all that because he's not a good player. Now it's like, the dude's an absolute monster.
Yeah. I mean, Fade, Nature's Prophet, MVP.
Absolutely.
If anybody had Fade in their fantasy team, they're rolling in it right now.
I mean, this has to be the best individual performance. Like maybe, I mean, stat wise, maybe not like carrying a game wise, but just did everything right, and it shows on the stats.
It really does. Nature's Prophet, we've seen it be first phase material for Vici Gaming in the past. Maybe it's time to just remove it.
I agree. And he went in your build, Kyle. We've been seeing some other people not going for the ores, but he did Pipe, he did Vessel, he did Vlad's. You like it.
I do. So all you need to do is the Prophet. There was a Vlad's on his team and not one on the other. I mean, a lot of mistakes made by Keen. And in some ways, I do think that Vici seemed more composed. They were having more smiles on their faces.
Yeah.
Even after the opener, you could see Yang just having a blast. Like, whatever, guys. I'll play the tanking. This feels good.
We got the opening we wanted. Cool.
Yeah, man. They have no pressure on them. They won the last major. They're already guaranteed TI. It feels like the big brother beating up on the little brother, at least so far.
Well, I don't know how your sibling fights went, but that seems pretty ruthless to me.
Oh, they trust me. I used to get beat up quite a bit by my older brother. But you live and learn, and now look at me.
It made you a better person.
It absolutely did.
Well, let's see if Keen also will improve improve after that beating, because they need to step it up. This is an elimination match. Keen is very close to being statistically a TI. They're probably already going anyway, but this victory here, and especially just being able to take a game off of Vici Gaming, they need this, because as a team you don't want to be making it to TI. You want to win TI.
Yeah.
And at the moment, Keen is not winning TI.
I mean, we got to get there, though. That's the first step.
Yes.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with...
One step.
Love?
Yeah, a single step. Yeah, she used that. Well...
I don't know where you're going here. Money?
No.
Oh.
You
Also,
don't need money to travel. You just need,
love.
Hitchhiking.
Yeah.
Make sure to use the hashtag MDL Disney if you want to let us know how you are watching the show, how you're enjoying the show.
And if you really want to talk about Grand Rant and tell us what you really think. Hashtag MDL Disney.
Hashtag MDL Disney. What do you want to see Grant do?
We also... Can we take suggestions for the sponsors at the end of the show?
Yes, we can.
I'd love actually some community feedback. My idea was to just hold Grant upside down and have him do it, but he said no.
No, I didn't.
Well, he said yes, but
He
then
said it would be
asked,
tricky logistically.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
a
think
thinker,
it's possible.
Kyle. I'm a real thinker, so...
I'm still waiting.
I hope that Keen has got some thinkers in there as well, because they are gonna need
That's the thing
some
right
thoughts
there.
to deal with this man right here, RTK, on top of things. I mean, they just won and he looks angry.
He's always looking angry. That's the way it goes. If you're the best, you got to get better anyway. You can't be satisfied. RTK's won a TI already.
And there's no way they thought they'd be in the losers bracket. I don't think. Like they should have absolutely for sure. You go from winning a major and then NIP. And I'm not. I think NIP they are a top 8 team, but they probably are that 8th team. Like they're not in that upper echelon. And Vici definitely did not expect to lose to them. I'm sure.
Yeah. At this point, I mean, they already made it to TI. At this point, they need stability. And I guess by losing to NIP to come to this lower bracket, it kind of is, their stability is just not there. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they miss, and you want to be always a hitter. So
yeah, definitely not a quitter.
Definitely not a quitter. So what could RTK be critical about from that previous game? What could they have said, or what could RTK have said that they need to shape X up?
I don't think he's critical about the last game. He's just passionately reviewing what they got to do for the second. You get the 1 W, but that doesn't mean anything. It's about all 4 or all 2.
True.
I also think Ori played a little overly aggressive. I think honestly, Sniper can play aggressive once you get the Hurricane Pike, but he died to the Underlord I think twice just because he was stuck in a pit of malice and he didn't have a Hurricane Pike. That's when that's the main thing I could see from that win. I'm like, they played pretty good.
They did okay, above average for sure.
Oh yeah. And now I think you're going to ban Leshrac again, obviously. Not going to happen. That hero. Only in this series, probably, but...
I don't know, man. That hero's pretty good. It's my favorite in Dota 2. I think he's in a great spot as well. You kill towers too quickly. You can't replace that. It's never a bad game for a Lesh.
Stun, creep, clear, push towers, exactly. Does it all.
What's up?
Nothing. You looked like you had to direct us somewhere, and then you just put your pen down and resign to defeat, I suppose, because me and Grant are just so good at this.
I just see Kyle just raising his eyebrows a couple times. I'm like, what's up?
He's probably questioning himself, saying that this wasn't a super one-sided matchup at the very beginning.
I'm sure that is what he is questioning.
No.
At this point.
Actually, I can tell you exactly what I was thinking about, which was why hasn't any tournament so far had a competition or media day about which team can create the fastest and most stable human pyramid. 6 members of a team, 6 people in a human pyramid. It feels like it writes itself.
Well, I think
why have I got to be the one to point this out?
I think the injury on eHome probably has a little bit to do with it.
What are you talking about?
8th Beyond just getting injured from doing an activity he probably shouldn't have. What if the guy on top just falls off, injures himself?
Yes.
What was the activity he wasn't supposed to do? Is that confirmed? Oh, never. She was doing something. Oh, don't talk. Oh, okay. Yeah, human pyramids.
Yeah, probably not a good idea. These guys, they want to keep their hands ready to play the game. They don't want their hands above the sea level.
I'm always nervous because a lot of the wintry European players, they're going skiing and snowboarding and stuff in the off season. I'm like, guys,
that's scary.
But you can just
literally
break legs,
broken
you don't break
wrist.
arms.
No. If you fall forward, you try to. I broke both my elbows in high school because I fell off something. And
How am I not
landed like
surprised?
that.
Yes, but it depends on what you do. If you
Could you wait? Can you demonstrate that?
I
again?
literally just fell like that, and my elbows just popped out, both of them.
it just makes me be goosebumpy and
I got straight A's that semester in school because I didn't know what was going on.
This is where I wish I was in a scenario like my knee was double jointed or something. I could just be like, hey, watch this, Sheaves. And
I mean, if it's double jointed, it's not that creepy at all.
that's pretty creepy.
Yeah, but that I would have noticed that before, so I wouldn't be creeped out.
How do you know I haven't been just saving that?
For just this
How do you know?
moment, your knee pops out and flies away. Whoa.
Because whenever you're late for a panel, you would have been, faster because double joints mean you can run super fast.
Really?
I think so.
I don't think so. Although there is this really cool sci-fi series. I left them at your house, actually. I still have your books. Thanks for those, Sheaves.
You're welcome.
But I left those there and about like this alien race that had their knees went the other way. So we're using their tech, and it's difficult because you got to be backwards. Don't remember the name, but it's
interesting. Well, I think for Keen to win, they're going to not have to have a backwards draft because
Yes.
it kind of felt like they did. It felt like they were always one step behind, and I don't know. It just like you said, like that was a perfect Monkey King game. Like no lane he went to would have been bad. Like except the Razor.
Whoa.
What?
That's where you're wrong, Chief, because a Spectre tri-lane would, at the very least, contest a Monkey King tri-lane. It's a level-dependent core. You don't like the tri-lane.
But
and you lose to Razor.
Did you actually?
You
think
literally
they were-
only beat Underlord.
Did you think they would ever actually try lane? That seemed
I
like
thought
a
they would
Kyle
do-
suggestion, not a them suggestion.
They would do anything other than put Underlord against Monkey King. That was the problem.
I agree. They probably should have done that. I agree.
That's it. That's all you had to say. Why not just open with that? You could have said none of what you did before.
Yeah, but if that is okay.
Because.
Because
Is
we're in the draft, so let's find
Yes.
out what's going to
What movie
happen
is
and
that?
what changes we are going to see. Vici Gaming banning out the Nyx Assassin again, Keen banning out the Oracle and Medusa again, and that means Leshrac, Darkseer, Doom are still in the pool, but will probably all three be banned out. Is there anything
Enigma?
from previous game you would
Oh
ban out
yeah,
instead?
Enigma. You are correct.
Of course I am. Actually, I'm just kidding. That was
Well,
my
Enigma was not touched the previous game at all, though.
What? I thought it was first three banned.
No.
No.
Series before then.
Yes.
I think you definitely. Yeah, there goes the Leshrac.
So Keen sticks to the same bans. If Vici bans out the Doom here as well, they will have done the same.
I think that's the ban as well.
You just want the Doom out.
That's too good. Especially the way Keen plays. It's perfect because it scales and it just goes in. Doom goes in.
It's a good laner. For the most part, it's a good laner. And then good mid game. You're always one of the most farmed cores in the game. What else could they be thinking about?
I don't know, but normally no bonus time is used for a third ban, and that is exactly what is happening at the moment.
He's going through the permutations if you're ROTK. If they first pick Drow, what are we going to do? Do we want to leave Doom? Yes, we do. We're going to give it away. They probably expected Keen to first pick the Prophet this game and don't feel confident in their answer.
I feel if Keen goes Doom this time, Vici will snap pick a
I think
Drow
they'll go,
range.
yeah, exactly. I 100% agree. They'll go Drow +1. They're going to feel very confident.
Well, surely Keen knows that too, so shouldn't they pick the Drow and then Vici picks up Doom?
But then you get...
Because you don't want to give away... You don't want to... As Vici Gaming, you don't want to give away Drow and Doom.
I mean, you're talking... Me and Kyle both think Drow should be first picked every game, so we agree.
No,
They
I
will go
believe
Doom. Let's see if they agree with it. No, they go Razor.
So the tables have turned, somewhat, anyway, with the one hero.
Razor vs. Doom used to be a Doom favored matchup in the game, at least, because you were often maxing your E, and that percent-based damage would just kind of crush Razor throughout the game. You would also be maxing it, whereas nowadays you want more points in Devour, more points in Fire, and Razor's almost always getting a full link off. I like the Razor Rasta combo. Whenever you combine heavy CC with increasing damage over time, physical abilities.
Never bad.
Notably Ursa, Fury Swipes, and Razor Link. It's just natural synergy, especially against melees like Doom.
I feel the Witch Doctor again. I'm not a fan
I don't
of
like
the
this hero. Secret picks it, and it still doesn't look good, and they're the best team in the world. I am not sold. It's a great anti-Razor hero. You throw out the coconut, prevent the walking in, but the hero's so fast now. It was not the same before the move speed changes, but it's common now for Razors to phase forwards and be at 500 plus MS. MS is movement speed, by the way, Grant.
Thank you.
No problem.
Glad we got that.
He looked
sorted out.
confused, that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, he does that.
It's good to learn. You know, we can all learn.
You have anything to teach us, Grant?
I do. Razor is a very good hero.
That is
Is
a
it?
great
That's all
analyzing.
you're welcome. I mean, people were ignoring it in
strategy.
group. Yeah.
That's
The
true.
Abaddon
He
battle.
was complaining about that.
What was he complaining about?
People were ignoring Razor.
Well,
But then they
we're
built
now
it wrong.
Ignoring Drow Ranger.
Yep.
Complaining about that too?
I think it's only this series. I think it's only this series. Like, right, the Leshrac and Drow are super one-off in this series where it's not getting first picked on the Drow, but the Leshrac's getting first banned.
Yeah.
It's definitely the interregional play.
I also think it's because Drow can be abused in the early laning phase and then throughout the mid game. If you can take mid tower early, which both these teams love to do, and then deny her ancient camp for recovery, Drow will not be the same hero. I think that a lot of teams are just not... They're too passive, but they're unwilling to punish the weakness of this hero, even though it is the best in the game at the moment.
So
as far as cores go.
we would like Keen to play faster, correct?
Yes. I don't like that. I mean, how do you go from playing Leshrac 1, playing super fast, to a Spectre? It's like the complete opposite of kind of what got him to almost this top 8.
They drafted to counter Vici's lineup instead of relying on their own.
Yeah.
And if I've learned anything from my time here at Disney, it's that you need to have faith. You gotta have faith in you and trust in yourself. Unless, well, really, there is no unless.
Oh, so just always have faith.
Okay.
All right. Sand King banned out. I'm surprised it wasn't taken in the first phase. I mean, there's so many heroes in this game. Like, we just saw 4 different ones last time, and, well, besides Razor and...
Shaker?
Shaker wasn't even touched, right, in the first game?
He was not. He was not.
I like Shaker and Tusk for Vici as their third pick.
It's interesting, because actually, if you kind of think back, like, Chinese teams don't really like our Shaker, except, like, Lan M, who's, like, a complete
FY.
boss. FY as well, you're right. But these teams, they just do not care about it, and I think it's always good, right? Long-range stun, the initiation, burst damage. And if you want to play fast, that's always good.
Now, one of the offlaners that we see old 11 on sometimes are still in, but are we thinking Doom is going to already be that hero for 11, or are we going to rotate him?
I think it's still pretty open. I think you're going to pick it here. We're going to know after this third pick.
Okay.
But I think it is still open.
Because when we were talking about tempo, we always come back to the 3 and 4, which are the players that go for the tempo control.
The interchangeable, they like to
Yes.
do that, yeah.
Does Doom set a high tempo? No, not really.
Depends. It's situational. Like, it kind of is more about how you want to play around it and what Vici likes to go. The Naga ban leads me to believe they might be thinking Drow. Alternatively, just some other hero. High Illusions would... It feels like it could be a Drow game. You already have nice setup.
It was banned in the last phase last time. I don't know. I still think you need another stun. Vici Gaming, we talked about, you need that point-click stun. And they don't... I mean, you have the Rasta, but Rasta's just going to get coconutted on the head every time or Infernal Bladed. You need someone else. I like Earthshaker for Vici, but I don't know if they'll pick it.
I think you take the support, but I'd imagine based on the amount of time they've taken thus far, it'll be a core. And I think on the turn as second pick, you're more likely to do so just because it's more valuable in that ban pick follow-up.
Yep. And possibly just pick a hero you think Keen Gaming might take. Man.
The Grimstroke, first one
Oh, wow.
of the series, an
Immediate.
instant Drow pickup as well.
It is great against the Razor. As long as you can avoid the link, you're always going to deal more damage throughout the engagements. And Razor doesn't team fight very well. You can get on. You have to be on top of Drow, and that's just tough to do,
We
especially
haven't
if you've got a
talked
Witch
about
Doctor in the way.
Grimstroke the entire day. Why is that?
Well, we haven't seen Doom till today, or this series, right? Have we seen Doom?
I don't believe so.
But is that the only reason why you would pick up a Grimstroke,
No,
or
we-
why you would counter the Grimstroke?
Now this Grimstroke, you can be super active. Like we watched a Grimstroke a couple days ago, and he went the 203 build, and he was actually just running around with like 3 of his melee cores, just getting on top of people. Obviously, this game it's a lot different because you're with 2 ranged heroes, and I guess they like the double hex, double lightning is insane burst damage.
You also do the double drain.
Double link?
Yeah.
Does that work?
That's what I mean. Drain link.
Grant,
Yeah,
does that work?
sure.
Okay, cool.
I also, man, I just like Grimstray, and it's one of DY's favorite heroes too. He loves playing that.
It's one of the more active position 5 heroes as well. You can do a lot with a little. Whatever happened to people buying Athoses all the time?
They still do. I mean, Underlord had an Atos last game.
But not
Yeah,
as,
but not as many as we saw a month ago.
I'm curious as well, actually, that thought. And I guess because you always have like Brown Boots Atos, right? There's like no buildup. I think you just, if you don't get like 2 or 3 early kills with that Atos, it's kind of just a dead item. Because all of a sudden these people have Hurricane Pikes, they have BKBs, and you're like, well, I have this Atos Brown Boots.
Is this a Storm game for Keen? I think you just need some reach, yeah? Whenever I see 2 ranged squishy supports, regardless of how much lockdown they are, I think high reach is hype. I think a Spirit for sure. Embers, Storm, or Earth is fine with me.
I still find it very risky against the Shaman.
I agree. I know what you're saying, Kyle, but it's just, and the Centaur, the Shaman, like, you have just so much initiation on them.
And you know Vici is going to set that tempo high. So if Storm gets ahead and stomps the mid lane, that's fine. But I don't think you can really bank on that.
I would like Ember a bit more if it was one of the spirits.
You have Drow, though.
You do. I mean, we saw Drow with a Drow played by herself with 2 melee cores before, so it's been done.
Whoa!
Oh, okay. We didn't talk about that,
Well,
young lass.
I know we haven't talked about that because we haven't seen this Ginger in the whole tournament.
Yeah, that's a Razor counter in the mid lane and throughout the game, but the change to Drow, now giving attack speed instead of damage, makes the Wind Ranger pick a bit more questionable in my eyes because you get your ult off, it sets you to max attack speed. Drow Warrior actually doesn't do anything for a Wind Ranger when you're attempting to kill that target. And yeah, it's a good matchup, but I think Wind Ranger's even worse against high disabled than Storm, especially the amount of magic damage Vici's got. You need an Ags and a Blink and a Maelstrom ideally, and a BKB before you can really play Dota 2. And it just doesn't... It's similar to QoP. It's got to run over the game, or it won't win.
Or it just won't do anything, yeah.
Yep.
But you are saying you are expecting this Wind Ranger as a mid,
I think it's built... it's primarily to counter the Razor in the lane matchup.
not a 4.
It's a good point, Chiefs. That's very possible.
Because I play a lot of Wind Ranger, and I know that definitely not at the same level. But you kind of, with levels alone, you already can make a lot happen, and normally, you don't need that many items to be a success. So
You don't think? In a game like this versus a Centaur lockdown?
Sheever, what she's saying is she wins a lot of games, and because it's Sheeves, she very rarely has any items.
See, I would think that's Flame, but that is actually very accurate as well. It depends why you pick her, I guess, as well. Like what asset is her most valuable one.
They banned the OD.
They banned the OD, so they are expecting that Wind Ranger to be a position 4, or at least not a mid hero, because they ban out the mid. Let's see what Keen removes out of the pool.
I think you wouldn't be afraid of it as a mid. So
No.
there's no reason, even if it's already selected, there's no ban more appropriate. OD with Drow is insane. Even Link isn't super effective because the orb does pure damage based on int, not damage. Plus having a hard save is excellent against heroes like Centaur, specifically this high lockdown. You can just counter initiate, combo break, and spin it back. Morph ban. I think you core the Doom. I think the Wind Ranger 4 makes sense, but what mid hero?
The problem is now you're picking mid, and Vici Gaming could obviously just Razor on a side lane and just completely counter your hero. So it'd have to be like one of those DKs or Embers if you really wanted.
And Vici have tower pressure thanks to the Rasta. I feel like maybe Ember Spirit would be good for them. Just any sort of catch. I think they just need reach. If they can get onto the backline, look at the last 3 heroes Keen selected. What do they do if there's suddenly a remnant forwards into a double chains? Oh, goodness.
That seems like a very squishy lineup.
Oh, it's so squishy.
But you talked about, Keen wins this, they pretty much win versus Vici if they play super high tempo. And I think this could be one of those games where you're looking at the 10 minute at the end of the laning phase and you're like, if you're not 2 to 3K up minimum on Keen, you're like, uh-oh.
So the thing that we've said is Vici's greatest asset is their tempo, and you're saying that Keen is going to try to outpace Vici Gaming in this one.
Yes, I think they have to, especially with the Sniper pick now. Sniper versus Drow, not the worst matchup. You always just outrange her. Like, instead of just getting on top of her, just shoot farther away from her.
Yeah, it's also really good against Puck, believe it or not, because Puck's damage output's somewhat limited. Sniper is going to play the back line, so it's not as if Coil helps you catch much in the mid to late game. It'd be just you.
Is this a Dagon first Puck game?
It could be.
It might be, yeah.
I just think Vici's team fight's too strong. Double Assassinate now, thanks to the Grimstroke as well.
The Centaur makes everyone, like, Centaur plus Razor, you're getting that link off, and you're going to get a ton of damage no matter what, because you'll always be able to stay on top. I think Vici gaming, I think this draft is a little bit closer, but Keen has to play immaculately for the first 10 minutes, or we're going to see a little Liquid versus Pain-esque game, I think.
Well, I hope that's not the case for Keen Gaming.
Me too, but
And for us,
actually...
and for you as well.
I got to lean Vici anyway.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think like 75-25. I think that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's going to be this Wind Ranger. I want to see what she can do, because I honestly just don't watch her that much. I just want to see...
Nobody does.
Is she going to own? Yeah,
she
exactly.
doesn't get played.
It's
I'm
the
curious.
puck. The puck's got to go off. Let's be real.
Okay.
You need a flawless puck game. If he dies more than twice, I think Vici take it for sure.
A speedy, flawless game needs to happen from Keen Gaming. That's what you guys are saying. I think that is a big ask, but they're here on the main stage, and this is their last chance to do it, because if they lose this one, they are eliminated. Let's find out if they can push to that third game with our commentary team of ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Joe. VG Gaming versus Keen Gaming. Game 2 just about ready to go. We saw VG take Game 1. Game 2, bit of a different approach here from Keen. This Drow strat comes in. Old 11 playing something very different. The off-lane Wind Ranger is going to be the one for him this time around.
Yeah, I am just very intrigued and very excited to watch it, because I have not seen Wind Ranger in a pro match in quite a long time. I think this Puck pick is probably like one of the few things that could round stuff together. They needed some team fight, so let's see how it goes.
Let's get ourselves into the action and find out.
Vici Gaming contre Keen Gaming. Game 2.
So let's see indeed if this Drow lineup works. As the panel says, it's pretty squishy. A lot of it's going to be reliant on that Doom to be on the front. It's going to be a little harder to sort of do so, though, as it isn't that core Doom. It is that position 4 Kaka Doom that's going to be moving around the map. So let's have a look. Vici Gaming themselves, some strong picks once again. The Ori Sniper, lots of ways to keep him safe, a lot of control from their heroes. Yang as well, that Centaur Stampede's always going to be there to make sure that Ori can reposition successfully. So Keen Gaming, they have to dominate the lanes.
They have to, I mean, they absolutely need to have a really, really good start in this game. I think just like Kyle was saying, Puck needs to go off, because their team fight's pretty limited. Their team fight is really relying on Yi having a good start, because otherwise you look at their 4 heroes and it's like they don't team fight well at all. You look at Vici's and they team fight very well. I think this Centaur pick was super good. I think whenever you can really have Centaur versus Drow, it's nice because everybody can collapse on top of her. And in the sometimes Razor versus Drow is not the best, but now it completely changes it, because now you're always going to be able to keep that link and get on top of the Drow, or almost always.
So, I mean, why do you think that Keen did settle on putting 11 on that Wind Ranger? Like, what does this hero do? Obviously, there's reasons why this hero is not incredibly popular, but what can it do that works out nicely for Keen?
Well, the thing is, they see the Razor, right? They see the Razor, and they also see Shadow Shaman, so this at least is able to benefit off of that Drow aura. They can kill the Serpent Wards easily from a distance. You don't really benefit too much from that precision aura, just like Kyle was saying too. Like, in the past, sure, but your Focus Fire gives you that 450 attack speed already when you use it. But I think just being able to bully and never really worrying about linking, like, you're never going to get linked as a Wind Ranger. You're always going to be able to Wind Run and kind of run away, provide you some more disable. It's a hero that's really unexplored, so not too sure, and we'll see what Old 11 can do with it.
Let's have a look. We'll see what the lanes settle down to be. It's going to be Yang and Fade starting up top, up against this safe lane of Dark and Old Chicken.
They get themselves a pretty good lane, too, because now the Wind Ranger is versus that Razor. So immediately you see Razor gets the 8 damage stolen anyway, but...
yeah, it's unlikely to ever be much more than that.
Yeah.
And the mid lane, Sniper versus Puck, a matchup where Ori should have a pretty good start in the lane this time around, would you say? As obviously last game, Ori did sort of lose out on the 1v1 for the first 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot based on like headshot procs and stuff inside of that lane matchup, because Puck does have a high base damage advantage in this one, and you have high burst and ways to get on top of the Sniper, so it can be a little bit scary for that Sniper, but it should be, for the most part, a bit of a trade farm depending on how much the harassment comes out. It's the proc chance, right? Do you get a lot of headshot procs, or you're going to get a better harassment out of the Sniper?
And in terms of the supports, is there the chance that we'll see that mid lane get ganked very early on? Or
top first, though.
Yeah,
they hit level 2 immediately.
Yang's on, in with the Who Stomp. There's that Vita Restoration ticking and keeping all chicken healed, but it's not enough. The blast comes in with the Ether Shock, and First Blood goes the way of Fade.
I think for the most part, we're going to see static lanes. We might see Keen maybe make a rotation toward mid, but I don't think Vici's going to want to change their lanes at all. Maybe if Fade sees some like crazy opportunity where he can, but unlikely. I think this top matchup is excellent for them. He's going to be able to give Yang a great start in this game, and another double stun comes out, but just for some last hits. They did not hesitate at all in that top matchup, though. They hit level 2, and it was an instant go. We've seen that a lot now from teams. Whoever hits level 2 first, you make the aggressive stance and claim that dominance in the lane.
I mean, yeah, they're crushing it up top. 12 for 5 on Yang. Old Chicken, only 6 CS at the moment. Bottom. They get the Jackal. They're looking for DY. They'll be able to slam him down. Keen Gaming will finish off the kill.
Ooh.
Paparazzi unable to do enough to push them back and off the support as DY.
And interesting, too. Sure, they blocked the hard camp this time, but this creep actually might be a bit of a difference maker down bottom. There's an Alpha Wolf Eaton. So with that increased attack speed for the Wind Ranger, it's quite a significant amount of damage between these two. See 54 plus 16 already up on Old 11 with that increased attack speed, too. So not something you see too often. It's a creep that's still very highly valued, but not in the laning phase. It's usually one of those later creeps that you get on.
Yeah, DY. It's got to be careful. Trading hits is never going to be nice with these two.
No, definitely not.
And the same situation as sort of top because of that. Down bottom, Razor, farm isn't too great. I'm sure he's getting a few denies in there, but the last hits aren't rolling in. The mid lane matchup, 15 for 2 against 13 for 3, staying very even at the moment between Ori and Yi.
Yep, just a bit of that harassment coming out. I mean, Ori's been getting a lot of headshot procs actually on Yi. Saw like 3 or 4 before when he stepped up. So he's actually going to have to bring out some more regen. Actually, the bottle is finished, at least for Yi.
And Fade will be able to make sure that pull doesn't continue to be being made up top. Making sure that Vici Gaming can hold that lane in good position.
Scary lane for Keen whenever they do step up versus the Centaur and the Shadow Shaman. It's very unlikely that you're going to get a kill on this whenever you're in a Drow lane. Like, Drow does not really threaten too many kills until you get those levels out. So top Keen does have to be a bit afraid whenever they do step up too far. If anyone gets caught by Disable, they're likely to die.
They just making it pretty much impossible for Dark to get any sort of pull going bottom lane.
There's a stack there, though, already. Triple stack on that hard camp up top.
Yeah, not something that Keen can really clean out anytime soon, though, with their heroes.
We might see some more rotations around those like 2-minute marks now, since Ori has identified that there's a bottle in that mid lane. But top.
He gets left on his own, and Old Chicken just gets run down. As soon as sort of Dark steps away to make the pull to the small camp, there's no hesitation from Vici Gaming. Bottom lane as well, DY moving in towards Kaka. Paparazzi tries the static link. Old 11's able to break it with that win run. Now they turn back towards DY. DY keeps the distance, and he will be fine.
A lot of damage coming out from these two. Like we were saying with that Alpha Wolf, it really does start to build up, but this top lane is an absolute disaster right now for Keen. This Centaur is full free farm with some kills to his name too. Yang gonna have an excellent time, and this Centaur is really a difference maker too in this draft. Like we were saying, the Stampede in this game is super threatening for everybody. Like the Razor just getting on top of heroes.
Bottom lane though, Keen get themselves another kill onto DY. The two of them chase him down and fight around the rune spawns. We'll be able to secure at least their 2-own down there. See Vici themselves get the 2 up top on Yang. Yang with that phase boots complete. We've seen the harassment be very good, and now with that phase boots, even easier to get in and have those hard-hitting punches against the squishy heroes. And Old Chicken, he needs help from Dark. He needs it ASAP. The paralyzing cast bounces do come in. He's got the phase boots, Yang. He's got no boots. Chase this down, and indeed Old Chicken cannot run himself away. He tries to block him off with the tree. It's not going to be able. As Vici Gaming just destroying Old Chicken's game.
He just spam pinged up there too. He's definitely feeling a little bit of that frustration coming in.
I mean, what do they do? Do they bring in extra support up there? Do they swap the lanes around? How do they get space? Or does he have to now start considering going to the jungle super early?
He might have to. I think he might just do that right now. Yeah, he is.
Oh, now, now Dark will be able to juke him. Heads down. He has got a TP. He's going to go for the best bet and just continue to run away. That will manage to get himself out of there. But yeah, this lane entirely Yang's. All the farm in the world for this Centaur now, and they can begin to get more pressure onto that tier 1 Terra Keen. It's unlikely that Keen's going to send much up here to hold back.
Yeah.
Bottom.
Paparazzi getting pressured though.
He is going to try and go for the link, but he's very low. He'll fall same time up top. Yang will get the kill. On to Dark, but Paparazzi going down. As well as this top lane is going for Vici Gaming, Keen are definitely making some magic happen down bottom.
For sure. But there are other two lanes not going that great. I mean, Ori's doing, it's pretty even in the mid matchup, but yeah, this Centaur is going to be such a big problem. He's going to have a Vanguard and Phase Boots so early in this game, and I'm already, like, the damage issues can definitely be there for Keen. The Drow, sure, you can still pump out that damage, but you need those levels, and she is getting slowed down so much from all this.
See Dark as well, he's just trying to get something out of this, get some sort of XP, soaking up the waves.
It's only level 4, though. I mean, level 4 is pretty decent, but the two heroes up here are both level 5. They're going to claim this tower.
Just try for the deny, won't get it. As Vici Gaming get the hit on the tower with the creeps.
Now with the tower dead top, you can start making invasion plays. So we do see the wards already prepped out from Keen to try to defend versus, so Fade.
Oh, he does sort of just walk in, has the Hex to stop some of the damage, but now he's out of it. Old Chicken will turn, and with Maledict on Fade, Fade will go.
Yeah, they know that's going to be warded now for sure. That's a good ward, though, by Keen to defend the Drow.
Oh, it's on 11. Sniping down DY with a power shot. I mean, every time the DY and Paparazzi try and leap forward for a play with a static link, Keen Gaming is just turning it around on this bottom. They have to be careful with this Razor and Grimstroke, because it seems this combination, when they're sort of falling behind, they can't kill these two heroes. These two heroes will just turn and burst down DY every time. He's incredibly squishy.
Yeah, I mean, this Alpha Wolf is really making such a big difference. It's really interesting to see. And the Wind Ranger is doing pretty decent in the lane. 2-0-2, 24 last hits, but now Fade.
Yeah, there's the catch out. Fade catching Old 11 by surprise. Will set up for a bit of vengeance from Vici Gaming, as they will finally kill off Old 11 in that lane. He'd been having a pretty good time so far in terms of harassing the Razor.
I mean, Fade had an insane game last game, and right now he's already going to be getting close to level 6 on Shadow Shaman pre-10 minutes. And no slowdown whatsoever. Goes bottom, gets a kill, smokes, looks for another. Kaka just outside of breaking that smoke range.
See if they can find two heroes at the moment around mid. There is Dark by the side of Yi. And that will dispel the smoke. They'll look towards Dark, as they will try and get an easy kill. Assassinate in. Kill goes the way of Ori as well. He'll be happy with that one. Now Keen Gaming, see if they can get something in return. They have got the 6 on 11. So with that focus fire, they'll kill off DY. I mean, DY continuing to die time and time again on this Grimstroke.
Yep. And what, that's the 4th one, right, for him? So he's going to be the hard 6 roll this game, as we'll see Fade take a lot more to that farm on the Shadow Shaman. Already level 6. So Serpent Ward's pre-10 minutes. They can definitely try to look for a tower push. They have seen it, though. The ward did spot the Shadow Shaman bottom, hitting level 6. And Yang does have the Vanguard finished, and he also, if he wants to, he has a quad stack in the camp right next to him.
It's still there, isn't it? Yeah.
It's a full 4 stack right now. And Old Chicken would love to be able to farm that, as he is doing a triple stack, or is that a quad stack? Quad stack right now.
Yeah, he's got some
another one.
Good stacks to clean up too. Bottom lane, Keen Gaming bringing in extra numbers. In fact, a 4th hero as well. If they want to get the pressure on, take this tier 1 tower. Fade and Paparazzi have to be careful.
Haste rune on the puck too. This is their time to shine. They need to start making plays with this puck.
See, Yi charging in. They'll get their eyes onto Paparazzi. Hex will be out, as well as the Serpent Wards drop down onto 11. The Dream Coil from Yi holds the 2 of them down. Static Link as well onto 11, taking a lot of damage from the Serpent Wards, but will get himself away, as 11 will salve up. They have lost Dark on the Witch Doctor as the fight kicks around the rune spawns. Vici Gamer will grab the bottom one. They'll be able to head over and get the other one too. These two at least away from Keen Gaming. Old Chicken is able to pick up the ones up top though.
Man, they have a haste rune, and just because this Shadow Shaman's level 6 so early, just drops Serpent Wards, and they actually can't go for a dive play, even with the full rotation coming out. Vici was very prepared for that. They've put all 4 of their first obs wards down bottom, just emphasizing they want to try to control their tier 1 tower in these first 10 minutes, just identifying that early game.
Kaka, Infernal Blade, power shot from Old Level Doom, with the focus fire as well on the Paparazzi. They can look for both. Keen Gaming, Old 11 and Kaka, this lane together, it's worked out absolutely beautifully. It really has.
Yeah, I mean, Kaka's super farm too. He's above the Drow Ranger in farm.
304 on the Doom, 314 on the Wind Ranger. This lane duo showing a lot of potential and something that we don't see any of the other teams do.
Yep. Yang, in the meanwhile, will clear that quad camp that was up top, though, on that Centaur. So full Vanguard, and he's almost got a Crimson Guard on top, too. So he will be very strong, and that's the kind of sacrifice he took instead of showing up to fight bottom. And bottom tower is cleaned up by Old 11.
More money for him. on top of that Javelin. He's going to get that first sort of damage item out very quickly. Any sort of control plus a focus fire will kill pretty much everyone apart from the Centaur at the moment. I mean, even the Centaur with a +1. It's a lot of damage from this Wind Ranger.
He has to be very careful to almost never focus fire Centaur in the game. He will kill himself. I've seen that way too many times. So it does have to watch out for that until later stages, or unless he's next to the Vlads maybe of the Doom, which I think Kaka does have. That could maybe be a little bit extra sustained. But anybody else, for sure, that focus fire will kill them.
12 minutes in. Only a 1k lead for Vici Gaming. Definitely looking a lot better for Keen this time round in comparison to game 1.
Yeah.
They've got something good going.
And Old Chicken has been able to give him time to recover. That's the big thing, too. He was level 4. He had to go to jungle. He's almost level 9 now. And he's got a triple stacked Ancients for himself, too. So this Drow Ranger is going to be completely caught back up in the game after cleaning this out. So Vici, they have to start doing something, but DY down bottom again.
It's going to be another casualty, surely. He's trying his best to juke through the trees. And with the TP out, will he make it? One more touch will do it. Old Levin's got it. He's in, takes the kill. Maelstrom complete, 12 minutes in on this Wind Ranger.
Look at this again. Keen, no hesitation. They see Paparazzi and they just keep wanting to shut down this Razor.
Let's see if they can get the jump on him.
He's
playing it safe. Yeah, he's keeping himself in that side shop and he's out with the TP.
That's like the wave you never... That's like the risky wave right there. You see that one all the way by the small camp. You usually don't want to push so far up there.
Old Chicken. Mid. There's the Stampede closing the gap. Instant Hex. Serpent Ward's down. Fade picks up the kill there. Already getting the final touch. Ward's down in position to help clean up the tower as well. These are the sort of plays that you've got to be careful of. I mean, Old Chicken, for the most part, he's been stuck in the jungle, comes out, and there's no hesitation. Vici Gaming Stampede, and he's gone.
It's always going to be a hard game versus a Centaur when you're a Drow Ranger at this type of start. You're just going to get ran at constantly, but at least you're amping up your teammates, and once you get your levels built out, you still will be able to deal a decent amount of damage as long as you have frontliners, which is still the concern for me for Keen. Their front line is still pretty weak if they do just get ran at by Vici, and Vici's front line has a Crimson Guard, so he can definitely just look to pierce through. But Old 11, this Wind Ranger, 4-1-4.
He's making it work so far. It's just they have to keep finding themselves making plays where they're not 5v5. As you say, it's all about pickoffs for Keen Gaming, splitting up the map, getting these solo kill potentials, which this Wind Ranger has a huge amount of with the FaZe, Maelstrom, Blightstone.
Yeah, definitely, and these could be the big kills. I mean, down bottom, they have information of this. They saw Yang farming this.
Keep this pace up, find these pickoffs, see if they can get Yang. Yang silenced up, Doom's dropped down. Yang, there is no help for him. As Yang will fall, can they get another? Dream Core's there onto Paparazzi. He's quite deep underneath the tier 2 tower. So Keen Gaming will have to back up. TP's now coming in from Vici Gaming. Can Vici Gaming get a catch in response? Doesn't look like they can. Keen Gaming they're a pretty speedy bunch. They can get in, get out with the Scorched Earth, with the Wind Run, a lot of ways to back away once Vici Gaming responds.
They're playing their draft as they should, though. They're playing it very fast-paced, high-tempo to not let Vici get any breathing room with this Drow Ranger. But now Kaka may have held his ground a little bit too long farming that jungle and will get punished. He stayed way too far in. The rest of his team was already starting to back away. I guess maybe they were trying to secure some of those bounties, but gets punished for it.
Take that. And for Vici Gaming, what sort of is the next big item pickup, would you say, that's going to allow them to then start and play and push in a way that Keen Gaming can't really deal with? Dark picked off down bottom.
I think they can look to just start taking fights whenever.
Like
they've got Aether Lens on Shadow Shaman. The catch is definitely going to be there. They don't have the blink on Centaur, but with this Crimson Guard, they're so strong.
They could just run in, and as you say, with that cast rate, they get the Hex. So Who's going to be attempted, but the Waning Wrist silence is there, slowing down the aggression, but the Shackles out onto the pod, catch him out. Now 11 trying to turn here with Kaka. With the stuns out onto Kaka. Kaka cannot escape. They'll look towards Yang. Crimson Guard held him in out a little bit. He's walked back in. He got hexed again. He gets hexed up. Fade was ready. As 11 dies, there'll be a buyback from Yi for this. See if he can actually catch anyone. He does have a Dream Coil.
Oh, that's what we were talking about. Focus firing the Centaur. It can really just kill you when you just hit that Retaliate over and over again. And Old 11 actually mostly dies to that. Very painful. And that's what we're talking about, right? Like Vici, they are ready to just fight. They've got Crimson Guard on Centaur. This guy has no fear at the moment. And
we'll see this attempt again. As it started, this wraparound from Yang, instantly moving in with the Stampede, and these hexes just sort of forcing the fight very early on. Fade with so much control on this Shaman. We see him being the reason they get that first kill. He's also the reason that they just make sure that Old 11 can't get in and get out.
Oh, look at this focus fire, though. Look at 11's health. Oh, no.
Oh.
We knew it was going to happen at least once in this one. As they will also lose... They lost Yi again in the mid lane. A quick rotation coming out from Vici. They just catch him with the Aether Lens.
There's this combo Fade just setting up from such a far range.
What did Kyle said, what, 2 deaths on the puck, right? That's the second death, and he's not... And look at where his net worth is. It's been completely stagnated in this game, and Vici's claiming it complete control. Just looking harder and harder now for Keen, just to take, because they can't take the fights. The 5-man fights
they really can't.
So difficult.
They don't have the reach that Fade does, and they're also squishy. You get hexed, you're gonna die.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Start. Oh, walking into one another here. DY. Get the Soulbind out. They've got the 2-man control. Fade just loving life there with the Soulbind Shackles combination. As they'll surely get both Stampede used to help chase down Kaka. The Doom is dead. And Old 11, what's he doing?
Oh, he was going for Ori in the back.
That was not the play. Just running in, hands off the keyboard, going in with the focus fire after you've lost 2-3 heroes. I mean, there's 4 dead currently on Keen Gaming. Very disjointed play, and that will get punished by Vici Gaming's 4-man, 5-man pushes.
And they've got wards up still, too. So that 6k gold lead will go up to that 7k very quickly, and what a series of events in the last few moments. Puck now finally has the Blink Dagger out, but that's not where you want to be on a Puck in this game. You want to be involved in like 6, 7, 8 kills or something this early on, but only 1, 2, and 2 on the Puck right now in this game, just been completely stopped and halted by Vici.
Keen Gaming have just tried something a little different. It's you know, have flashy elements in the lanes with that bottom lane going well, but when it comes to actually sort of playing Dota as it has been at this tournament, their lineup's just so hard to utilize.
I mean, look at Yang. He's very tanky, but he's up versus 3. Gets doomed with a Death Ward. That's a dead Centaur this time.
I get the pick.
3 ultis for him, though. They just used all 3 of them to bring down that beefy Centaur.
Still the 6k lead for Vici Gaming. Ori holding the top spot. This Shaman Fade, as was said by the panel, had such a good game last game, and this game just continuing to be such a playmaker.
Yeah, he's been having he's been beasting it. About to have Blink Dagger finished up, level 12 too.
Oh yeah, man, good luck not getting hexed then.
Yeah, not getting double hexed too. I mean, we've seen DY. He doesn't care about if he dies. He's just gonna run in and try to get that Soulbind off for the teammates to get their double ultimates or double grabs or whatever it be off.
Yeah, they've somehow got to get on top of him, stop him from being able to get all his spells off, but it's so hard with their lineup.
Yeah, they have the front line, and they have ways to, kite. Yeah. They have Stampede. Centaur being one of the best units, best heroes in the game to be able to just disengage or re-engage depending on how you assess the situation. Paparazzi now has BKB finished. Although he's had a little bit of a struggle in the game, he's still 3-2-5 and still top 3 net worth.
And this is the power of Vici Gaming with their lineup. They just 5-man smoke. Whoever they find, they're going to die. They're going to get the kill.
I mean, sure, Old Chicken level 15 caught up very well on this Drow Ranger, but anybody who gets grabbed is pretty much instantly dead, and there's no Doom for 50 seconds.
I mean, Keen Gaming is looking semi-prepared, grouped up as 4, but now walk into the fight. Dark tries to go for a Maledict, doesn't hit anyone. Yang charges past, goes for the Who Stop. Serpent Ward's dropped down as well by Fade. Yi will look towards Fade. He has the Crimson Guard buff, won't be enough to save him. They do kill the Shaman, but they've lost 2 in the jungle as it's a double kill for Paparazzi. Yang is moving in. Can he cancel any TPs? He can. Old 11 caught out by the Who Stop. He's not getting out of it. He'll try and win run away, but an Assassinate is in. All he can do is sort of hide and hope that they do not find him. He's going to try his best to juke him out, but he's getting pinged. They know exactly where he is. We're going to shackle out, but it's not enough to do anything in response to this move from Vici Gaming as they get another. Losing Fade, but taking so much from Keen Gaming.
Him and Kaka both ported to the Shrine. They're both trying to do the efficiency play so they can keep playing on the map, but longer TP for Old 11, and it actually causes him to die because of it. Net worth started to go down a little bit, though, off of that one. Even though Vici were able to get so many kills. The bounty runes did go for Keen. But we're continuing to see these team fights are just so impossible for Keen. They just get jumped on every single time. I think Fade got the initiation that time again. He got the Blink Hex on the Puck right before the fight started, and from then on, it's like, oh my god, Keen just has to full disengage because they don't have their Doom available. If they have Doom, maybe they can try to look for something it, but even then, it's still just way too much team fight from Vici.
Vici's got the blink on Yang too as well, so another method of getting in.
And a BKB finished up on the sniper now too, so yeah, lots of different tools, and they can look to just take another fight immediately right after this.
Kaka's also got his blink on the Doom.
Okay.
So they can, you know, at least instantly sort of take someone out of the fight if Kaka does get a successful jump in. They're going to try and do something big with that reveal. They're smoked up as 4. All ults available on Keen Gaming's lineup.
They have to get something big out of it, but they're playing into double BKBs, and Yang is the only one really showing his face. He's kind of asking for it.
He's not the one they want to go at all. They want to try and get someone else behind him. But the positioning from Vici Gaming is making it very hard for Keen to find that opening.
And now it's their turn to smoke up and try to look for a fight directly at them, but they actually don't have a smoke on them at the moment. They kind of grouped up like they were looking for it, but... How's the BKB looking for Old Chick? He's still quite a ways away, so he just gets collapsed on so easily for this Drow Ranger. Is still the problem, and they still, their front line is it's Kaka, and he's not very tanky still. Sure, 1600 HP with that 17 armor, but that's not really where you want to be at this point versus this high damage lineup of Vici, as he is, like we said, the only tanky one.
So they can catch any of them up top. Old 11, Wind Run, he's into the trees, trying for the TP up, but FaZe found him with Yang. They'll catch the Wind Ranger. Old 11 caught out once again after having such a good start. He has now died many times in a row as they keep hunting him down, keep catching him. So much disabled. 1 Hex and he's gone.
They're trying to get the split push going though. Puck immediately goes bottom, pushes out. We see also mid lane, Kaka starts pushing. I believe they popped Drower actually earlier than that all happened. And Old Chicken just continue to the Ancients, trying to get an item so that he can actually protect himself. Really needs BKB for those disables. But now, Vici, off that pick-off, they can easily just go for a Roche.
Keen at least able to find something in trade. In fact, Yang TP'd in, knows that Yi is still around, tries for the blind blink Who Stomp, but will not catch him. They will get Dark though. Dark around the shrine, Fade also coming over just in case they could find Yi, but Yi's out of there. Still now, Vici Gaming, they can push with this Aegis. Look to take the final 2 outer towers off the map away from Keen. There's still that tier 1 and the tier 2 for the taking down bottom.
Man, Dark's trying so hard to win the vision game for his team. Look at all the... He's done this the whole game, too. And multiple games that I've seen King play is just the overabundance of sentry wards to try to come back and control areas, but still not quite able to versus Vici's. He did get rid of all the wards, though, except for that one that's in the top side.
Invisibility.
But Vici, looking at their stance, they're still feeling super confident, especially with this Aegis. You will be able to quickly blink away.
King Gaming's best interest just to avoid them at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe see if they can get the tier 1 tower up top or on the middle lane. It's hard though. Vici Gaming keeping both the middle and the bottom heavily pushed out. There's the BKB now for the Drow. So finally we might be able to see King Gaming take a fight with their Drow.
This is a tough place to fight though. Vici has claimed this area for a while now. You have to imagine they have sentries and wards everywhere. So do they go for a super long wraparound? Because walking up this hill could be suicide.
It's very risky already. The smoke dispels on Dark. They know that there's trouble up here. Instant D-ward as well. King Gaming well aware that Vici Gaming are around this area. And with that information, they're not going to even try and head over here. They're going to just look to secure the top 2 bounty runes.
I think it's like way too tough when you know that Vici's been set up. You know they're going to have wards all over the place and you're walking blindly into a high ground. Into an Aegis too.
Yeah, this is not an area of the map that Vici Gaming can go.
Keen, we will see Yi now start to cut the bottom wave a little bit here. It is a catapult wave though, so that one siege creep will continue to push forward through, but we'll cut the next one as well. They pop their Drower as well, so you see them, they're trying to push the lanes out, trying to push out the side lanes in response rather than actually taking the fight down bottom, but they've got Serpent Wards. Vici's gonna threaten.
Straight up to the high ground, and here we go, King Gaming. What's going to be the play against this? What's their answer?
And they get to the back lines, or he's just being sniper.
He's straight in. Jump away with a Who Stomp. He's immediately on top of the Drow. There's no buyback. EA went in on the BKB purchase. They'll lose the Witch Doctor. Dark does have the buyback. But Yang just able to walk in, blink on top of the Drow, and Old Chicken's gone so direct. Yang again, nearly getting another jump onto Dark. Dark will be able to cancel the Who Stomp with a paralyzing cast. But Vici Gaming just able to walk in and get a set of racks.
Just like that.
A mistake there from the Drow. Placement not great from Old Chicken. Doesn't have money for buyback. And suddenly there are racks up now. The lead was already there, of course, for Vici Gaming, but now it's even greater.
If you get caught by one disable without that BKB, so much damage come out. There's just way too much burst from Vici, and that was kind of just a kind of a freebie for them.
I don't think, Vici Gaming expected the siege to be as easy as that was. Yang making it look very simple.
He just feels so, he feels so free, right? As the Centaur, he's so tanky. He doesn't have to worry about anyone. They don't have to worry about the other frontliner. That's what we keep reiterating over and over again is Keen. Their fight, how do they start the fight? The puck has to pretty much just blindly go in and start the fight, but they don't really have the team fight to back it up, as we were talking about too. Vici just they have their bases covered. And they even got defensive items now too. We have DY has a full Glimmer, Fade after that Blink and that Aether has a Force Staff. While we look at Keen, Dark of course is going to be poor on the Witch Doctor because he is buying all the wards, but Kaka has to go for Blink, he has to go for these other plays. They can't actually have any defensive items to try to save their Drow. The Drow is the one with the defensive capabilities with the Hurricane Pike.
We can see as well how good of a game Yang is having.
Yeah.
Started off with that top lane where they were absolutely beasting it.
They have Serpent Wards up again in 4 seconds, and they still have their Aegis. They're keeping this one ranged creep alive up top right now.
With the MKB on Ori, they have all the punching power required to take the sort of fight and break into that high ground.
They have mid pushing in now as well, so they have an extra creep wave. Yang's actually just looking to hunt. The scan was successful. Picks up a full pipe now, and they're just going to go. They're just going to go onto that high ground soon.
And Dagon is there on Yi, but against this pipe aura and these tanky heroes, it's not going to do a whole lot unless he can find Ori. But even then, with the BKB, Ori's going to be quick to respond.
I mean, Ori's just he's had a really free time in this game. He's 6-0-10, but it doesn't feel like he's been super involved. He's been getting the cleanup kills from his team. He's just been getting the assassin HT, the cleanup, or just sitting in the back and peeping away. And he's got a full MKB. He's going to be hurting so much. And
there's the jump again. Instantly in with the Who Stomp. They find that puck. The initiation, the jumps from Vici Gaming, they're getting away with it every single time. Response is just not quick enough from Keen Gaming, and they don't have the heroes to withstand this sort of aggression.
They're going for the wraparound here. They're trying to find Ori. He's gone.
What are they going to do? But again, the Hex is out. Kaka, he's got a Blade Mail, but he just gets melted. That's a dead Doom, a dead Wind Ranger, and a dead Witch Doctor. No buybacks available on either Kaka or Dark. As Vici Gaming up to the high ground, another tier 3 tower taken. The mid-racks exposed. There was a buyback from Yi and Old 11, but trying to defend just 3 versus 5, they have to be so careful about doing so. Any sort of jump from either Yang or Fade is just an instant kill for Vici Gaming.
They were waiting for Ori to heal up. He backed up and actually life stole off some jungle creeps for now. He's back to full health after being doomed. 11's trying to get a wraparound here.
He's going to have to put the BKB and run himself away. It's Paparazzi already with the static link. It's going to shut down any potential that Old 11 has in the mid. Again, Old Chicken just gets collapsed upon.
No BKB.
He's steady jumped every single time. He does at least have the money for the buyback, and fortification is there. 15 seconds and Kike will have the full lineup back up. Yi jumps in, 3-man Dream Coil. Do they have the follow-up? The Crimson Guard pop. Kaka's just trying to walk into the midst of it all with the Blade Mail. Fade falling low, but they've lost Old 11. The Wind Ranger's dead. Kaka's gone as well. Old Chicken pots the BKB, tries to go for the Suns, but he's doing no damage at all. The Crimson Guard buff, keeping the Razor fine and safe to allow him to dive in. Paparazzi's BKB's back up. The Sniper's dead. They're all dying. Dark's gone. They'll find the whole team. GG is called. Vici Gaming take game 2 and take the series. Once again, a very, very dominant showing from them. They just seem to have Keen Gaming's number. Keen Gaming tried something a little different in this game with the Wind Ranger. Was pretty good in the lane, but from that point onwards, it was entirely Vici Gaming's control.
I mean, Fade just ran around and made play everywhere. That top lane, Fade and Yang just completely blew this game open. What, Arcane Boots at the, pre-5 minute mark, gets level 6 pre-10 minutes. The first move from the puck gets completely halted because Shadow Shaman's already level 6. They just drop Serpent Wards and stop all the aggression. It was a clean game from Vici, a clean series.
It really was. As you say, just Fade, just bringing it out here on the main stage, showing us what he can do. So many plays and setups beginning because of him. Yang as well, stepping it up. He had a bit of a rocky series the other day, of course, on his Prophet, but coming in today, giving us 2 very solid performances on the offlane. which made it, in that game as well, Keen, as I say, they tried something a little different. It was still a Drow sort of Orator effect, but they didn't have any way to sort of get in the fights. Nobody could afford being jumped on as they were. They just died.
They had some tough initiation. Yang got the perfect game, and it really did feel like a perfect Centaur game. He could literally just run rampant inside of it and just charge, and Stampede we saw what uses it could use versus the Drow Ranger.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This final series of the day ending 2-0 for Vici Gaming. Though not King Gaming down and out. Vici will move forward as we pass you back to the panel.
Yes, thank you very much, Jordy Pixel and Fog. And for everybody in the arena right now, keep in mind right now, Vici Gaming, or rather after they've, taken maybe a couple minutes, they will do a signing session from what I have been told. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Here to discuss game number 2 and wrap up the day after that as well. That game, we said from the start, Keen Gaming, they need to be ahead past 10 minutes. They need to be 2-3K gold, Grant, as what you said. It just didn't happen. They didn't play fast enough.
They weren't. The Sniper was the most farmed in the game from like 15 minutes onward, which is very strange, especially when you have a Razor on your own team that he's just out farming everyone with, you have Shrapnel, but that's not as good as Razor. And Ori just played he only died once at the very end. They're giving his 9 streak away, and Fade played like he might be the best Dota player in the world right now, this whole series.
Anything to add to that, Kyle?
I think that's pretty... They owned. I didn't feel like Keen had a chance in the series. I didn't think Vici got matched up like this, but they made it look easy.
Well, I think the biggest thing, too, coming out of today is, out of the loser bracket teams that are in it, Vici Gaming, they looked very good against Keen, who I think was the strongest opponent people had. Liquid looked good versus Pain and stuff and whatnot, but I think Vici Gaming is the scariest team in the lower bracket, even though VP's down there.
Yeah, and I'm surprised as well that Keen was valuing pick over side. Nox sent me some stats. You've got Keen with the 3rd most Radiant games played, Vici with the 4th. And they just give away Radiant is the best side. It's got a 6% win rate advantage in pro games. Why are you taking pick? Why are you giving away last pick? It didn't seem like it had a huge impact on the way the drafts progressed.
Yeah, it always felt like they wanted... I don't even know. I'm with you.
I don't know.
They just felt like they were outdrafted and outmanned this whole time.
Yeah, do you think that the side on pick would have made a difference in this result?
I think it changes the game because, as he says, Radiant's just so much easier to play around. It's easier for your middle player for the most part.
You have a Drow strat. Yeah. Wouldn't you rather have a Drow strat on the Radiant side, but Roach becomes easier?
Well, from what I saw in this game, I'm a big Wind Ranger fan, but... I am also a big Old 11 fan. He is the playmaker for King Gaming. He can set tempos high, but don't give him Wind Ranger. That's not his hero. Yeah. Just give him something that he can play more aggressive on. And we said it right after the draft. Everybody on the side of King Gaming looked very squish, and that's kind of what proved it.
They got exposed. That last, they're pushing bottom. Vici Gaming, they're 5-6K ahead. They walk into the base, drop wards. Yang is tanking the tower to push it faster. Blinks forward, Drow's dead.
Yeah.
They kill Witch Doctor as well. Rack's down. Game over. Keen just, I'd say caught with their pants down there, but really this whole game, this whole series, they seemed outmatched. Not really aware of what Vici was looking to do. Yeah. Not recognize the win conditions. Going back to game 1, how do you put Underlord against?
Well, you know what? Maybe the speech that we saw RTK give Vici Gaming in the break. Maybe that was what Vici Gaming needed to be even stronger than they were before. But we're going to find out what RTK had to say about this series because he's on stage right now with Helen.
Hello, Helen here with RTK coach from Vici Gaming. Congratulations. 恭喜恭喜老队，你们又挺进了下一轮，虽然是淘汰了一支中国队伍，对不对？我想问一下，因为 KG 跟你们也是老熟人了，在国内肯定训练也很多。对于这样一个他了解你，你也了解他的队伍，你是怎么打他们的呢？
一个比如说在 BP 上，因为我们大家都很了解，其实我们选什么，他们应该也知道。然后他们选什么，他们想玩什么选什么，其实我们也很清楚。那么在对阵比较熟悉的敌人的时候，那就只能给他设陷阱了。就是放他一些英雄，他会选，然后你再用一些英雄去针对他来打，然后其他的就看，就是兄弟们发挥的怎么样了。
I asked them about because KG and them practice a lot. Usually when they scrim a lot, I asked him, how do you play against an opponent that you know very well and they know you very well? And he said, because they know what we want to pick and we know what they want to pick, we set up traps for them. And when they pick heroes, we pick heroes that counter them. And that's how we play against them. And the rest, I'll leave it to my brothers.
然后想问一下，因为你在对战房里面其实是非常非常有地位的，有自己的椅子。但是你出来了对战房之后，是以第三人称，就是天地视角去看的这场比赛，你会有什么样的感受呢？就是看比赛的时候。
我觉得就是当局者迷，旁观者清嘛。其实你作为就是在看比赛的人，你确实比场上要打比赛的人要看得更清楚，更知道问题到底在哪，然后这样可以帮大家及时的调整。
When asked how he views the games as a third person because he leaves the booth after drafting, he says that you do see more of the game when you're outside of it, and I'm sorry, and from that he watches the game thoroughly and talks back to the team.
一场比赛结束之后，你平时会怎么样跟队伍总结呢？
如果赢了的话，肯定要给大家给予信心的。比如说我们第一盘，其实我们大家打得非常的出色，那下来我就挨个夸了一遍，就说兄弟们打得很牛逼，继续这样，保持信心。那如果输了的话，我们就会就是回训练室，然后来研究这个录像，然后看一下输了到底在哪，就跟大家说一下，希望下次大家能记住。
I asked him about how he concludes the game after winning and losing, and he says that if you win a game, you have to give the team a pat on the back and let them know that they did well. If they lose a game, they go back to the practice room and study the replays and go from there.
非常感谢，
谢谢谢谢，
也祝VG 在下一轮的比赛当中顺顺利利。
好，谢谢谢谢。
After the interview is about right now, Vici will host. There will be a signing session with Vici in the venue, so don't go away too far.
现在把时间交回分析台 ，back to the panel.
Yes, thank you, Helen and ROTK. Indeed, you got to give them a pat on the back if they win. That is definitely needed here after this series. They crushed it. They were very dominant and definitely a team to look for. I think making a deep run in the lower bracket.
Bold prediction, Sheaves. The team that won the last major, still in this major, could threaten to do well at the major.
I mean, to be fair, you did think Keen had a pretty good shot at taking this. And I'm not even flaming you. It's just like when I came into this, I thought the ESL Mumbai was one of the weakest lands we've seen all year. No offense. It just was. There wasn't that many good teams. They won it. Vici Gaming won a minor and a major in a row. To compare the two, I thought was very strange. That's it.
It was a mafia move, I agree. And I was wrong.
No,
found me out.
But I think Vici Gaming, I mean, where would you put them? Would you say they're the second best team in the world behind Secret?
I think it depends on the day. I don't think we've ever had this happen in Dota. And